He's up down by Hutchin before he can get anything done. A second shot connected by the Viper. Lothar called it on the desk. He said, watch out for this Viper operator. But hey, he's dealt with eventually, leaving Sugetsu alone. A 1v3 in the first kill already gone his way. Link tucked up close and Cryptic's incredibly low. If Sugetsu gets this first kill, it could be done. But Link comes in huge on that kill. The info there to play with for forZe, but they can't connect it. And now they're 8-4 down at the half. This is not a solid start to a map that they chose. And correct me if I'm wrong, Hypok, but they were 3-1 up at a certain point.
Yeah, it was. As soon as Liquid are able to stabilize here, they completely run away with this half. And Yampi, fortunately, loses out to the operator. But, I mean, the second consideration here, in the last 3 appearances from Liquid, they've only given up 5 rounds on their defense. So, for this to go, and that's 5 rounds in total, Mitch.
Yeah.
3 versus Fnatic, 1 versus Giants, 1 versus Na'Vi. So, this is scary. forZe have got mountains to climb.
Where Liquider sat there going, wow, I'm really glad this isn't Ascent right now. I'm really happy we're on Vine. Well, let's see if that sentiment's going to be held as we go into the defensive side. Second half pistol underway. Is it just me? Are you hearing the Origin spin sound? Okay, I thought I was going insane.
Love that sound.
Spike down A.
Well, Gabby's found the opening. Coffee down. A lot of these guys on forZe are going for the armor play, and Team Liquid have a very different interpretation. These guys, they're looking to just take those duels. Ghosts, Sheriffs, only the one classic, and shockingly enough, it's on screen.
And it's Link in his signature position. Usually the weapon he leads towards, but a frenzy, so deadly nonetheless, up close and personal. forZe now. As for the creep up long, I don't think that spy cam. Yeah, it's above. I thought it may be the one that spots long, but it's just spotting above wood here. Cryptic's going to get this information nice and early.
30 seconds left.
I love just sitting on that cam, getting the information across. Now they see forZe charging out. This is Link's moment to shine. A frenzy, and he's snake bit down. I mean, you might almost be better conceding the plant at this stage, especially with how, look at where Zeddy is. This is going to be I would say a free plant, but there's 10 seconds left and they're pushing out. What's going on for forZe here? They've given up so much control. There's 5 seconds left and Artist is alone. This round is done. I feel like someone hit the brakes while they're on the straight. There was just no reason for it.
Well, I mean, the big thing is there that the Liquid are able to play deep enough and just, I mean, they give it up, right? forZe need to convert a kill on the back of that. On the back of being given so much space there, but 3 come through on the TP and it's 4 people in hookah, right? So it's not as if they can just sit on site for 5 seconds and wait, because there's so much pressure from Liquid. A really, really well-considered pistol round. And on the back of a spy cam. That's the thing, on the back of one piece of utility.
Yep. And you look at that now, 9-4. I mean, it feels like a nail in the coffin of forZe. They have a big task ahead of them getting back into this half. But it is their map pick. It's somewhere that they're capable, we know. Somewhere they're certainly comfortable. Maybe Liquid have pushed them out of that comfort zone to start. They've full forced up here, man. I mean, there needs to be a result now. Like, this is crazy risky, because if forZe lose this round...
It breaks them to 11. Well, it breaks till Liquid reach 11, I mean.
Exactly, yep.
Team set up very close contact here. Coffee and Artist creeping, but there's a little bit of space in between them. No, Coffee will reconsider that.
Timing's going to be so important.
Yeah, Boombop's going to find the showers info as well, so that's probably going to be what draws a rotation out of Liquid.
Time to jump.
Not just yet, actually. Scream committed right now. He's going to find the first. Look at that. All 3 line up for him.
Force buy. This is a force buy from forZe. We said it's a round they need to win, and they're just running headfirst into Scream. Yeah, you get a weapon upgrade here, so they'll have 2 Spectres, but 20 seconds left. 3 versus 2. Yampy's gone onto site. They might try to isolate this duel first, but Cryptix is here to help, and the Classic might not get it done, but with 11 HP left, Sugetsu was not too much of a threat. That is the force buy from forZe going to Team Liquid, and with that, we are likely facing an 11-4 scoreline before forZe have to attempt what is an incredibly difficult comeback into this half.
The fact that Scream, again, at this point, it's almost 30 seconds left, and even if it goes 1 for 1 there, it causes massive problems for forZe. But final 3, like you said, on the force buy, where ultimately here, look at it. I mean, it's Sheriff's a frenzy. Gotta believe this looks like Liquid going to 11, and again, those mountains they need to climb, yeah, a little steeper now. Link gonna show his hand. Molly goes down to force any push on the back of that Trailblazer, but the potential here, like I said, the pinch comes through.
I mean, where they committed a lot to trying to deal with Link there. The drone going down and everything, but it's forced that rotate through the TP play. They can break this wall quickly enough. They can be through onto the A site for a free plant. And considering the round that's in it, free post plant, play off of those close range duels, crossfires, you'll take that every day. It looks like they're very conscious of some sort of utility coming in to stop them. That delays a little bit, but they still get it down.
Actually, the Viper will invested very late here. Link trying to charge down with the judge. We'll find coffee. Actually, some trades coming through. It's 2 for 2 here for forZe.
They're not giving up just yet. In fact, Zeddy gets all 4. Oh my, he closes it out. He puts 5 on the board for forZe, and that round was not one that they should be winning. We talked about the force buy in the previous as having a good chance. The pistol, they lose those and things are looking pretty grim, but that could be a turning point in this game.
Absolutely could be. I mean, Zeddy, all the way from back triple there, effectively just playing the trades perfectly. I mean, ultimately Liquid come pouring through lamps and they're funneled into that tight spot, and a couple of Sheriff shots and that round on his head. See here if Liquid look to get proactive. A couple of bits of utility from Zeddy actually invested in showers, so Scream got to respect it initially. And here you go, yep. We'll catch him, but I don't think they can close the distance on it. Cat's going to make sure of it with a paint shell.
They don't think anybody's crossed over, though, so they're not ready for Zeddy to come out this quickly as the orb is being taken. Around he goes, and he gets blinded by his teammates. So Solkis gets away with a free kill, but the snake bite hunts him down quite quickly, leaving forZe with the advantage and the plant. But Yampy's still up close. He's managed to evade detection inside of this smoke. Those Seekers ultimately dealing with him, pushing him back. Blade Storm active and looking for victims, and as Cryptix falls, the chances of this round going to Liquid all ever slimmer. Yampy has to go huge here if they're going to have any chance, and he has no idea there's a player right down below him. Good attempt, but in the end, it will be 6 for forZe.
I love the setup there to take that showers control. Again, you can see Scream was kind of pinging it off. He was like, yeah, maybe I should respect this, and ultimately not able to close the distance fast enough. But like you said, they didn't spot the cross. I don't think they were ready even though that. Gotta say, that team flash maybe slowed things down a little bit. The utility invested from short still found value on the way in. They're able to find the entry. To survive, though. And again, on a comeback like this, you look for absolute protection in terms of the economy there. And look at that, Yampy goes for an aggressive peek. Shut down immediately here, and that's the operator off the table.
Potential to pull this back, though. Scream has the res. Solkis and Link in there with some very powerful ultimates. It's likely to be the round where you look to invest that kind of stuff, but I don't think Scream's going to be able to get close by to that body. Solkis being forced off the side as they just hunt him down. Even knowing that Sage is close now, probably playing inside of the lamps. The progress slows drastically. forZe are going to just go for this plant, not hunting down the frags, and as they come through the wall, they've run right into Cryptix. How have they let him away with that? The showstopper basically to secure the round, taking down Hudgen, and Artist is a 1v3. That just is never going to happen. I'm at a bit of a loss, though, as to what happened with Cryptix there. How was he able to get 3?
I have no idea whether or not a flash through the Cosmic Divide there, and Cryptix is just playing an angle that's able to block LOS from it, but seemingly, I mean, not enough damage comes through. Even there, it's not even like, you know, they trade out favorably. Cryptix just mows them down. I looked at it on the minimap as it happened, and literally all 3 of them from the same spot. So I don't know if that's just like I said, a little miscalculation on Cryptix being able to play LOS on the flash, but and these rounds, again, you got to argue with that setup there and the ability to play post plant. forZe a little overzealous.
Yeah, a little, because it looked initially like they were going to go through it and continue applying the pressure, but then they waited, allowing Team Liquid to posture for a retake, and then went through, which was odd. And I presume there was a flash that they wanted. They probably wanted Liquid to come out and be in the open and be ready to be blinded up and taken down. Maybe the flash missed. I don't know. It was odd. That is for sure. Liquid will take those, though, at 11-6. Coming up against another force in from forZe.
Right there.
And the operator for Hudgen's going to be the mainstay, right? You still have a Viper's Pit, but you're not going to see that get used here. Well, not likely to see it get used.
I mean, that's another fact as well. I didn't even see if that was available for the post plant in the previous round, because that's secondary fumble in my eyes, Mitch.
I hope it wasn't.
I hope it wasn't.
I really hope it wasn't.
Again, Link with the judge, not afraid to show his presence. That's the thing. Is always like it's when the judge is shown, they're like, yeah, okay, guys, let's go.
They can't get him out of there, man. Like, they've tried. They're nading it. They're putting down they're using the recon and their drone to try and tag him up and make him scared. And he sat there like, I don't care. I have a judge. You can see me. That's fine. I'll still kill you. And Solkus, well, he's only good for the 1. Good shutdown, but Yampi's able to find another. Now it's all about playing that retake. Yampi is kind of trapped, stuck inside of lamps, but it doesn't look like forZe are looking to push him just yet, as I see Artist edge closer. There's the ultimate there, chasing him down.
So, what? Artist tried to follow up there. Yampi's going to punish him. He dips out again. He finds the 3rd, Mitch. What is this round?
What a way to close it, man. Yeah, that's such a common play, right? You pop the Yoru ult, you stand next to someone, and you tell your teammate, shoot me. Just shoot at me. You're going to kill the guy. And an op shot through a cloud burst. I think the worst part about that is that Artist, I'm fairly certain, had a silenced weapon. So it wasn't even a case of following the tracers. Just a shot into a cloud burst that got the kill. I don't know if we have that here.
Oh, my word.
And then he chases him down.
And the best thing is he charges down the ultimate.
And normally, and I know what some people will think, right? Why would you use that ultimate and not have your gate crash somewhere else? But that was a spontaneous ulti. Exactly. It had expired, and then he'd gone spontaneously, just ran in there to try and get that damage done to help his teammate find the pick. Didn't really have time to worry about all that sort of stuff. This is a fast round. Oh my, forZe are looking to really up the pace on this. They lose a player to a nade. But other than that, the numbers are going to be kept even and a plant is found. But forZe haven't been too successful in post plants, have they?
Indeed, they have not. See here, Liquid waiting for the final member Link to come through from spawn as a judge. So expect him to be the one to lead the charge back through lamps. See Coffee posted up inside there. Find one on the way in here. Zeddy on bench. Maybe able to spot this out, actually.
Good shot by Coffee. That's exactly what they needed in this moment. Team Liquid getting shut down, and unless Yampi is going to make a real highlight play, that's another round for forZe. But Team Liquid only need 1, and that's what scares me, you know, especially when you look at what they're dealing with in terms of, like, if you just save your ultis up, you've got an orbital strike, you've got a showstopper, you've got Scream on a res, you've also just got Scream in general. So all those things kind of add up to forZe not getting 5 consecutive rounds. It's going to be damn tough.
Yeah, I just want away from Hunter's Fury. Again, that Viper's Pit still online. Waiting for the opportunity to use that one in the post plant, but Seekers as well. A couple of tools available here. If if again, I mean, things start going not according to plan, forZe, it's actually going to have a little bit of company, and it's a Bucky. A Bucky standing opposite. That's an interesting crossfire match. The Judge opposite the Bucky. Makes that a little bit worse.
I guess it's better than running into a Judge and Judge crossfire, but I don't know that it's going to help all too much. Okay, Boombot coming out has to be destroyed. Seekers are showing the two players on site, and now they can isolate them. They know these guys are split. The Team Liquid creating enough space, using their utility to stop forZe from really gaining ground. This is going to be a full-on retake. Solkas is desperately looking for a headshot to get that showstopper online and give them an opportunity. It could be the Judge, couldn't it? Oh, no. Link able to run in and get one, but he's left on 5 HP. I mean, surely he doesn't get much more done with that, and down on sight, Yampy deals with Zeddy. The shots from Scream landing eventually, and this is starting to roll Team Liquid's way. The Bucky in with a kill, the wall to get the defuse, and if you want to stop that Artist, you're gonna have to deal with this Bucky. The kill comes in, but he's taken down right after. This should be an easy defuse for... It wasn't got halfway. But he still has time. He's got plenty of time. 13-7. Team Liquid take it across the line in spectacular fashion on forZe's map choice.
A fantastic start. Again, with the recent track record, that one, in my eyes, going as expected. A couple of weird rounds to consider, Mitch, honestly. I feel like back and forth, there was some rounds where, you know, Liquid had no business closing them out, and forZe had no business even finding a way into those rounds. So... maybe map one, you know, some nerves to shake off and get comfortable on both sides, but I'm excited for the next.
I most certainly am excited as well. I mean, after what we just saw there on Bind, I think forZe are going to be kicking themselves a little bit for how they let that Vita go down. I think Liquid have definitely won it out. We said this before we started, but now the reality is, you know, we're coming up onto Breeze, and do forZe have what it takes to take it across the line there? Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's to play out the map. So we're going to go right now into a break. And when we come back, the analyst desk is going to break that one down and set up Breeze, so don't go anywhere.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was map 1 that we saw between Team Liquid and forZe. And at the end, it's Liquid that are able to take it. And honestly, it was a lot of the Scream headshot show for the early parts of it. TL looked a bit better, more concise today.
That's the thing, right? That's what you absolutely want to see. Team Liquid was just playing somewhat of the basics, somewhat of the fundamentals. There's nothing overly fancy we have witnessed from that attacking side. Super high speed, super fast, and seemingly something forZe just can't deal with. This is something they just really had issues with. It got very chaotic towards the beginning of the round, and then suddenly out of nowhere, you see that they all crumble. Every single piece of forZe crumbles. Something that was really well done here by Liquid. 5 entry tracks we overall saw, for example, from Scream playing the Sage. That's lovely to watch. That would be one of them. Really positioning him in right there as a defender. Absolutely beneficial for the team here, called Team Liquid.
Yeah, and when it comes to forZe, I have to be critical. You know, sometimes you have to be, and it seems like forZe didn't have the discipline that was making them lose a lot of rounds. Even on this replay here, you have seen Yoru going first on a short without checking left, right, whatever. He was just going in with his flash in hand. That did cost them essentially the round because Scream on top of that just gets a free kill, right? Free kills. Like there are free and there are free. Yeah. You know, very hard for a Polish person. But anyway, I wanted to point out that the thing is, what was really forZe lacking on attack, and it was lackluster, they didn't have enough pressure to deal, let's say, to push off Liquid off sites. And that's one of the reasons why, the main reason why we also didn't see that is because the Yoru was used as a scouting tool instead of pressure tool. So his ultimate was just to give info, and there was nothing coming out of it. You know, there's a lot of questions to be asked. Is the Yoru being used correctly in this way? The same question we have asked for KO when Liquid was playing it, right? So, and also, I brought up the attention to Hugion playing on Viper. He had some massive impactive kills on impact on the operator, on the Viper. There was also a little bit overconfidence when he peeked on long B. But there was also some weird decisions like his ultimate on lamps, where it didn't cover short, it didn't stop anyone from coming on side. Honestly, one of the weirdest games I have seen in this VCT.
And the thing that I just really would have to realize when you are Team forZe and you're coming into this game, a good way to really dismantle and disrupt the kind of attack, the kind of defense we see from Liquid, is actually really contesting them in the room they try to contain. In the first 20 seconds, you see them in bathroom pushing a lot. You see them taking a good bit of long control. And this is obviously them being, as an attacker as they are as a defender, really aggressive. Something they can work off like a team as forZe. And regarding Yoru, my issue was that the gate crash seemed to be used not adequately. It really seemed to be just not always there how you would expect it to be. Behind the enemy lines, when the chaos comes in, that is something that I've been missing as well.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Like forZe, I feel like the main issue for them was the thing that we have also the same criticism for Na'Vi. The way they do the attacks, typically they're just not going in the same direction as a team, so they're going in head first without checking how deep the water is, you know, and that's one of the main things that they need to fix for map 2, right? For Liquid, I have to say they looked better than they did before, especially on the discipline, let's say side of things. Thank you.
No worries.
Because we have seen a lot of situations where they actually wait for a teammate to peek first, trade him. There was good pacing between the kills. They always were prepared on attack, and this is why they also won 8-4, because they were playing better and also were exposing the overconfidence from forZe on defense. There was a lot of situations where forZe had an advantage and it was still pushing on defense, like questionable plays, you know, that Liquid did punish.
All right, then maybe something to look into for our second map. And how about we talk about it? It's Breeze, of course, in this case. Map 1 Bind was picked by forZe. So I'm curious to see. You're talking about Liquid and continuing the way that they've gone through on map 1. How can it go here? Because this is do or die. Like we said at the beginning, you lose, you are out. So much pressure on forZe.
I gotta be honest real quick. The thing is, I really don't want to be pessimistic most of the time, right? I don't want to draw the sinister picture, but this is for me the nail in the coffin here. This should be forZe absolutely being out of this entire tournament, because the somewhat mistake or the somewhat odd thing was already in the veto, but it was not necessarily the fault of forZe. it still is Breeze a map where Liquid flourish, where they shine, where they feel comfortable, where they can erase, where they can bring us some decent Valorant. And I can't say the same for the guys of forZe, because, you know, the only decent victories they got, one was just One Breath Gaming, one of the second best, third, fourth best teams there in the CIS region. Other than that, nothing notable really.
Yeah, well, let's say like this. Liquid on Breeze against Oxygen just had like a sixth gear. Like, they just went super massive, haha, and destroyed everyone, right? So that's gonna be a very big test for forZe. Also because when I was checking like the VODs for forZe when they were playing Breeze, they seem to be very one-dimensional on this map. They typically prefer to attack A. They have a lot of concentration of the forces on that side of the map, while the other ones are not really well defaulted. We can go in depth more about that later, but it's gonna be a very big test for forZe.
Would you see Yoru played again here?
No. This is Jet, Sova, Sky, Cypher, Viper, typically
Very
for forZe.
Very default in that case.
Right, and I gotta say, right, they pretty much share the same composition. Breeze is not really a map where we saw too many experiments at recently. You put in a Rain Arm, you put in a Duelist, maybe your 10-star, and you put in a double Sentinel kind of setup. It's nothing too crazy where, you know, maybe there was a surprise effect on Bind where you felt, oh, there's a Euro. Liquid might not expect too much when it's actually in the game, right? But with this being the case, with this kind of composition, there is nothing where you say, oh, this could be the hold on, what they're doing moment. It's gonna be, we have played this composition, we have played against this composition again and again and again. We're used to it, we know how to approach it.
And also Yampi on Jet when he's not playing Sova, because typically we've seen him on Breeze playing Sova. He was that tool for the reconnaissance to get the info order players to capitalize on. Here, he's the difference making. He's the difference maker when it comes to pressure. You can see him roam around the entire map. On defense, he has a heat map on every single lane, and he has a lot of value also by holding holes when he's the Jet, because he's very mobile and can do massive damage on the defense with the operator holding just one angle where Liquid is kind of missing the utility to hold all of the lines at the same time.
All right, so that is kind of the grand idea, the big stuff that we have in preparation for it. But before we come back to Agent Select and to Map 2, we're going to take a quick break. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Team Liquid versus forZe continues. Like we said at the beginning of the day, you lose, you are out. No two ways around it. No third lower bracket for you to escape from somewhere. We prepare for map number 2. We're going to go to Breeze. First, we got to talk about the macro game, the strategies, because honestly, defense for forZe felt a bit lacking on map 1.
Yeah, and it's when it comes to defense on Breeze, this is a map that does favor attackers a lot, right? So when it comes to defending on this map, you have to be a little bit more proactive to have an advantage. This is why we're going to see both Jet players take a lot of ground on the defense, but there's a stark contrast between how forZe plays the Jet and how Liquid plays the Jet. Liquid, as I mentioned before the break, Yumpy is all over. He's like in every single lane, swapping, always trying to surprise the opponents. While so far, from what I've seen from forZe, is that the Jet typically pushes towards mid and elbow in specific spots, sometimes updrafts on the wall as well, which is, you can read that easily, especially if you have a little bit more defaulty setup on Breeze, you can hear the updrafts and so on. So it's a bit easier to catch. There's also a second thing that is important for forZe on defense, or rather for Liquid to read into that, is the Sage anchor on B, which is not something that every single team is doing. So in general, I would say that Sky anchor on B, which is not a thing that many teams are doing. But in general, I would say that Liquid can read into forZe's defense way easier.
All right, so that's when it comes to strategy on their defense. We are ready for Agent Select, and let's see what these two will go for. Is it going to be the classic picks that you mentioned before we go into this? Viper on each side, Jet as well, Cypher. Nothing really standing out just...
Out of book.
Right now, everything seems exactly what we have seen on the previous maps from both of those teams. Scream on Reyna, most likely already chosen by Yumpy, the Jet. All right, so we're missing here that's a bait.
Okay. We saw a second for the animation, it looked like.
Solk has a really good race, especially on Bind, but here on Breeze you need that Sky. The Sky, especially since they are not playing Sova, because as we mentioned before, that was typically the pick for Yumpy. They need definitely to compensate for the lack of vision. This is where Sky comes in, and she's super crucial with the combo with Viper as well.
Yeah, and I'm just asking myself what forZe is waiting for, because Artis has always played Sova. We saw Sky pretty much happening previously, for example. For Huion here, but now it's going to be obviously Cypher. I mean, this is a clear choice. This has to be Sova now, an Artist. Everything else would be a massive surprise for us. I generally don't see it happening, right? It's forZe who somehow at least lack competitive experience on this specific map, if you ask me, when we talk about the kind of opposition they play, right? And obviously, it's by the book. No surprises, nothing crazy.
So, also to point out something that both teams are doing on attack here, on Breeze. Breeze is a huge map, but even though when you think about it, it's actually quite ironic that even with such a big map, you have a lot of fast pushes. Both of those teams planned for the first, not for the first round, but the first tempo planned happens between 12 to 15 seconds, typically. Like, this is the fastest one. Obviously, other rounds are going to be slower, but there's this type of pedigree coming from almost every single team to abuse the A side in a very fast push, sometimes where the Jet dashes into side, puts the plant out, and just goes back. You can do that the same with Raze on Haven, an example. But that's something that a lot of teams are aware, and they are also preparing the defense to play on a retake on A side more often than than would they like to.
And one of the things that I just want to point out, which is just more of a statistical number thing, but which could become very interesting. In comparison, for example, Liquid has a massive issue in retaking both of the sides. At the same time, we know this from this map. It's not easy. Defending's not working, just that pretty much. And so the opposition here, the team of forZe, has a bit of an easier time there. At the same time, the teams they played against, different caliber. And that's the thing. This is where the numbers somewhat lie in my eyes. This is where we're going to find out if Liquid are really that weak, or if they even don't let them plant, because this is what I'll see. They'll not struggle too much against that force, I would say.
All right, you're looking to close it out here for Team Liquid. Maybe forZe can take it to a map 3, but that will be a tough one. Gentlemen, thank you so very much. We are ready for Breeze, and it's Mitch and Hypoc that'll take us through it. Enjoy, gentlemen.
Well, Hypoc, welcome to my world, baby. We got plenty of Viper play coming up, and I am excited for this one.
You had to.
Oh, wait.
I
should have. What is it? It's like
that. There we go. That's closer.
Oh, yeah. Nailed it. This is kind of thing that I never have to deal with, really, with Lauren, isn't it? I never have to deal with not expecting what's going to be on somebody's face when they come on camera.
Well, listen, I just like to be a little bit unpredictable, a little bit explosive, you know? Got that energy. That's what it's all about. Like, we're going to go into the game in just a moment. I want to hear your thoughts before we go in, because we saw Liquid play this one recently versus Oxygen, right?
Well, we saw them play one half, yeah. I think that's fair to say. It was a very, very dominant showing. Obviously, on the back, I mean, we had Farmer Scream back online on the Reyna, and really that's a big consideration to make here is how effectively forZe are going to be able to handle Scream, right? Because the way he was playing the other day versus Oxygen, I don't think there's many teams that would have been able to, right? He was kind of flipping the script and playing very unorthodox in terms of how Liquid usually play. As I say that, he's walking mid right now. He's going to find Zeddy, try and line up the second. He's going to do just that. That's the start you want, Mitch.
Yeah, you could say that's an ideal start. Gets even better when Yampy and Link are able to combine to take down Coffee, and what a shot to Hudgin. Artist is left alone. He started towards the B side, and he'll finish there. As he looks to, I mean, I wouldn't say he's looking to save. He's just waiting to see what happens at this point. There's 5 players to play up against, and you know full well they're going to be hunting you down. And it's Scream to take it. Wow, the little 3K.
If there are any indicators for how this is going to go, I think Screen's pistol round right there is probably one of the biggest to take away. And again, it's on the back of, I'm going to keep pushing top mid, guys. You walk up double doors. It's fine. I got this. I mean, look at the minimap here. Happy and Cryptics already get themselves into A site already, and Scream just left to do the dirty work, right? To clean up elsewhere.
I have to say, if the game continues like this, people are going to start to ban Breeze against this team pretty quickly. It's also an interesting choice from forZe that they'd rather play Breeze than an Ascent as well, but we've talked about that veto extensively already. On the back of Scream's couple of kills, he's investing right away, grabbing himself a brand new shiny Vandal. Oh, Zeddy, you are not having a good time, my man. Gets hit by the Tiger, decayed a little bit. Oh, but he's hitting shots and the others aren't. Oh, God.
That's 3 players, though, stuck outside here, and 1 more to isolate, but look at that, Coffee. I'll find shoot with the classic, nothing else, but going to in position now to try and sit behind the box. Link got to be the one to take all that pressure. Actually trading back and forth here. It's only down to Scream and Cryptics. Scream will respond. Luckily still got that Vandal online. They go for a couple more taps and getting comfortable now, getting warmed up. A little bit of aim labs to close out the round, but things got a little dicey there. I'm not sure really if the pinch through from main wasn't timed correctly, or there wasn't some information relayed. Obviously Yampy and Soulcast couldn't push through and challenge all 3 because of the damage that was already done, right? They have to try and get that door open. They have to try and get out of there.
Yeah, I think this was very much just a push of necessity, realizing there's 3 players there. They hoped that the site would be a little bit more open for them, not knowing that it was a full stack towards that side, and Coffee made short work of them. Considering the round that was in it, damage-wise, forZe did a spectacular job, but Scream really saved the day there, because this could very easily be 1-1 on the board after that kind of performance from Coffee and Sugetsu.
Somehow Liquid, first time going to explore B. The wall goes up. You're ready.
Cage triggered.
Forced to stand behind here. Artist actually playing a little deeper here, and Yampy trying to close the distance with a judge here. Look at that, Screen swings through. Empress online, going to be able to dismiss away here, and Liquid will get this plant comfortably, Mitch.
Yeah, a really weird round from forZe. They don't play on-site. They play heavier towards A with Viper, with Cypher. Then they're playing 2 players off-site on B, being the Cypher and the Sova. Not fully with that strategy. Team Liquid have overrun the side. They've got a Viper wall that's now down, so they'll look to make the push. But look, Yampy's holding close with a judge, and they have absolutely no clue. Now they do. The info pretty costly. What a good trade back. Sugetsu with the double, and it's now doable. They need to get that defuse in. Sugetsu keeps on giving. It's already halfway stuck. The cloudburst dissipates, but it doesn't matter. Coffee has every angle covered, and that will be the retake for forZe. One that was looking kind of unlikely, but they certainly made it work.
Sure, yeah, and I'm with you. There was no trap wire, there was no spy cam to even watch the entrance there to give them any information behind that Viper wall. And as well, with Artist playing so deep, I didn't spot a recon bolt. I could have missed it, but it seems like that if the plan is to sit behind the wall, right? If that happens, then at least make a play of it. But forZe, I mean, they don't stumble whatsoever in that retake. They're able to turn things back in their favor here. A weird purchase coming out from Liquid. Dribs and drabs, a Vandal and a Phantom on the back of Scream of Cryptics, but see if they can get anything done here. As I say that, Soulcast going to open up with that Sheriff.
Strong start. Seekers are coming their way, but it really depends what forZe decide to do with that information. And you see that they're pushing down through middle. Seeing there's no one here, they want to take that control, but oh, that's an awkward fight. In every which way, Artist caught with his knife out, but Link is the Spectre. Ugh. forZe are really late pushing mid, and they were spotted here before. Does they come up behind? I can't help but feel like Liquid are going to be acutely aware of that possibility, and as I say that, Yampy is going back to hold it. Marshall in hand, good tag onto Zeddy, good
So
tag onto Hudgen.
Too many bodies behind that. Zeddy going to be able to get healed up. See here, Artist as well. Sat back down to about 50 HP here, but he's played his life effectively. Cryptics will find one. And actually, Artist a little bit of a slip up, but still finds that. Screen will fall. Down to just Soulcast and Cryptics now. And they're a little split, Mitch.
Last player standing.
That they are, with Soulcast being the final man. He needs the headshots, the third already found. In goes the shock dart, it's dealing damage. But is it enough? The Seeker coming in to find him and slow down that defuse, and he's done it. He's already won the round. What an incredible one coming out of Soulcast, and he's looking for this final kill as well. He wants to catch Artist moving towards the spawn, but time will save the day. 3-1 nonetheless. And in the most unlikeliest of ways as well, because a lot of those players had rifles and it was only Soulcast with the Sheriff.
I mean, Soulcast actually opens things up there, if I'm not mistaken, on double doors in mid, right? Yeah, I can see the death marker there, and he sat here for the rest, so he's actually sat there to catch off this rotation. That final onto Coffee, winning that 1v1 is massive from that distance there. Unfortunately, Artist got nothing left to do. The Seeker's come out. He's got to respect it. The flash as well, just to force him off that angle so he can't even find the kill. Really, really well played by Soulcast.
I'm so impressed by what Soulcast has been able to do over the last couple of months. I mean, I say it again and again. It's been 8 months. The turnaround on that guy is absolutely unreal.
I'm absolutely
always a
with you there.
fun.
Liquid actually going to stack up here behind, a little trade off of the walls as they do actually cross just outside the bricks, and Zeddy gets in and amongst it, but Yampy, look at that, the trade comes through and Soulcast follows up.
The heal's in as well. Yampy's going to feel free to get a little bit more aggressive now. Just a very scary thought considering the shot he just hit onto Zeddy. Viper's Pit activated this time. Liquid going to be locking down that side, and Hudgen's kind of wasted his cage. Just he throws that one out and goes, oh, the Viper Pit's there. Well, yeah, it wouldn't have had too much impact anyways. The only choice here is to go in. They don't have a recon. They don't have a drone, which is the main thing you're going to use to get into that Viper's Pit. So now your options are save, which seems to be the choice, or run into that Viper's Pit and hope that you can deal with both Viper and Yampy, who can right-click you, which not too likely.
Yeah, that's the other thing as well, is obviously playing the Blade Storm inside, up close and personal. Those right clicks only needs to find a little bit of damage depending on the decay time, but I think just past underneath. Nearly. Spray's going to give it away, but Link not going to re-challenge now, and 3 will survive for forZe. I think, actually considering, to take a look at it here, but on that previous, I'm not even sure if they had a full purchase in hand. No, they don't. So Marshall had a Sheriff coming out on the side of Coffee and Zeddy. No ultimates either. So the Blade Storm obviously in that previous round invested, but it's been a good tool to have on the table here, considering the purchase, but
it is so strange seeing Zeddy playing a scope so consistently.
yeah, it is.
Man loves it. I am happy to see the Marshall deployed, though. Always, when it comes to Breeze, especially. Oh, that was almost 2 players down right at the start. In fact, it still might be. Sagetsu does a good job to recover, and Artist comes in to help. Well, man advantage for forZe after a great opening by Yampy. Again, this B hold is so peculiar by forZe. Liquid are going to be gravitating towards this side of the map, so it looks like it's going to be tested. But despite the fact that there's no one on site, there are 3 players towards the spawn.
Link got a seal off Soulcast before they can go anywhere. See, look at this. This and Sugetsu actually stacked behind Pillar right now. Soulcast didn't catch that cross because he had to heal Link. He gave up the angle for just a moment. He spotted the head there. Oh, maybe looking at the minimap or something there because Artist finds a freebie.
Oh, that scared me. The snakebite coming out at an inopportune moment. Link is dealt with in another round for forZe at long last.
This is actually really interesting. I mean, we keep talking about how deep they're playing on B, and I think it might actually be a consideration that they're trying to negate, obviously, the possibility of Scream getting up close. Obviously, the difference between the Flash and the Lear, obviously, is the range, right? So playing deep enough there where they can almost sit back and completely negate Scream's impact on these close angles, right? And the fact that they're able to come through and challenge mid, they're not even allowing Scream to get into spots in order to kind of entry, right? If he's going to be the one to lead the charge and not Yampy, which is quite often the case, at least with this composition, that's definitely something that forZe have adjusted.
Yeah, and they're switching it up as well. I mean, look at the setup now. You've got a harassing tripwire, a camera watching outside B. This gives them so much freedom to play a little bit more stacked on the A side. And in fact, you notice that Viper up close. Zeddy in a position that he gets wallbanged out of. 0 information, just a guess. And it works out for Link. Spotted here, Coffee's in a lot of trouble. And oh, wow, this is clean. Team Liquid have just completely rolled over forZe. And it doesn't look like they're even looking to let the save happen. Yampy is waiting here with the Bulldog. And although he'll be caught, he has another player quite close by, Link, wanting to get in and take these weapons out of their hands. That Cypher utility comes in huge on this save, though.
Indeed, but
not anymore.
Scream over the top. We'll find the first, and just a matter of time. There you go, Link will find it. Artist will fall, and we'll close out another 5-2 now. Leading here on Breeze. And I'll be honest, again, here, it's not really coming down to anything spectacular, right? It's just bread and butter Valorant, right? Liquid are finding a first blood and they're able to collapse on it time and time again. I mean, even on those previous rounds where we saw them kind of just brute force their way into A, right? Play the trades on the back of a Soulcast and Yampy, if I'm not mistaken, in that previous round. Which is maybe why we're seeing forZe lean a little deeper here on both holds.
It could well be. I think though, like that attempt to take a little bit of control towards double doors, you really can't say anything negative about it necessarily. It's just incredibly unfortunate that Link decided to spam it and take him down.
Yeah.
But when you extend it a bit further, the guys on backside, oh, they just got rolled on. But at the same time, they thought they were in positions where, like up on bridge, you think that your connector is clear, that over towards double doors is being held. That falls apart as players come out main. You're being challenged from so many different angles that there's not a lot you can really do. This is an interesting adaptation. This time it's not going to be Zeddy with the scope in hand. Instead, Sugetsu. Although playing the Jet, there's not too much of a surprise.
So you carry 3 rifles into this in a frenzy. Interesting one, but in a forces of force, actually Sugetsu on the glass cannon. Ultimate's available across the board here. forZe. Actually, Scream retrieving that orb on A. He's got the Empress here, but look at the A hold again from forZe. This is so interesting, Mitch. They're giving up so many of these close contact points.
They've got huge info too with the early push they made on middle with Sugetsu and Zeddy. They know now they only need to worry about main. That is a huge advantage, and Team Liquid would be running right into a heavy stack that's staring straight at them in a choke point. Luckily, Yampy opens up the space on that late Halls lurk that we saw. As Scream and Cryptics fall, Yampy has a lot of pressure on his back, and he's not able to deliver this time around. forZe completely wiping the floor with this A push. And Link is the final man alive, trying a little bit of a mid play. Had great success towards doors. This time he's been spotted. And Coffee takes him down quickly. 5-3. forZe are not letting go of this one.
No, I think you're right. If that's going to be something that we see develop Again, we saw it previously where they were able to obviously shut down Scream before that B site, well, the B split at least. To see if Liquid do anything to address that mid control, or at least that tendency from forZe to get very, very aggressive, albeit a very slow creep as 3. As I say that, Liquid actually going to stack up towards elbow here. Decent purchase, but looks like they might try and aggress towards B once again. I think more than one was spotted on the back of the spy cam there, so Aldrone will be there to definitely confirm the information.
I like what Hudgens doing. Changing up his trapwire spots every round. Now, what?
That was actually disgusting from Zeddy.
I'm at a loss. They found 3 kills in the space of as many seconds, and at least one of them was a random shot through a smoke. Anything that Team Liquid were looking to do here, any sort of utility on the side, like, oh, Hudgens tripwires on the right side instead of the left now. And we saw Link go there. Like, there were so many things that could work out beautifully for forZe, and instead it's just the return to Monkey. Just go headshot everyone.
I think Soulcast just spotted get to drift back into double doors. So again, if they can remove the operator and the secondary objective damage done at least. Yeah, okay. Wasn't clean, but got it off. The Seeker's actually going to be invested here. Soulcast's going to try and recover this round here. Cryptix is actually in with the spike over towards B main. He's found another kill. Coffee will fall.
This is suddenly and scarily starting to look doable as Soulcast falls and leaves Cryptix alone and on 10 HP. And tag.
Well,
so he's gone. With no time to plant. I mean, there was a lot stacked against him.
yeah.
Operator's going to be saved at least.
Cover that one. It will be returned to its owner. I think actually it might have put Liquid in a position where, at least not a full purchase. I did see a couple of sheriffs flash up there. We'll see what it's going to look like.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. Again, just this, how quickly they're able to capitalize on this early information, especially, I mean, it's the 3rd time now we're seeing it on the back of mid and elbow, at least, from forZe. It's really, really impressive because they're not allowing Liquid to even set up outside both sides.
The Blade Storm's online. There's some sort of hope for Team Liquid coming into this round. Another switch up in the B defense. Viper wall down. No Cypher utility here. It's on A instead. Very difficult to make aggressive, well, early round pushes, let's say, versus this kind of a defense because there's no element of predictability. Some rounds forZe are going for late round balls and early round mid plays. Right, sometimes it's this.
Ball's going to go up again, but now Artist, Hunter, Fury, happy to sit back. Spam comes through already, going to tag Yampy up at least. forZe just not giving anything away.
He's in their spawn. What? How did he get
Link find a kill as well?
I don't know how Link managed it. That was a spam over towards the connector that I was pretty sure there was a smoke down on, but okie dokies. 3 versus 3, Scream recovered an operator. This is where things get very dangerous. This man now playing on the backside, looking for some players to claim heads on, and he can bail out immediately if he connects the shot, but he doesn't. Now Cryptix up close, Ghost in hand. He finds the first, and it's only one remaining. A clean finish to the round, and Team Liquid once again find their way easily onto that B site, but this time the retake doesn't go forZe's way.
And that's the risk, right? It's not anticipating somebody like Yampy. And you could insert Scream into that equation as well, but they sit so far back. They try and make use of the Hunter's Fury, and ultimately Yampy's just able to close the distance. I have no idea where or how Link found that opener, but again, that just helps the cause, right? That's the second layer to forZe's defense there. It was actually, that's a player in rotation. That's a player coming to help out on B.
Look at the start of this round. forZe have a Viper's pit to play with. A Viper's pushing down middle. They're again looking for this control. This has been the pivotal part of the A defense every single time. Not worrying about any flanks from mid and being able to fully focus on this A site. Sugetsu's in trouble. His dash is already used up. The walls are blocking his vision. Scream, good for the first.
Planted.
He's going to get back to the site nice and safely as Viper's pit is erected. And Team Liquid, now they even get another pick. I mean, this looks like forZe might almost contemplate a save. They're still going for it, and every player is just dropping. I don't know how you feel about Hudgens' chances here.
Not great. Now.
Yeah, they're looking significantly worse.
As Liquid
Last round.
gonna double
in the
down on
half.
this pressure. 7-4 now, and I think finding their groove. Honestly, yeah. I mean, initially in those early rounds where there were forZe able to come and greet Liquid kind of ahead of where they would kind of set up for some of these executions, it felt a little uneasy, but Liquid feel as if they've got a good read now. And again, that lean away from contesting that close A main control. Here, we're going to see him switch up completely. The wall invested this side. We've got 3 members of forZe now. The Blade Storm. Hot by Sugetsu, and he's looking for something outside shop.
Oh,
And
and
he'll
he's
find it.
finding it. My
my God.
3. Well, looking for something and finding a whole lot more. Link and Yampy remain alone, and you know, at the start of this round, I was almost going to say, I feel like it's deja vu of that previous half, the first half we saw on the last map, but, well, that certainly put a spanner in the works.
And look at this, the consideration here that... Oh, okay, well, I spoke too soon. I was going to say, they're
They're
set
so
up
aware
here.
that Link could be pushing.
They're set up to greet Link in this lurk, and I mean, he's traded out finally, leaving it to just Yampy now. We'll be able to retrieve the
I got a
spike.
spike.
Hold on to the operator. Still got his dash available. A couple of smokes as well. I think Link has relayed that information. The B site was clear and they're holding deep in spawn, but forZe happy to give up the plant here. Now, it's not out of the realms of possibility. Yampy's able to get
30
something
seconds
done
left.
here. How do you fancy his chances, Mitch?
I think he wins this.
Yeah?
1v4.
All right, cool.
Easy enough. See if it holds true. Cloud bursts down. Operator looking for some victims, and wise choice by forZe. And it was a second
Gotta
they're
stack.
thinking about Artist maybe jumping out on mid, but instead it's 4 guys grouped up. Flash out. Doesn't blind. And the shot doesn't connect. Dash still online. He has the chance to get out of here. There's the first shot. Dashing into the corner. Updraft as well. He's still alive. Yampy in with another. There's the Blade Storm to finish it, though. Sugetsu comes in to save the day.
Hey.
It's 7 to
Hey.
5.
He hits that first, Mitch. If he hits that first,
Yep.
I mean, with what we've seen, with that's good for 2, right? That shot. With what we've
It looked
seen
like it.
recently with the operator.
Hey, might get 3 out of it. You never know. Curve it and hit all 4. Why not? And it's uncharacteristic as well to miss that kind of shot, but I guess he's coming out so quickly. Flustered, just thinking his crosshairs on at least one of them. This, though, from Sugetsu.
This adjustment here.
Doesn't even let go of left click. He just keeps going. Spraying away.
Wow. Well, 7-5. And again, with how that round felt, I feel like this is actually the best starting foundation for forZe to get something done on their attack here. Like I said, I mean, as soon as Liquid kind of found their groove, found their rhythm, well, they were able to be in the driver's seat for most of those rounds. forZe are set up for a quick piece on B. This wall actually going to split the pillar in half. To get to actually gonna put, yeah, again, Liquid gonna respect this now. Just gonna opt to play full retake.
Yeah, they're doing a forZe. Giving up all that space.
Oh, Coffee just missed that. Coffee just missed Yampy crossing.
Oh, the barrels are spotted. That's a free kill. And there's 2 players here. Zeddy learns that the hard way as the flash comes to hunt him down. Good control for Team Liquid. Good spray by Scream. He's still up and at him and taking down Sugetsu. He eventually falls, but with Zeddy on 4 HP being spammed through the wall, it's a big play by Hudgens needed. Still undetected towards the back of the site, but Yampy quickly deals with him and puts 8 on the board for Team Liquid. A good pistol. And I doubt we're going to see a 4 set of forZe. I mean, on Breeze, it's just so infrequent.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's difficult to find value the same way you do on it because of how open and how deep some of the sight lines are going towards these sites. It's very difficult to find any sort of success here on on a lesser buy, unless you're Soulcast and you got a Sheriff, right? In which case it's
Oh yeah,
all but a formality. But yeah, just a couple of tiny points there. Again, just missing that cross on Yampy, and as soon as that push comes through an elbow, the fact that they still have bodies in place to capitalize, coming through tunnel and obviously coming back behind wall, it's great to watch Liquid. I mean, the ability to just sit and trust in the plan, right? Trust in the setup. It's always so visible with this team.
Yeah. Oh, it absolutely is. And I think in recent times as well, since Liquid started to adapt to a more we're going to play like we're better than you style,
yes,
instead of the more, I don't know, Moneyball method, it has been working spectacularly for them. There's a lot of noise being made outside of A. That information is definitely there for Scream to play with. The first kill is easy. Bails out of there. Happy with the man advantage. Good tags though onto Link. That was through the wall as they catch the kill. And Scream is left to try and fend for himself in that close corner. Solka's watching for the mid push. Oh, that's an awkward little spray. Two players spotted. Both are low, but no one followed up on just yet. Doesn't last long.
Yeah. You get just too many things to shoot at there. You see here the pings on the minimap. Information is relayed. Actually, there's a lot of space found in mid, but it's Soulcast actually to find the backstab. Now just Coffee and Artist left. Cryptic still posted. Ready to greet them. That's the information spotted early enough. We'll find both of them there. Shuts that one down. And Liquid 9-5 now. See a throwaway round for forZe, but it's a similar situation to the last map, right? This one here, the buy round goes in Liquid's favor, and you could say actually with these lesser weapons, on the flip side of the very point we just made, it's very easy for a team to sit back and you know, force the attacker's hands, right? And make use of weapons like the Spectre, especially with the Viper on defense, right?
Absolutely. On that B hold, you've got it locked down 100%. The chances of them pushing you, even if you've got a ghost through that wall, very, very low. The A hold is where I would question it. I want to see what they do. And you take a look at the buy, they've got Scream is taking a Vandal. One away from his ultimate as well. So this could be a really big round for him, if they do come his way. But for now, it's a very, very slow approach from forZe. They know what they're up against, and they don't want to give any opportunities for free kills.
Little trade-off, at least Scream will show presence towards A main. Soulcast will find a little bit of information which maybe gives away the fact that the A split is imminent. Just Scream looking at it, he gets ahead of the wall. Gonna find that one, but actually the ping. They come back to bite him in the ass, and actually Coffee finds two.
Yeah, that was huge. Opening it up through the double doors now into a 3 versus 4 shot. Ringing out by Yampy, but it's not connecting. These weaker weapons of the Spectres have very little chance of getting into this site. They now become the attackers. And playing for an exit might be the best call. Where's Link going? I mean, you want to die here. There's no way that they save these weapons.
I think maybe the plan here to look for these exits outside cave, and I think Link actually just got spotted by the spy cam. You're right, he's leaving this very late. Cryptic's at least goes hunting. Artist will be there to greet him.
Just rolling the dice. Nice. Okay.
Okay, well, yeah, now that changes things. He can save full armor.
Yeah, I think Link was...
Go on.
He's angling to get the weapon, obviously, but
yeah,
secondarily, like, there could be that B lurker. Like, he was looking to push through B, decided to come back to middle, hope that maybe a guy comes from the B side, runs through elbow, something like that, gives him the opportunity to grab another kill for free, but it doesn't. And, you know, worst comes to worst, you just run down mid, jump into that spike at the end of the day, even if the Vandal was no longer there, and you're all good. And also, one more thing. When you're a Cypher, you also have to take into consideration at this early stage, if anybody on forZe other than Hudgen killed him, that is not a good trade. He gets 1 point towards an ulti, and forZe end up with a much better ulti.
MP not going for an operator this time around.
I didn't think I could like this man anymore. Oh, well, you need to know the angle. You can spray that at Yampy. Now he's in trouble. They're pushing him down. Oh, no! That has fallen apart, a disservice
Oh no.
to the best weapon in the game of the Odin, making it look like it's no more than a pea shooter.
Unfortunate. Love the setup again, just to catch forZe off guard. Sorry, it's not going to pay off. Again, Lincoln Cryptic's forced to save out here. Hold on to these weapons. Decent utility as well on Cryptic's. Obviously, hold on to the snake bites at least, just to lessen that purchase if they do decide to force back into the next, or at least force something into the next. But it's going to be forZe bringing it within touching distance here. This is going to be the 7th, and I mean, actually, if this leans the way I'm expecting it to, Yampy no Blade Storm, could be a lesser purchase here. So the opportunity to get even closer here.
Can't believe Link and Cryptics are baiting their team like that.
I'm glad you
Tomba's
said
level
it.
play.
I'm glad you said it.
No, I'm sure there's people in chat always saving. And this Odin was sad, man. Like, when he sprays this away, he obviously gets nothing for it because he's just spraying a wall and not penetrating it. And they are so happy to rush him down when they hear that Odin.
Yeah. Yeah.
The problem is, you know, he had 2 teammates there. So in theory, that almost works out better if they just run at him to take him down. But then they lost the rain duel, so that kind of fell apart.
Yeah, and it's weird. Again, it looked like there was a moment where I guess the communication wasn't clear because it's Yampy that has to deal with the Aldrone after the flash comes through from Soulcast. And you're absolutely right. I mean, in that scenario, if 3 people try to come out and hard clear Yampy in that corner, actually it plays perfectly for Liquid, right?
Yep. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and him being caught running back also takes away a lot of the ability to just spray that Odin at the choke point as they're trying to hunt your teammates down. I think a lot lost. That looked like a last-second play that they pulled out of their back pocket. Like, hey, guys, what if we try this? And well, there wasn't a whole lot of rehearsal behind it, let's say. At least I hope there wasn't. If there was, that's very bad.
This goes here. Oh, this
As the Odin connoisseur himself says, right?
that goes there.
That's kind of the game, man. I'm telling you.
That's the judge.
Odin, then Judge.
Yeah.
See, the Judge because of the cost. But if you could have either weapon, I'll take an Odin.
Disgust me.
Oh, the trap wire got deleted as well there by the Tiger. Link shock darted, pushed from in front and behind. He was not going to get anything done there.
I want to see what happens with this shorty in the retake here. Yeah, thank you. Stick with Yampy. Have to get close enough. No. Smack down. Vandal deals with him effectively. 2 rifles here on the side of Liquid, screaming Cryptics. Might be a consideration to try and hold on to these once again, or at least hang around late enough to do some damage. Also just not giving anything away, and actually Cryptic's going to get punished. I don't think Soulcast can retrieve that. He will actually retrieve that.
Oh?
And we'll find a kill as well.
Soulcast can't be healed up. Yeah, he's 11 HP. So easily taken down and no time left. And no way out for him. Scream might be able to catch them. He has to go quickly, actually, because the spike will almost reach him from where he is. At least the 1 kill found, and there we go. The spike comes in to take him down. A little bit too slow on that elbow push. 9 to 8 we go. No weapons saved over by Team Liquid. This is starting to look pretty bleak for what was an incredible start. It was quite likely that we saw an 8-4 scoreline. And the pistol went their way, so we could have been looking at some point at a 10-4 score. And instead, we're coming up on tied up before they've even reached double digits in the ones.
I was not in the 2s, as is
Not the 2s.
as is occasionally the case in overtime. Don't even start alluding to curses like that today. I don't want to hear it.
You're not here for a 7-0 attack delays.
That snake bite though is absolutely perfect. This push actually from forZe, Mitch. Sorry to cut you off. That snake bite literally forced Soulcast off the angle to try and close the switch again.
He did get it, though.
Yeah.
He managed to close it just as he was going down. The drop out. Oh, Sagetsu is being heard the whole time. And another coming down. They're trying to take the fights against Soulcast, and he manages to clean up 2 before dropping. There's still 2 players on this A side. That door's opening up now. Hutchin walking out, and he was out of ammo! Ah! Oh, he's reloaded in the open. Well, that's a disaster, and Screen cleans up another double to leave Zeddy by himself. And he has got the Viper's Pit online and the spike.
Toxin screen down.
But somehow I think this one's going to be a little bit too much to ask. Hold on. He's managed to avoid the operator a second time. And now the Viper's Pit goes
This is
up.
huge.
I might be eating my words in a second.
Planted.
Look at a clean plant. Again, look at this. Cryptics and Link very far away from this. He's got a little bit of utility to play around outside the ultimate. Looks like he's going to try and post up and catch Liquid off guard, but there's nobody coming through spawn, Mitch. It's double doors and A main.
Pit's gone. He didn't step back in. Pit is completely gone. He's repositioned behind the wall. Zeddy is playing some big brain games, but they've spotted him, and now they're ready to peek together. He needs to reposition, but he wasn't ready. Double digits. Team Liquid finally make it there. It has been a long road in this half. Looks like they've found their footing, at least in that round. Great attempt by Zeddy, though. Like, he was... I don't know how he managed... Most people don't survive one op shot from Yampy, let alone two.
It's, I'd be playing the lottery tonight if I was him. It's unfortunate, though, because I think he plays that perfectly, right? He's trying to get ahead of Liquid being able to set up for this retake, and ultimately they have the numbers advantage. So the fact that Zeddy plays outside of his ultimate to look for that kill and spawn, if he finds that, he can reset back inside, right? He has an opportunity to take a full reset, a clean 1v1 potentially, either inside his ultimate or outside it. But Liquid, unfortunately, like I said, coming through double doors and A main, just completely negate that risk.
Liquid are going to use their own Viper's Pit right at the start. forZe seem to be looking for a faster B play, but that has certainly slowed them down a bit. Sugetsu's, oddly enough, standing inside the pit, so he is lit down very low and has to step out on just his 1 HP. Wait, he still stood there. Goodbye. That's the freest kill of Scream's life. A 1 HP player that hadn't even been shot yet. Oh, no.
It's ready and waiting. Zeddy will fall. Another 2 members. 4 stacked up behind. This,
Yeah,
a little sloppy ahead of the flash.
At the start of this round as well, Solka's flashed down A, saw it was completely clear. He pushed through by himself. So they have that massive amount of control to play off of. Artist, he spotted that barrel, took down Yampy. There's only 3 opponents left. Certainly not out of their control just yet. Viper's Pit still to contend with on the B site. There's also a camera watching anybody coming up through middle.
30 seconds left.
This is big here. It's a second layer to this support for Cryptics inside the ultimate here. You see Link. He's actually actively clearing elsewhere, so this spy cam not going to spot them. If they can break line of sight or get behind the spy cam, there you go. The perfect timing.
No, he got them on that plant coming in. Viper's still inside her pit, and they know. I presume you're just going to drop that and look to face with teammates once they're nearby. This is going to be a slow retake from Liquid. As they group up. You can see... Oh, no, they're not even going to drop it.
Fury.
Solkas has his flash. He's going to flash out of this Viper's Pit as they take back sight. But Coffee's hiding. As long as the artist stays alive! Oh, now Coffee has to do it all. He's stuck on the backside, but they don't know where he is. Viper's still inside the pit, clearing it out. Coffee gets the first time on his side, but a good peek by Cryptics will buy them just enough to get that defuse in and put 11 on the board. That could have been a huge round for forZe. And instead, they are going to have to fight back from a pretty heavy deficit. A lot to work with here, though. Bunch of ultimates still in their hands, and I think now's about the time they're going to be deploying them.
Again, a similar situation to Zeddy in the 1v2, right? The man advantage in favor of Liquid, and yes, the Hunter's Fury is a consideration, but again, when you expect this retake coming through with the Viper's Pit invested on main, you have to anticipate some pressure coming back through tunnel, right? Which is why I think Artist goes as deep as he does to try and find that kill on Link. And ultimately, I mean, fair play to Link sitting that deep for that long. I don't know if that's in anticipation of, forZe playing it very aggressively, but he buys so much time and it forces Artists. Look at this. Link is just sat here waiting for somebody to do exactly that.
Great attempt by Coffee as well.
One less.
I thought initially that looked really disjointed by Liquid. I mean, I was worried when he's isolated Soulcast there, right?
Well, when we last looked towards Cryptics, he was like on the mini-map, he was on the right side of the Viper's pit, so I didn't think he
yeah.
was anywhere nearby for a trade. I thought that would be a full reset in a 1v2 with very little time, but he just about managed to get there. Speedy boy. At this point as well, and I'm always slow to bring it up with CIS teams because a lot of the time the CIS mantle is on players like these spectacular. And I think that
But they don't smile or blink for the entire game, so
Yeah,
you got to kind of concede that they're in the zone.
but I do wonder, they're facing elimination now. It is 11-8. They have to make a comeback on this map or win the next. This is where things get pretty tough, and this is the round they want to commit to. Find something. The Hunter's Fury blindly pop finds nothing, but the push from Solkas receives the same treatment. They're even going to spot the player up close here. Cryptic's now under heavy pressure, blinded up by the Seekers. A great execute by forZe. They overrun B, and now the retake is once again left down to Team Liquid, this time in a 2v4 though.
The Yampy is over the operator. Bladestorm available if he finds one, potentially. Might look to try and turn this back in their favor, but lots of ground to cover. Zeddy going to catch him on the cross there. Link as well. Not long left for this world, and I got to say, I mean, I talked about it in the previous half. forZe's ability to instantly capitalize on either a first blood or territory control in the early rounds demonstrated perfectly there. What a pace change coming out of the timeout as well. The Hunter's Fury, the Trailblazers crossing here, Mitch, I know, is absolutely devastating for Solkas.
Yeah, that could have been a huge play. But the thing that we have to take note of, they used their Hunter's Fury, their Seekers, and their Neural Theft to get that. Every single one of those ultimates had huge impact in pressuring these players and keeping them boxed in. That won't be the case anymore. So coming into this round, you have a much more raw experience from forZe. We need to see them win the game in a manner that they haven't so far.
Thing, you're right. It's one of those 1 in 5 or 6 rounds where you have the opportunity to throw all these securing factors. Solkas actually going to get forced off initially. Chiketsu actually hops up over the wall to try and find something. They go up again, doesn't find that though. Screen really up close and personal, but lots to deal with here and left out in the open.
Oh, Solkas! Double headshot, Seeker sent out, finding the victims. Coffee up close, Zeddy behind the pyramid. They have all that they need to make this work. Because Yampy closes the distance. The dash! Oh, it's disrespectful, leaving Hunchin all alone, but he still gets the first. And all the way! 3 kills as forZe claim double digits. What was that round?
That was absolutely. I mean, I was looking at the weaponry for Liquid there, and the fact that Solkas gives up that angle, I'm like, yeah, okay, they're just going to smother him. They're going to suffocate him behind sight there, get control of default. It's over. Solkas landing 2 beautiful shots, and then this. Coffee, I'm pretty sure would have just dislocated his wrist trying to turn on Yampy there. What a play.
Wow, I really thought when they start to just dive on them like that it's done. Big clutch by Hunchin, that mid push. The flash makes them turn. We've seen this from Solkas up against Oxygen. He did the exact same thing. Except they didn't get any kills when he did it. Or at all.
Actually, elsewhere, going to find Zeddy. Getting a little bit aggressive outside of B. Look at this again now. forZe open on that, but wow, Coffee will fall. Artist will trade that out. Just Cryptic's left now. Hold on to B site for Liquid.
Hudgens' positioning in these duels is so good. Artist is taking him down through the wall. Numbers evened. No ultis for either team. Here's the problem. Look at where Hudgens is. He has the spike. How can he possibly get to the site? He needs Artist to find a kill. Maybe just wait for the recon to come online, right? Try to scan them out, but no, it's not revealing anything. And the spawn being clear is not really news. Could easily be a player in connector looking for him, so the camera comes out to spot that. I've seen nothing. He thinks he's clear.
It didn't spot Yampy though.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. He was posted up in window now, but Solkas, look at that. We'll find Artist. Out. We did a 2v1, 69 HP.
It's a sign.
It is.
Whoa, they're baiting him out for the time. See, the
played.
worst part about that for Hudgen is there is literally nowhere that he could plant that they couldn't see. They had to kill one.
Really, really well played. Again, Yampi staying in window as long as he did, going unnoticed as well. But you're right, Soulcast being, I guess, smart about that, right? He could potentially stay in window, hold on to that tunnel angle, but as soon as he comes back towards spawn and holds that from arches at least, you're right, there's literally nothing that you can do. He has no utility. The spy cam rendered useless in that scenario because he's out in the open. You can't even get to a safe corner to capitalize on it. Really, really well played by the team.
Yeah, it was absolutely gorgeous. Now, gonna have a stunned up drone. As it comes around the corner, it's gonna spot Scream out, who tries to bail. He's being tagged on the way, sprays, not quite connecting for Solkus, but Yampi comes out wide on the right side. They're hunting him down, pursuing him, and eventually dropping him to the floor. Numbers even. Plant possible. Scream, though, looks to swing and take a free kill. Even more going his way. Nothing but headshots from this man. Hutchins spotted on the fade back. Great flash. And there we go. A 3K. All headshots as it goes 13-10. And Team Liquid eliminate forZe here in the lower bracket. This team, say what you will about them, say what you will about the opening match, but they look scary when it's elimination time.
They do indeed. We were talking about this earlier, right? Elevating to that point where it's like having that belief in themselves once again. They come in with a different approach, a different tenacity almost to their gameplay, and it really shows. I mean, how many times are we going to come back and talk about Scream back on Reyna and how comfortable Liquid look in some of these rounds where, you know, it's fine. I'm absolutely fine with somebody just, you know, finding 3 kills like that at the end of that game. It's just insane to see and fantastic to see Liquid ultimately bounce back from a blip along the way.
Well, you know what? After that spectacular game, you folks at home have got your work cut out for you, really, because we have a task for you. You gotta head on over to @ValEsports_EU and get your votes in for the PaySafe card player of the match. And we have 3 options for you this time around. And I'm not gonna say they're that easy. It's Scream, Yampi, or Solkus. Who do you think deserves it? Now, I'm not even gonna try on that. I think I'd have to review the VOD, sit down, really think about it. Hypoc, you wanna give the viewers some direction? Who would your player of the match be?
Scream Reyna. When Scream's on Reyna, takes my vote every day of the week.
Okay, I respect it. The Scream vote from Hypoc. But will that be what the public goes for? We'll find out in a little bit. The AD will fill you in on that. They'll be back after this break. And during the break, we have a little treat for you yet again, because it is the featured song Drive by Clean Bandit and Topic, featuring the one and only Wes Nelson. Enjoy.
Do what makes you feel alive. You can drive all night. rest of my life. Through the darkness, I see your eyes and realize that when you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. Do what makes you feel alive. You can drive all night, drive all night. 'Cause the road's calling over again, right till the morning, right till the end. When you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night, drive all night.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was a game, and that was Team Liquid victorious to move through. They've gone through a CIS team. There's still one more waiting for them in Gambit. But how about we have a chat with Team Liquid in our interview? Scream is ready for us. Hello, hello, bonjour. Adil, how are you doing today after this game?
Hello, man. Yeah, I'm feeling great, man. We played awesome today. I'm really proud of the boys, of the energy we put in today, and yeah, we really want to qualify to Berlin and show people we are still a top team. So yeah, it feels amazing, man.
You talk about energy, but you guys also felt very cohesive today, really working as a team, pushing together, and you nailing those headshots. Was it really the fact that you needed a couple days off after the past week of competition to really get relaxed and into this?
I think it's like, it is what we need. I feel like every time we lose, every time we are back to the wall and we have no chances anymore, that's when we play the best, and that's what we need. But obviously we have to improve on that. But right now we are for sure waking up, and we are ready for Gambit tomorrow, so it's gonna be a great game.
So what is there to fear though against Gambit? Because you went through one CIS team in Navi, lost there, go through forZe and had a pretty good day against them. Gambit can also stop you there to potentially be the only CIS team that makes it through. Is there anything that you feel can really overwhelm you in that game?
I mean, Gambit is a team we know really good. We've been practicing against them really much, so they know us good. And I think it's all about the individual skill tomorrow that's gonna make the difference. They have insane players, and we have good players as well. We have I think right now, if everybody hits their shots, if you play like we play right now, I don't think Gambit have a chance. But we're gonna see tomorrow, and yeah, I wish them good luck. It's gonna be a really good game, and may the best win,
Very excited for it here. And there's a lot of fans that are excited to see Team Liquid move forward and make it to Masters in Berlin. What would you like to say to those fans?
Well, first of all, I want to say thanks to everybody supporting us, I know we make you scared, guys. Sometimes we play like shit, but we always show up, when it matters. So yeah, I just want to say we are going to go to Berlin. Hopefully tomorrow we're going to show our best level, and I really want to go to Berlin, play that Masters and qualify for champions as well. It's very important for me and for the whole team as well. So yeah, we're gonna do what it takes, All
right, Scream, thank you so very much. Congratulations your victory here against forZe, and good luck versus Gambit. Maybe we'll get to see you guys at Masters. Until then, bye-bye.
Thank you. See you guys.
Back on the desk, Zesht and Lothar went to Breeze, and it got a bit tighter than what we were expecting there.
Not gonna lie, at one moment I was like, Liquid has to be having fun today, because they had an advantage. It wasn't yet won, but we have seen some, let's say, cheeky plays coming from Soulcast, coming from Yampi. Yampi with that Odding spraying the wall in a very awkward angle. I feel like he didn't do that ever before, and then they lost the run because of that. I'm okay. I feel like they're really cheeky today. So there was a lot of confidence oozing from them, and I feel like you can see that in the game.
And the thing is, what really mattered so much is that they were capable of converting ecos and force buys, which first of all sounds odd in the first place, right? But you have to see both parties, forZe as well as Liquid, only got 50% of their buy rounds. This is not a lot. This is a really meager number. At the same time, we all remember this one Soulcast clutch on the attacking side, just coming in with a single little Sheriff, finding a triple, a quad, I can't recall, but those were the rounds where they stood up for themselves and where they made it work with hardly anything everything in their hands.
You know, it was even more important because, as you highlighted very correctly, those rounds when they were on eco were very much important. But even when they were not winning rounds, right, they were almost always damaging the economy
Massively.
from forZe. And forZe had issues with rebuying utility, had issues with rebuying good guns, and that ultimately was just like a hunger war between the teams, which did end up costing forZe a lot of rounds, especially when I remember, if I remember correctly, there were 2 retakes from Liquid when there was 2 versus 3 and one was 1 versus 2, and somehow Liquid closes it up and destroys the economy of forZe, and they're still on the back foot. Even if forZe was winning some rounds, they didn't feel like winning.
Yeah.
And that's one of the biggest issues because Breeze also forces you to play the guns that have a long range. So you want to play rifles, you want to play, even a Guardian. We see Scream picking up a Guardian very, very often. And then the other weapon of choice would be basically a Marshal, right?
Yeah.
So forZe was really in an uncomfortable spot the entire game.
And that's the thing, right? We saw, I think, just one of the outstanding plays. We saw him over there when he was pushing into Cave, if I remember correctly. That was one of those breakout moments where he thought, okay,
the ultimate?
Yes, with the Blade Storm coming in, we thought, okay, this could be the breakout moment. Maybe they're feeling themselves again. But at the end of the day, what somehow, somewhat bothers me the most in the sense when we talk about forZe is that this is a team that exists for so long and still struggles with some of the fundamentals, like nearly a year. Ever since September, this unit exists. And it's a bit sad to see because at the beginning of the year, 2021, they were seen as one of the best, possibly even the best team in the CIS region. And now they crumble once more, unfortunately.
All right. So, gentlemen, that is forZe out of the tournament. Like I said, today and the rest of this week is you lose, you are out. No second chances after this. But I think there's one thing that really have to figure out. It's our player of the match. Brought to you, of course, by PaySafeCard. Let's see who it is.
Who could it be, Lofar?
I mean,
take a guess.
Although, notable mention from me, Soulcast did a lot of work today. But Scream, when he just hit shots like this, when the people just peek one by one, and Scream just goes tap, 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 and it's beautiful to watch the way he just squeezed that trigger in those intervals. Makes it so satisfying to watch.
I mean, they talk about his headshots.
Yeah.
This is how he is. There's the headshot machine of Scream on the side, and having his hair pulled back today, a bit of a stylistic choice that he's got.
Yeah, fine looking man, definitely. I mean, once more, Scream seems to really feel well when he has this kind of not so much stress on him, and I think forZe just didn't give them any stress. This is when he can flourish. This is when he can shine. Coming in as one of the best players overall of the entire series. Once more leading the scoreboard on Breeze with, I think, 280 ACS, over 200 ADR. He's having this impact in combination with Yampi, opening up and fragging.
It's kind of funny because it feels like Scream just does the best when he can tunnel vision on shooting people.
Yes.
He doesn't need to think about, I need to throw a flash here, I need to throw the dagger here, I need to think about ult economy. Then he's like a beast, and it seems like they had to go back to Scream, having that role, that pivotal role, or of the Reyna.
Exactly. That's kind of the place you put him on. Your job is to frag, get kill, overheal, keep on going, and this is Scream at his best, really. You talked about some other players that really shone in this. Yumpy, one of them as well. Expectation for the future, though, Team Liquid versus Gambit, another CIS team to go through.
I respect Adil. I think he's even one of the most respected players from the entire scene, having a long history back in CS. I think even Liquid on his best day will not beat Gambit on an average day. To be very, I know this sounds so harsh. I really don't want to disrespect the team, but at the same time, Gambit has been shown that they can play with the best. They can pull up decently. Ascent has been a team that is considered to be the best in this entire tournament, the number one in this tournament. So Liquid, I don't see them really taking that home.
I think it's going to be a very close match. It all depends if Liquid shows up when it comes to their mentality and they focus on the fundamentals, because if they will try to outplay Gambit, they will fail. But if they'll try to out-aim Gambit, they will succeed. It's really sounds kind of dumb when I'm saying that, but it's really something that Liquid is doing in the past few weeks.
Yep.
play to your advantage. That's the advantage that Team Liquid has most often. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here for game one, really breaking things down. We still have one more to go. Another best of 3 set. Maybe it'll be a bit closer than we had our first one. It's Guild, and they go up against Giants. So hope you're ready. Make sure to just go get a break. And when we're back, we're gonna have such a game. Again, Guild versus Giants. See you in a moment.
Wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game one is already done. We saw Team Liquid moving forward. The theme of the day is you snooze, you lose, and you're out of the entire tournament. Liquid will go up against Gambit later on, but we still have to see who is going to be playing against G2. Is it going to be Guild, or will it be the Vodafone Giants in this overall thing? Hello again, Zesht, Lothar.
Hey. We're back. I'm very glad. I mean, this is going to be a banger game, I think, once more. The first one, we saw it a little slow. Talking about slow, Giants will definitely fill us in with that one. But at the end of the day, it's going to be an amazing best of 3. One European team will be kicked out.
But also a European team will remain, and then we'll play against G2. So, yay! We have one team again in qualified, you know?
We gotta be happy with whatever we can get in this case. But how about we introduce our first team? It is Guild. So let's take a look at their sheet.
Hi, my name is Yasin Agmari and I play for Guild Esports as, well, I guess rifler, but I'm just doing whatever they need me to do. The biggest success our team has had is, well, it must be the fact that we, together with the FPX, are the only two teams that's been around ever since closed beta and still are, top contenders in Europe. And obviously we made it so far in the most important qualifier up to date, and hopefully we'll make Berlin. I think the key factor to our victory is the fact that we are a family playing together. As I've said previously and multiple times, when I join the server, it's like I'm going into rank with the boys. I'm just having fun and I'm just enjoying myself with the guys. We are aggressive when needed, we are passive when needed, and we kind of play this mixture of everything and just trying to be fluid within the game. The reason why we deserve to win the EMEA Challengers is basically because we've been, since the beginning, fighting for just this moment. I mean, we have fought hard, struggled, we have shined, we have had the bad falls. We've been through everything to come to where we are right now. And in all honesty, we've always been the underdogs. And I think that finally some people are starting to realize our true potential, and hopefully we can get to show it this time.
And that is Guild, our first team in this game. Now, Zesht, how do you see this team really shaping up today against Giants? Because both of these teams are what we described in the beginning, momentum-based.
Yeah, it seemed a lot like they pretty much got themselves a little snack there with the fight against Fireflex, to be very frank. No disrespect, but unfortunately was really a game that was just handed to them. One thing I found quite interesting was their performance against Gambit, at least on Icebox, which got quite close. I mean, Guild is not it's not really their home ground, but they can play this map to some certain degree, and therefore I really like the performance against them. At the same time, this was a matchup versus Fireflex where I hope it was their confidence booster. Guild is a team that never entered the international stage. In stage 2, they suffered just one step before that, and now once more it is time to book a slot. It could be the opportunity. There are a few more obstacles in the way, but the chance is there.
They can prove themselves online or these qualifications to the big tournaments, but they've yet to have that big break. But that is Team 1. We still have to talk about their opponents. It's the Vodafone Giants, so let's see what this team looks like.
I'm Johan Meddo Lundborg. I'm playing for Vodafone Giants, and I'm a Sentinel player. I think our playstyle is very aggressive. Right now we have a lot of confidence and it clearly shows on the server. I think our team has always been really good, but with the addition of David P and Ambi, like our confidence and like how much fun we had skyrocketed. And after that, like we just went in, we know that we are better than the enemy, just full confidence. I think that's the reason. I think we deserve to win because we've been practicing so hard. With this roster, we haven't been practicing that much, but in general, for so long now, we've been practicing and really not had success, but it feels really good right now.
And that is the Giants. As their coach described in an interview earlier today, slow, methodical. If there's a plan A and it fails, we always have a plan B and beyond that. But how many will they have to face off against Guild today, Lothar?
Well, we'll see about that, but some news, by the way, from the camp of Giants today. David P and Ambi got signed officially and not anymore a stand-in for the team. So huge change, I would say a huge booster to confidence as well for those two players. So don't be shocked if those two guys will just pop off, right? There's some personal, like, let's say, performance booster when it comes to news like that. But I wanted to say, like, in general, I feel like Guild is a better team when it comes to synergy because they play so long with each other. But Giants are coming into this challenge with a better map pool because they seem to be banning a best map from Guild and Guild is banning the worst map from Giants. So it's literally like Guild is falling into Giants' lap. It's really weird. I'm not sure what's, of course, that's gonna happen, but it seems like one of the most popular outcomes of the potential bans. And I have to say, Giants lately, with the redemption arc of David P being, an ex-G2 player coming into this team, is pulling a lot of eyes out on him, but he wasn't counted yet. I'm wondering if the Guild will make that change.
All right, actually, you talk about maps and the map bans, the big brains from the Giants. Let's see which ones we're going to be playing on today. So it's a best of 3 series. As always, Split is up first, then Bind and Ascent to break it even if we have to go for it. Guild picks up Split first. Zesht, I hear you. Go ahead.
This is not really as comfortable as you would like it to be. I mean, Split has been working decently in the past, obviously, for the side of Giants, right? They played it quite all right. Actually, full-on success over the course. And then next up, we obviously got ourselves nothing else than Bind. And, talking about this is also a map where, for example, they've beaten Liquid, which was an absolutely weakened Liquid, but still with a very annoying playstyle that pretty much first ever came to life with David P. I mean, sure, we have lurking players all over Europe, all over the world. I think David P for many stands out because you sometimes see him on the absolute opposite side of the map, but his impact is pretty much always existent. He's annoying, but he could be disabled. And if he's disabled from the Guild side, then I see a better chance for them.
And we didn't see that being done by the previous opponents of Giants, so we're going mad, actually malding a little bit on the sand when Giants was playing. And David P was just pushing for a shot every single time, not being punished even a single time. But when it comes to the map pool that we had right now, it seems that it actually happened. The best map from Guild, which is Haven, got banned by Giants because it's the permaban, right? So there are no surprises here. But now we'll see that the ban from Guild was Breeze, something that they don't play, while Giants have a 0-3 score in the past 20 few maps. So it's really awkward because now we go into, I would consider, Giants' strongest map, which is Split, right? And Guild is pretty confident on this map as well, but it's like a coin toss because both of those teams are feeling comfortable. And when it comes to Giants on this map, typically they have a Cypher, Jet, Omen, Raze, Sage composition, very standard, 2 duelists though, right? So there's a bit more pressure on the attack, and they have incredible stats, 69% on attack, 71% on defense. And there are 2 lurkers on this map for the Giants. They are actually interchanging. It's Hoodie taking a lot of control on defense, on mid, if the opponents are not pushing for it, and David P typically playing on A and lurking from the entire spawn. There's a lot of rounds like this.
Giants starting the fence, did that give them any advantage in here, you think?
It depends once more on how much lurks are being secured. I think there were a good bunch of rounds against Na'Vi where we realized that this kind of lurk from David P is absolutely crucial. It's one man we highlight. Obviously, it's only one man we highlight. The entire team has really benefited also from the addition from Ambi. When I talked to former Entropic players where he played, he was described as this always positive, really good learner on a Sova. So this is exactly what just rounds up the team, and this is also something which I see in their success. Sova Split, not talking about that, obviously. At the end of the day, that's the kind of addition you want to have, and them fully signed, Lofer mentioned it, this is going to be the moral boost they need.
All right, I'm very curious then, map-wise, we have something interesting. You talked about map bans, and they look pretty cool for the Giants. Everything played to their way with their setup, but I want to see how we're going to look like in game with our agent select, which is ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go in and see if there will be any surprises in here. Gentlemen, anything standing out so far?
Yeah, there's actually already something. We have an Astra instead of Omen, so that's a big change. Then we have from Giants. No surprises here. This is exactly what we expected. But yeah, there's a big change from Guild. Like playing Astra instead of Omen is a huge change in the utility that you can use. We have seen people using the Astra's ultimate way better than we have seen in the past. But there's also the standard rest of the lineup. So we have the Save on Cypher, we have Bonker on Breach, which makes Guild lineup a little bit more one-dimensional and predictable when it comes to attacking. Also, they are very slow. We have seen in the past, right, Sesh, when Guild is just running out of time consistently on attack on Split. But the thing is, Giants don't play that typical, very defense-heavy based Split.
the thing is about all of that is that obviously against Fireflex, they already tried out Leo on that Astra. We couldn't really see him shine, right? That's the thing. Against Fireflex, it wasn't like there was a real test with it. That's the first thing. And second of all, against Fireflux, I also felt like they really started to pick up the pace a little bit towards the B side. It seemed to be slightly more coordinated in that direction. And this is obviously something which I like to see, because as you mentioned, Guild sometimes seem to be really lacking that kind of pace and speed and commitment. But finally, we might just be having that back. And this could be somewhat problematic, possibly, for the side of Vodafone Giants.
All right, so it's all about the lurking game in this, and we probably have the perfect map to test it out. Zesh, Lothar, thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us then to head into game. A split is up first, so let's take it over. It's Mitch, it's Hypoc. Enjoy.
Oh, we go again, Hypoc, don't we? Another series set up for us. And after that first map that we got, I was not feeling too great, but we started to get into the swing of things there and a nice competitive map. Do you see this series as a competitive one now?
Yeah, I think this one's probably, in terms of both teams' journeys as well, a very interesting matchup in terms of Guild. For me, again, I say this every time I'm casting these guys, I've been their biggest critic, right? And it's because we always see them fall short of the final hurdle. Yep. Again, this is here really Giants looking to really, drag on from this momentum and convert on that ultimately.
Absolutely. The revenge story for David P, if they can manage to face off against G2, which would be right after this. If they can win this series, they get that battle for a spot in Masters, and that would be a beautiful story. We're going into map number 1, Split, as Vodafone Giants take to the defensive side in an attempt to take down what many are considering the favorites of Guild in this series. And look at that. A lot of players sitting outside that B side. I think we're going to get a fast pistol out of Guild.
Yeah, that would definitely be expected. As you know, it's going to be a creep in. Meadow
contact.
Yeah, Meadow's going to actually stack behind double boxes here, but interesting here is there's been no progress elsewhere, so Meadow got to try and stay alive in this scenario.
Oh, actually going on the bunker. That drops the spike in the open, and Fatino keeps on coming in. Damage done with the Ghost. Great nade to take Draken down. Fatino's having one hell of a round. More needs to be done, though. Safe, tucked in the corner. Ghost in hand. First goes his way. But Ambi, luckily, manages to save the day. 1-0. Vodafone Giants come out on top of him. I was getting a little bit scared there, Hypoc, when all those kills started to go Guild's way all of a sudden.
Yeah, for a moment. I mean, the response was fantastic, actually. See here, decent investment in utility, but like I said, allowing the attackers to get so close here. Again, the response has got to be so quick from Heaven to prevent them finding any value on the way in. It's exactly what happened here, and I've been flashed IRL. I'm not sure about you right now.
Yeah, I see white.
Hawk out.
Hawk is out. It's hit me. Well, these sky flashes really do last a while, don't they?
They do, yeah. That buff is.
There we go.
There we go.
We've made it. It would be hilarious if that was not a thing the viewers experienced and we just looked like lunatics.
Well, that's no different to normal, though, right?
True, yeah. But I think we'd look slightly more insane.
Guild actually going to hit this rotate here. Still 2 players in position, actually. David P and Ambi holding down the fort on A at least. And actually the timing on that smoke, look at that.
Here.
A slow Guild down once again, but again, fairly committed now. Ambi actually catches Leo on the cross here. David P to greet the second. Perfect setup between Ambi and David P. Gonna clean things up there, allowing Guild to get anything done in this second round.
Yeah, good stuff by Vodafone Giants. They lose the 1 player. It doesn't really matter that much for David P going down. The rest of the team able to rally around and save all that cash. There'll be a pistol probably dropped over for him. It's always the nastiest when you just get shot through the smoke. It was kind of questionable for David P to play that close, but I think because you've got the cover from top ramp, he presumed that, 3 guys wouldn't come jumping through the smoke and shoot him all at once. Which is a fair assumption.
Yeah, it's understandable. Still this time, we'll deal with the wall nice and early. At least now it puts Giants on alert, ready for this possibility of some pressure coming through. But look at this, it's actually drawn out a little bit of a switch up, or at least an adjustment here in the defense. Ambi going to rotate across towards A screens with that operator. A little bit of actually, well, a crossfire at least set up outside garage here on B, Mitch.
They've spotted the player
Just
up above.
turned it.
David P's gone. Yassine down below, and the drop shot from Hoodie. 10 HP left. He'll eventually be dealt with, but that was an opportunity and a half. Now, I don't know about you, Hypok, but for me, when I see an op, a retake on B, and a 1v4, I lean towards just saving that weapon. And I'm not sure what you think, but it seems Ambi agrees.
It's always winnable. There's always a chance, Mitch.
Can always do
but
it.
not in this round.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Especially with Safe being this close already. I don't even think he's going to be able to save this. I mean, there's two stacked up here. He's not looking the right way. Okay, he doesn't need to be looking the right way, but definitely doesn't anticipate the second. Leo will clean things up.
Lovely stuff. That's the answer back you want. Lose 2 players. Everything's going according to plan, according to the script. This is where things potentially take a turn for the worse. Yassine's going to be kicking himself for this one. Look, it's so hard when they drop down like that, though.
Headshot as well.
Perfect little drop shot. Luckily, the trade was in right away. Yassine on this map is the most frustrating player to at least to prepare against.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know actually the Death touched on it. Lothar's going to hate me for this, but obviously Leo actually playing the Astra versus Fireflux. And he was the one really to stand out for me in terms of that performance. I mean, you look back statistically, yes, ACS-wise, lagging behind Yassine, but 23 and 10 on the Astra is kind of that anchor role. It's always fantastic to see. I mean, you put somebody on one of those chess master kind of agents, right? And he's not there. He doesn't really have the utility to set himself up. So to still have that sort of performance, which Leo is a talking point in himself the last couple of months at least, has been impressive to watch. That's worth noting here.
Yeah, definitely. Especially when it comes to this map, playing it with the Rays, you can do so much. Now look at this. A bunch of players up close. Good spray by Meadow. He's not really going to be challenged down on the back side. The aftershock pushing him into the corner. They're spraying away, but it looks like he's going to survive this time. Safe. Going to be caught by the paranoia as well, so can't really do anything. They need to find some space here over on the guild side, but Fatino is ready and waiting for this peek to come through. He takes one, and Meadow makes it 2. Nice and clean. Vodafone Giants 3-1, and I really have nothing to critique in that round. I think they did everything in an excellent manner, especially one tiny detail was when you had the Cypher on back site being threatened, the nade comes in from Fatino. That stops them from pushing down, and at that point, they don't want to risk because those guys are going to rotate around. You'll have a 2-man fight on the site, so they end up stalling completely, and that buys enough time for Meadow to survive.
Does it, and the reposition as well to stop that push coming through, because ultimately, I mean, a big win condition for Guild there is still finding that kill onto Meadow. Bladestorm actually popped off the rip here. Over towards A heaven at least here, and David P may be considering a rotation after no presence was shown, and lots of clues given away in mid here. Guild once again will deal with the wall.
There's lots of potential weapons for Guild. When I see these guys with pistols out, and I'll look particularly towards the likes of Leo, who obviously has a Vandal, and Yassine, I always get a little bit afraid. There's no such thing as a guaranteed round against Guild. The timing almost works perfectly. You know, Vodafone Giants start to shift towards vents and play that 2-man mid for a second, and that's when Guild decide to push up the choke point. They've got so much control for free, but Vodafone Giants have rotated in heavily. Ugh.
It's 2. Leo, very low HP at least, and Ambi going to be forced away with the fault line.
30
But
seconds left.
well, Yassine actually going to find David P. That's the pinch through mid.
Beautiful stuff. We talked about Yassine. Now the man's got a Phantom to play with, and they're going to rotate back over looking for the B site. Now Meadow had a good hold here, but Get 2 players to help him out, and lots of utility coming his way. This time he needs to do it alone, but time is on his side. 10 seconds as he gets blinded up. They're close, or on top of him, and 1 kill will be found. 6 seconds as the spike begins planting. All they have to do is deny it, but nobody can land the shots. Spike down and a retake is afoot. Guild with weaker weapons. Oh, well, goodbye.
Wow.
Draken was not getting out of that one, and he knew damn well. There's still a 3v3. One up close, caught. Free fire from Hoodie is good, but safe up on top takes them all down. It's 3-2. And well, I said there's no such thing as a free round against Guild, and Giants just learned that the hard way.
Fantastic stabilization there from Guild. Again, in a round where ultimately everything's going right, to see it just completely flipped on its head like that, take my hat off. And actually a big impact, or knock-on impact, I should say, in terms of the economy here. I believe Giants actually down to, they don't even have a round in hand here. The ultimates, David P 1 away, Hoodie 2 off the revive. The neural theft, which I'm sure Tombiz will be happy to see. Coutinho and Ambi miles away from that showstopper on the Bladestorm now. Which, again, you got to argue on the next round, if this one goes to Guild, massive tools to work with.
Caution here.
Oh, absolutely. And the pressure is most definitely on. Giants using up a lot, especially their showstopper. Oh, 2 players down below. The trap wire popped down. And at this point, Giants might be... oh, okay. Blast back to cancel it. I like that. I'm just going to rotate out. Nice little shutdown by Hoodie. So Yassine is out of the equation. That's the showstopper gone. That's the nade gone. But Rolling Thunder remains. Looks like they're angling towards rolling that on in and following up on it a little bit slowly though, Hypok. They're not quite here in time to catch the player stunned, and Hoodie's walked right past them. Doesn't matter. The kills swing back and forth, but keep Giants ahead. And with Safe all alone, another big round required. Get a 4K to bring the last one into their favor. And now with that Vandal in hand, 3 enemies in 25 seconds. A speed run of the B site. And it ends all too soon.
We have to recover from that. I'm with you there. Again, with nothing other than Yassine to really close that distance, right? It's almost like Guild want to be set up for a split. If that's been the plan since the get-go, right? To set up behind that Rolling Thunder, because Meadow survives for so long behind Pillar. And ultimately, yes, he only goes 1 for 1, but that's enough in that scenario. When it's taken them so long to close that gap and not really even stabilize site control.
Bonkers left down to just a frenzy in this round. Oh, showstopper pop. Yassine is sending it Spectre as his backup weapon, and now he gets to use a Vandal because there's one right down below him. Good opening for them and continuing to apply the pressure at much faster pace. But Meadow still survives. Here comes the frenzy, not able to get it done, and the numbers are equalized. At least they've gotten rid of Hoodie though right away, so there's not going to be any res for Vodafone Giants to play with. The downside is that they had the spike there and just sat on it.
It was now stacked up in mid. Oh, what happened there? That was my feed or what? But I'm gonna try and at least contest back in towards heaven here. Coutinho tucked in corner. He's also got David P there with the paranoia.
Oh, they're not going to walk through it.
No way, please. Yeah, they are.
Okay, good gravitational well. Information about to go their way as well. 2 players towards the spawn side. Paranoia doesn't actually connect. It looked like it was dead on. The stun is good, and that's a free kill. No, it's not. David P somehow survives, but Leo is there to close the round out. Absolutely chaotic, but Guild take 3. that one got me. I gotta say, David P was stunned up in the corner, right?
I don't want to see a replay of that because I don't. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't really want to know what went wrong here. It looked like both David and Ambi tried to do a little bait for each other. I'm not sure if that was a miscomm or what, but I think the dash is enough from Ambi, right? And the problem is there that he hasn't got the time to re-peek on David's contact.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is going to be a quick round, isn't it? Guild are just lightning striking towards this A site. Only pistols away. The Ambi Fatino able to do some damage. Ambi's up close now, but the right click deals with him. Okay. Rezko. Oh, that's not a weapon safe. You can't kill people with trap wires. Hoodie, 1v3. He has a res of his own. But no one to safely revive. Has to take some fights. Oh, those are good sprays. Look at the damage done. He hasn't even opted to heal himself at this point. The guy's a madman. Up your heel, Hoodie. He's worried about being caught with an ability out and just looking to take some fights, hit some heads.
I mean, there's a universe where that damage actually converts to a kill, and that's very much winnable there, but damage done, at least in a round where you got to say with the opening, and I mean, ultimately Ambi does well to recover and at least get one back. I'm not sure, again, if that was a little bit off sync in terms of Ambi and David P. The fault line comes through the boombots there. David P's caught by the fault line, and obviously Ambi jumps back to avoid it. The reason that opener is given up. Guild, he's trying things up here. 4 apiece, and Giants actually down to Sheriffs. Again, 2 ultimates we look towards in a round like this. Showstopper and the Wave Storm not available here, but Fatino, if he finds the kill, could pop it.
Yeah, they're pretty close. Like, Ambi is well playing towards the A side. If he senses the space, that's an orb, and one away again. And with the Sheriff in the hands of Fatino, it's quite likely he manages to at least get damage done. We've seen this man so many times. Get way more than we'd expect. It's a B stack out of Vodafone Giants, and Guild are walking right into it. If Fatino hits this shot, it could have been over there and then, but instead, it is just going to be a wave of Guild players flooding over the site. David P manages to sideswipe one, but Ambi's all alone now in a 1v4. Damage is the name of the game. If he can just manage to drop one more rifle, he's going to be happy, and that's so sad, man. They've just played him.
Yeah, not able to get anything done there. Tool and Guild, again, keeping 4 alive. Will mean that they get that extra buffer, at least in a round like that, and don't give too much away. The interesting thing, again, you're talking about obviously sensing whether or not that space is there on A. Obviously, with that previous round, again, that anti-eco almost, where Guild did force the issue on A. It's the only time they've really shown presence, right? Other than that, I think, you know, once or twice, Safe has maybe peaked or thrown the spy cam up there, but Guild are literally giving nothing to Giants on A. No information whatsoever.
The thing about Guild, man, they have got such a nice default in a lot of rounds. They'll play it slowly, but they are so explosive when they do eventually decide to push, and it can be incredibly difficult to deal with. Like, Guild's change of pace in just round to round is incredibly annoying. You're seeing it here. Look at how slow this is.
Yeah, and look at this. Giants have left David P solo. This is on the back of that lack of presence.
David P on his own on one side of the map isn't something that's too uncommon, but in this situation...
this is comfort zones for Giants right now, yeah.
It might be a little bit much, though, because it looks like they're going to go for a full 5-man hit, and this is what I mean. Guild have done nothing. They've held information at the start of the round, they've played it slow, and now they're just going to burst out.
Yeah.
And it's frustrating. The camera gives away a little bit, and that prompts a B push out of Vodafone Giants. They clear out main. Now they're starting to rotate into the A site. This has to be huge by David P. Good blind right away, but Yassine is able to take him down somehow.
Coutinho actually found nothing with the showstopper as well, Mitch. So now Giants locked out, Cosmic Divide up. Yassine actually ahead of that wall, down to 30 HP though. Spike will go down. Now the plant is actually good for Heaven, so an opportunity for Guild to at least play late into this post plant if everything goes wrong for them. But when I say everything, literally, the 3 players on site would have to throw for this to actually become a factor.
Yeah. I think short of nading themselves,
yeah.
And Yassine hasn't even got a nade, so that's completely out of the question.
Giants will actually give it up, but again, you're absolutely right. I think actually the point at which the plan changes there, again, David P's down behind Flower here. Fatino's up with the showstopper. Ultimately, you know, in that spot, you got to assume David's good for one, right? At that point, you know, they frantically try and trade that kill. Fatino's there with the showstopper, so you know, the plan's in place, but Guild just too quick with it. I got to be honest, it doesn't even give them a chance to react. And the other fact is, Yassine's able to get on top and basically completely cancel out the use of the paranoia and find the kill anyway.
The interesting thing about the cam, I'm pretty sure that was put down out of pure respect for Ambi on the operator, realizing that he could have it and be sat down in the spawn and screens. So whilst it did prompt a B push and give information away that this was going to be an A take, I think it was worthwhile just to avoid potentially losing one, maybe two players to an operator as they go out. And that's something that Guild have definitely developed over time. There was an iteration of this roster where you would have seen them group up outside the A side
and walk it.
They would have walked it, or Yassine would have blast packed into spawn like immediately before anyone had gone like, okay guys, this is what we're gonna do. He's just like, I'm on site guys, I'll see you later. Like,
no, they'd be back on A ramp, and the call would be, okay guys, I'm gonna be on rafters. And it's like nobody else has the opportunity to close distance, because obviously again it's been a talking point, right? And especially recently with Yassine flexing away towards other agents, mention no names. Again, there's different opportunities in order to achieve the same thing, right? Whereas how many times did we talk about it? It'd be like the rounds where Yassine had Showstopper, he'd overstep the mark, he'd go in almost solo, right, on attack and defense. All of those things now, you don't see them happening with Guild. That's a real positive.
I mean, like, I wouldn't even know how to go about working with Yassine, because on the one hand, he's so aggressive that he takes duels that, you know, on paper maybe he shouldn't. But on the other hand, if he doesn't do that, you nerf him completely, and he is no longer a good player, or at least as good as he is. So controlling this guy, and that was what we've heard from Bonker a bunch of times, and Barbar, that actually, you know, finding the fine line between just silencing him and sort of restraining him a little bit, well, refining him, let's say, is hard.
The good thing is there's two sides to that coin, right? It's how do we get the rest of the team on board with following up on that,
Very
and
true.
also using Yassine to his you know, his best application, right?
Yeah, that's the thing, and I think that's something that a lot of teams have struggled with. Vitality probably the key one that stand out in having a good roster of individual players. Like, you look at it and you go, oh, these are all good players, but it's never synergized, you know. It's sort of just put in I mean, Loki was opping, it says it all. Moving in towards the B site, Vodafone Giants are getting baited, because this is going to be a full rotation in, but David P manages to spot one. He's sneaky beaky up on the rafters. In goes a blind, another for David P, and he's content now to just back off, play towards main, smoke it off, and Guild have got basically no option. They have to go onto this site. The spike is here, and it's on the floor. The round's done, despite a great entry by Safe onto the B site, a double entry. In fact, the round is lost, because that spike ain't anywhere nearby.
Unfortunately, just a little bit of split focus there, and I mean, actually, David P going huge. I think
round before the
was it Fatinho crossing in spawn, right? That just draws the attention away for a moment, and unfortunately, Bonkart caught with that paranoia. Well played, and again, I hate to say it, we were just talking about, you know, the problems of old for Guild. This is another sort of round. Like, how many times did we, you know, historically see, you know, down to 20 seconds and Guild frantically trying to muster together an execution? Almost like we cast a curse to them in that one, at least, Mitch.
Yeah, that was great. Some angry emails after this.
It's not on me.
I'm putting it all on you. You can write twit longer. The Vodafone Giants have, I'm pretty sure they've had the res the entire half, right? Has Hoodie resed at all? Oh, the drop down, little double peek, and David P and Fatino are already down there waiting, beckoning them in. Taking the frags as they come. Guild in a bit of a rough spot. Leo has the spike here, so I'm not entirely keen on him being the player pushing forward to try and take. Please don't go up the rope, Leo.
I think he wants to. Nah, doesn't fancy.
Okay. Clearing out any more tripwires, seeing if someone's peeking above. He wasn't intending to go up.
No way,
it was scaring me. Are they going to drop on him? Oh, no, they're going to go down slowly. That is a terrible mistake. Oh, and that is a worse one.
That's okay.
Oh. They got the res off as well.
Just end the round.
Yeah. Well, look, Safe has already got a 4K. Never mind.
Never mind.
Yep, and the round 6-6 we go at the halftime.
There's a series of unfortunate events. Again, Leo overstaying his welcome a little bit. And again, I get the intention there, trying to bait the rope as well to get a second in. But I think he just misanticipates the fact that they've got 2 stacked up. David P is ready to be traded at least.
Yeah, look at this. The first, fair enough, but Leo having the spike and going back, I guess like you're never going to expect the second guy to be there, but it was sort of set up for failure from the start. That was why I was so uncomfortable with him being the one that was in there in the first place.
I'm with you. See here what plan is here for Giants on their pistol. Mid, wide open here. Safe actually playing deep towards stairs. A spy cam spotting the other side of this smoke, but Giants very quickly going to walk up mid. Stack up inside this as well. Safe getting all this information. Look at the default line and the nade. It's perfection from Gil.
Every single part of that was gorgeous. The cams up as well just to spot them out. This is a pistol round, and I've already seen in the last 10 seconds, I've seen more utility used than in some buy rounds. That was apt and very efficiently used at that. I mean, Giants are in a pretty rough spot at this point. There's still more stars coming in. Where do they even go? Well, not that way alone, David. You've got the spike. There we go.
I love this as well. Where Cypher's kind of seeing more and more use now, it's like people have forgotten to just check for spy cams. It's like that level of kind of diligence is gone now, but you got to be careful. Safe as you can swing around. They trade a lot of damage, actually. You're seeing still in place. Finds his third. Meta will trade it out. Again, not long for this world, I feel. Fatinho a little bit split from him, but finally regroups. Okay.
Just went to the side. Bonker blindsided Safe, low HP and towards Spawn. This is winnable for sure. They're going to try a pull, but it's a little bit too late. There's a blast back player. Oh,
okay.
That was brave. That was like the Yassine of old right there. Meadows all alone now in a 1 versus 3. The spike tapped. He has to peek, has to try and get on it. And with 20 HP, he is dead as can be.
Yeah, don't think there's a way for him to fight back from behind pillar here. It's just a matter of time. Spike will be diffused regardless, and he gets shut down. But a lovely, lovely setup there. It's those sort of choreographed plays that it's so difficult. And again, it's not even on the back of a read, right? It's just setting up for this, and it's beautiful. Love watching things like that. And again, it's on the back of the second time today. Spycam just being absolutely pivotal in a round like this.
And, you know, between Leo's Astra, and we spoke already about Astra and Raze combining and how powerful that comp is, especially when it comes to split. But I know for a fact that Tom Biz is going to be in a very good mood because he doesn't shut up about Bonker on Breach on Icebox, and now he's going to be going on about Split as well. We're all going to have to endure it. But he's not wrong.
He's not. Those are the 2 hot topics right now, alongside the neural theft, actually.
The neural theft. We do love a good neural theft.
We do. That we do. Giants here as 4. Try and reset away. Meadow again, just fishing over towards A. That wall about to drop. We'll see if... actually, yeah, Guild already in place, or at least Leo in place to add a second layer of utility behind that wall. Stall things out as Giants actually reset towards A here, Mitch, and still 2 players set up to greet them.
Yeah, that Spectre's in a bit of trouble, though. The ranged fight up against the Sheriffs. The return fire onto Drake and isn't exactly kind either. Giants are closing in the distance a bit.
30 seconds left.
I mean, they're making some interesting plays. A big slowdown on the round with 20 seconds left. I think they just got kind of...
in their own heads, honestly.
Yeah, bit lost in the sauce. Cider would say.
Nice shot.
Oh, Mixwell. He would have won that one. But it is just odd because so they start pushing towards the site. They get a lot of information into the hands of Guild, and then they slow it down. But in an attempt to, I suppose, cut off the rotate in through vents, which obviously doesn't work out. And then they're pretty screwed because the whole team's rotated in. Nades are coming. Fights are happening. But still, that was an unfortunate round to lose because obviously they did invest a decent bit. Now they're on an eco and probably conceding up that ninth round.
In the ones.
In the ones. But not yet. That'll be
yet.
double digits. Come on, Hypok. Don't be silly.
Could you say technically in the noughts, in the zeros, before you reach it? I know, you're the master of the vocabulary. So.
I'm going to say double digits in the zeros? That's ridiculous, Hypok.
Single digits in the O's.
There you go.
Nailed it.
Well, this is an aggressive push by Guild, something they're known for, especially you've seen around the B main aggression. Damn, he's annoying on the B main aggression. And looks like Giants are about to get a taste of that. Little flank play, takes down David P. That's the spike as well.
Oh, no.
Fault line slows them down from going back out to try and seize control. Blast packs chipping away at their health. And Meadows thinking, guys, I've got a sick flank. No, oh, okay. Maybe he does. He's caught the shot onto Yassine. Beautiful.
And the neural theft. And actually in a round like this, that's huge. In terms of being the green light for Giants now to progress towards
left.
B. Bonkar isolated in the wall. Actually going to cut him off from denying the spike. Oh, maybe not.
Spike
The
planted.
damage.
Oh, he's actually going to get the kill.
That's so wide. Such a chunky boy on that aftershock. Bonker wants to pop the flash around here, waiting for his teammate. And here we go. Flash out. They're starting to peek. On the backside, Ambi's taken down right away. Patino's stunned, gunned up. And Meadows the last man alive. 1v4, and they know where he is now. Look, everybody's staring at heaven, waiting for him to round the corner. That spray control was godlike on the safe. I think every shot
like
was a
triple
headshot. Yeah.
I wish mine did that.
Yeah, mine does not work like that. Mine only hits the feet. I don't know what it is.
Again, though, just Bonkar playing so deep. I've actually only just realized, I'm not sure exactly where he's popping this fault line from to stop this kind of Mail and Heaven push, but from what I saw there, at least after they get that kill onto David P, the fault line actually covers Heaven and the entrance to Mail, because I noticed, I think it was, it must have been Hoodie who got stunned up, actually inside Mail pretty deep as well.
Oh, well, there's the Rafters play, but it's by Fatino, and it looks like Draken's got his sound off. I had no idea. Little openers for Vodafone Giants as they close in distance towards the site. Bonker up above, pops the flash, peeks out, but they ain't getting much done. And safe is the last, yet again, 1v3. This man has had so many clutch opportunities. Oh, well, that makes it sound like he's with them. He is possibly on for 2 here. Yeah, they can't see him at all. I'm waiting to see if there's some sort of reaction, but no. And if they peek out that back site, Safe's free as can be. Oh no, that wall's gonna fade soon.
Unlucky on that. He just caught favorable timing on that spy cam, but Meadow and Hoodie just giving nothing away in the corner of sight. Now, go back down and we'll reset at least the economy here from Guild. And look, yeah, I mean, after the purchase, an awful lot left, but that's going to be Bonkar down on a classic as well. We're going to upgrade that. Big upgrade.
Big, huge. Huge. We saw the damage that can do. Oh, no, we didn't. He died instantly. But he got traded, in fairness. Wasn't afraid to take himself out. I like that little blast pack to take down the camera. You know, you mentioned that with Cypher maybe not being played for a little while, people were not using... Certainly what came to my mind was the shock darts back in the day. I remember the whole conversation around shock darts to destroy Cypher utility, especially the camera. We would see it constantly, especially on Bind. And then, you know, it's been quite a while since I've seen those kind of actively, you know, one here or there, but get the blast packs this time around. Oh, they're scared. They've heard the frenzy fire up above.
Nope, we're going A.
Yeah, go away, go away, go away. What if they have frenzies on A? We'll just surrender.
Quick F5 on that one. It's going to be a 3-man creep towards, or at least through ropes now. And the pinch is there from main as well.
The
Full
speed
control
demon.
at least. Yeah, full control at least. Leo got it all to do, but Hoodie actually wraps him from spawn and the wall will go down.
This has to be Draken with a big hold, and oh, the headshot, but no follow-up. Fatino just about to... Actually, that was a wallbang headshot then if he was left on 10 HP, which is even more devastating, because he did follow up with a body shot afterwards. Should have been enough. But now, a 3v5 retake that, again, looks like it's going to be a save out of Guild.
Look at the stack from Giants. And then David P on an island.
Yeah, look at all the players on Giants are on... Well, not David P. He's not. A little lurky boy. And he's got himself a double for it. Gorgeous. I'm surprised Bonker's sticking around here. Well,
wow, not for long.
That's a pretty fire and a half.
Yeah. That play from Fatino. That makes it interesting. Like I said, the economy would have been reset on the previous, and the Guild buying back into it. As we already know, Bonkar down on a frenzy. See here, nothing but sheriffs to bring into this one, but bigger picture-wise, Bonkar now one away from the Rolling Thunder. You've seen just under halfway to the showstopper. All three other ultimates online. Showstopper online for Fatino as well here, so look at the lean though. Guild actually just going to leave one person, I guess technically, playing B, and that's Bonkar from Heaven. It was wide open for the taking here.
Always brave to go B versus pistols, but I guess they haven't done it so far. They're feeling like they can just blitz out, take control, and they're damn right. Also, another point I want to quickly make is that Bonker in this match is a perfect example of why you just cannot judge players by statistics. And I know, I won't name names, but I know that some teams have literally recruited players based solely on statistics. Like that's how they've been. If you had bad stats, you're not getting even a trial for some teams. And like for someone like Bonker, that's a good pickup to get a weapon. Hold on.
No, right.
Why are the pistols doing so much damage? They've rezzed up. Yassine's in with another. I thought this was going to be a conversational round, but they're making it damn competitive. The deep nade not going to tag Fatino that much. The opportunities are still there for the wall bangs, the sprays as he reveals himself into the open. Ambi's down and Fatino falls as well. The time too far gone. And so while they will not win the round, they did a lot of damage. Vodafone Giants lose every single player. Wow.
I mean, the one saving grace is that Giants threw nothing else at that round to try and secure it, right? In terms of ultimates, obviously drawn out the res, you can make the argument either side, but again, there's a universe where Guild actually get close enough and find both of these kills in time. Wow, what a round. Nice try from Guild.
Just to quickly finish that point on Bonker, the man has not had a rifle for half of the buy rounds. He's been dropping his teammates and playing a frenzy, so it's...
Well, it's similar to the discussion we were having about Leo, right? He could just sit back. Oh, look at this counter wall, Mitch. They're ready to explode on this.
No, they are, but look how many players are here from Guild. They're stacked up on this side of the map. In fact, this is going to be so frustrating if you're Vodafone Giants and you think that you're going to blitz in, catch one or two players off guard, and in fact, it's a 5-man stack here a few seconds later. They're ready to Rolling Thunder in, but the right clicks. Oh, Ambi! The knives deal with the players coming in through vents. Cut this split completely in half, and Yassine still doing good damage. He's managed to pick up a triple. Showstopper online. It even connects to Hoodie. He could be good for the ace in this round. Ambi put up such a good fight, but Yassine again, the thorn in the side. Such a hard player to take on, and that spike, it's in the open. It's free as can be, and the spray down from Yassine. Oh, Leo steals it away at the last second, but they won't be too upset. Double digits in the ones for Guild.
What a fantastic round as well. Ambi goes absolutely huge to open this one. This is what we start off with here. The Rolling Thunder invested. Ambi ahead of that though. Scene quickly trades it out, but this is so good. Again, the paint shell placement here is absolutely on point. It forces Meadow back into the open. Hoodie actually takes a little bit of damage from somebody else there. You seem to find the fourth, but wow, great turnaround from Guild.
Great turnaround from Yassine. And here we go. Showstopper return on the other side. Fatino's good for one. Leo goes down. The A side is being completely overrun. And look at Guild. They're saving. Oh, no, actually, they're going for the ult orb, and they've got it just about. Okay, I like that. But are they going to save afterwards? I mean, without shifting immediately towards heaven, you have to think yes.
Well, the problem is here they have to clear all of spawn and all of sewers to try and find David P before they can even try this retake. So
it's very true.
That takes up about 90 seconds in itself. So no surprise we're seeing Yassine and Bonkar stack up here, but what a pace change, Mitch. And again, this is really with Vodafone Giants on their last buy round before they're ultimately forced back down to nothing short of pistols, really. Ambi and Fatino both using up their ultimates. Obviously, Ambi's previous round. And I would wonder... Actually, no, I don't wonder. Bonkar will drop his weapon. The buy is fine. The buy will be fine. As long as they can afford a frenzy, right? Then it's...
yeah.
You could just class that as a full buy round for Guild, right?
Yeah. As long as they got a couple hundred spare credits, Bonker's happy. Look at this return. And it's almost... I don't know that it's fitting, per se. The fact that Yassine in the previous round has so much impact. The Showstopper only found one kill onto a player who was tagged down as the Showstopper was on its way. I think they were tagged down to like 20 or 30 HP. But then the Showstopper used to open on the site is just so dangerous.
Yeah. It is. I'm got to be really careful here playing inside this smoke because Giants once again will walk mid. But he actually bringing up the rear. Please hang tight for the time being. Again, Giants going to try and split through A. Meadow, for the first time, will actually contest ropes. Oh. It's not gone well for him. It has not gone well for him, Mitch.
No, it hasn't. About as poorly as it could go, actually. 0 damage and you're dead. Yeah.
Wait.
But it...
Ambi just passed Draken in that smoke.
Yes, and he's now in their spawn and spotted as well. Yeah. And he's killed someone through the smoke. This is a strange round. I'll say that. And I liked it from Safe at the start to play inside the vents because he actually heard the reload, right? So he knew he was about to take a fight. And he had the jump on them. They just happened to check it and take him down. Now, if Yassine still had a showstopper, I'd maybe believe, but, well, and if he wasn't spotted by a cam. But I think it might be a little bit too much to ask. Good first kill. Has the nade to play with as well. 30 HP. Such a pivotal point of the game as well at 10-10, but this is a write-off. If a round, he's even going to peek out and lose the rifle afterwards. An attempt to shut them down even further. 11-10 we go. Vodafone Giants retaking the lead and looking formidable on this attack so far. I mean, these rounds, when they've picked up the pace, have been looking dominant in their favor. Like, it feels like within the first 20 seconds, they're planting the spike already, and Guild are in a potential save. So I think this is definitely the best time to call that tactical timeout.
Absolutely. They need to reconsider their approach here and looking at it. I mean, this is the problem with Giants now hitting 11. What do you do? What's the decision here? Do you force, try and hold them to it? No ultimates to ride out on a lesser purchase at least, and again, you immediately look towards Yassine. No rolling thunder as well, so you can't even make use of even specters if you're able to close the distance. So this is a tough one.
Mm-hmm. But Bonkers obviously sat there going, "Hey, I can get a frenzy. I'm good. I'm happy." Yassine picking up a rifle makes a lot of sense as well. You're always gonna, if you see a hero rifle, it's generally gonna be him or Leo.
I mean, all he's got to do here is ace, right? And then it's fine for the next round. That's showstopper.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, to be honest, if Yassine doesn't ace, he's throwing
from all angles.
Yeah, yeah. But the shame here is that Vodafone Giants having the res online on Hoodie means that even early fights, unless you're able to maintain that control, it's not going to matter. Like, tucking in a corner, letting them push in is all well and good, you know, getting your 1 or 2 kills, but if they're able to res back up, get a plant and have sight, you're screwed. The gamble.
Literally, yeah, the gamble stack, and it's Again, not even on the back of a read of any information here. Giants are just they're gonna walk A. It's heartbreaking to watch rounds like this, man.
It really is. They've just waltzed on in, taken the site, planted it down, and now the retake by Guild. 2 rifles. Now, there's a chance that they'll look to save these rifles over, but obviously you want to fight with them first. Your teammates can pick up those weapons and run away if needs be. Good tags. It's only really a little bit, right? It was only for 8 HP, and he still sat there inside. This ulti, it's going to give him all the information, but they're already on top. Leo, that's the first to meadow. The time is still there for this to work, but that flank from David P, they forgot who they're playing against here. That's the round gone. Both rifles lost.
And that's so great as well, just looking at Giants over the last few months, like, as soon as Guild find that kill onto Meadow, they're like, cool, okay, there's no lurk. Because typically it would be David P in that situation, right? It would be him in that position. The little mind games there created by a play like that.
Enemy remaining.
This is where you start worrying. I mean, Giants now on map point here to open up this series, Mitch.
And you know, you look at Split and the wins that Giants have had here, we knew this was going to be a strong map for them. I think Guild have put up a good performance, but the conversation the desk had was around how it looked like Giants had won the veto, and I think we're seeing it here. If they win this map, the rest do kind of favor them as well. If anything, they're going to be middle grounds at best. Little cheeky angle by Bonkar, and I think he had his weapon on single fire. Not really sure what happened there.
Giants just going to pile on the pressure now. Yassine will respond. Nambi falls, but it's just him and safe. And a 2v4. Keep Guild alive on Split.
Spike planted.
Already, the setup is strong here. This is so rough. 19 HP on Yassine as well, Mitch.
Yeah, not great. Not great at all. Chucking that nade out. Gonna be the play for now. Down below to clear. I was actually afraid he was gonna die to it there for a second. David P quickly traded out on by Hoodie. It is 13-10 on this map, and Vodafone Giants have done an incredible job of making sure that this series is not going to be the one-sided game that some people were predicting for Guild. I think that Vodafone Giants, as a scary team, certainly in this lower bracket, we heard it from Meadow that they wanted to really prove themselves. And, well, they're one step away from taking on at least David P's old team, which would be a great signing bonus, right? If they manage to go on to face G2, beat them right after David P and Ambi are signed up, that's a good look for Vodafone Giants.
An extremely good look, yeah, but this is worrying now because again we look a little further down the veto, and I'm absolutely with you. I know we had this conversation just before we came on for this game, but it's scary when we look beyond this because yeah, the recent performances from Giants are nothing to turn your nose up at, and that's not to say Guild by any stretch of the means aren't the favorites for this, but with them playing like that on map 1, I'm now a little concerned going forwards.
Well, I think that's it. I think we all are realistically. This was the map that Guild picked. They hoped that Split was going to be where they put up their best fight, but let's hope that's not the case as Vodafone Giants snatch that map out of their hands. We'll be going to Bind next to determine whether this is going to be the end of the road for Guild or whether we're going to map 3. We'll be back in just a little bit with the analyst desk, so don't go anywhere.
You were shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Split is done, and it's map 1 in our series, already at point 2, the Giants. But let's talk about things from the macro perspective. We had a bit of an interview earlier today with the coach and Lothar. We all talked about that map pool and the map bans.
Yeah, so I was really worried for Guild because they did start with a strong pick for them, but also a very strong pick for Giants. And I was like, when my mind was, okay, so if they lose Split, essentially they're going on a back foot for the next 2 matches. So for the next 2 maps, which is a terrible spot to be in. And it seems like Guild just didn't have an answer for the strong executes from Giants. And it feels like the Giants' plan of just overcoming opponents with a huge aggressive force of the double duelist super mobility was something that Guild wasn't just prepared for, right? Which is weird because in theory Split is their best map.
And so the thing is right here, we talked even earlier, Pipson mentioned this thing with the kind of mind games of picking maps. I think it was just not too much of a mind game at that point, because once we're coming back to it, the thing that I was worried about, as you mentioned, is that when you start to ban Haven and then Guild bans Breeze, you are really in that comfortable spot. This is where you could have expected maybe mind games also to come in from Guild regarding, maybe we'll leave Breeze in there, because obviously it's not their favorite, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, I would have maybe expected that they, just take the risk to some degree, because even Breeze is something they can play against. Against Navi was not by the book, but as Pipson also said, we have to get it in there, otherwise our map pool is not diverse.
I mean, the map Breeze for Giants is a 0-3, it's not the best map for that team.
At all.
And it seems like just Guild went for what they know instead of taking some risks, so they might actually pay the highest price for that, which is elimination.
Yeah. That's the thing, and again, the stats actually they tell a big story, right? This is once more Yassine being Yassine, the Yassine we love, the somewhat reasonable Yassine, but the pop-off Yassine. Guy got actually overall a +4 on entry, 7-3 first kills, first deaths. At the same time, the only one who get positive out of first strikes, because the Giants were crazy. 4 out of 5 players were positive with entries. 4 out of 5 were positive with early duels.
That's a big problem, because when you have to play on deficit on Split, whatever it is, if it's defense, if it's offense, it's always a huge deficit, and you need to play aggressive if you are on a deficit, specifically, let's say, post-plant situations, right? So, and that's something I don't feel like comfortable watching Guild do, because they try to go for those massive pushes with Bonkar being the support player, but at some point Bonkar is left the alone, right? The alone player, he has to pull his weight as well. And in this match, he didn't find that value, right? He was, 3 frags, if I'm not mistaken. So, tough match for Bonkar, and it's going to be even tougher for now, because they're going to go into a unfavorable map, right? So,
I mean, how many times have we seen specifically on Split where teams will be in a 4v5 on defense and spike down, okay, let's just save, prep for next round. So definitely something that we always have to keep in mind. But there's this very specific round. Zesh, go, all yours.
Thank you very much. The thing is, Vodafone Giants struggled in the first half. The second one was way better. We're taking a look at the little execute, and we have to pause now, very quickly. There we go. Okay, what happened? You might be a little confused. So what has happened? Just underneath Ambi, there is a Sage wall, obviously from their own player, Hootie. And what has happened on this Sage wall is that Vitinho put a blast pack down. What does this give him? First of all, the blast pack, pretty much in this entire team, it means that everybody gets elevated. So they're prepared. They can go over the enemy wall. So that's the first counter. They can enter A early. Secondly, the advantage we see here as well, Vitinho has a showstopper. This means that he can obviously find pretty much a free frag if he identifies a player. If we now go on and play this at 0.5 speed, or maybe at 1, we're going to figure out something very important. Because if we now go play, you see this. He's once more blasting, no big surprise. Second one coming in, and now boom, he hits that one. But not only that, this is amazing jet smoke coming in to support him, give this kind of distraction and deny angles from maybe backside. So it is amazing to watch once more the intelligence of those players, those well set setups for once more a team that recently added an IGL, formerly as a stand-in, now fully signed.
And it's what's even more important for Giants. This is a perfect execute, but the thing is, they were doing that so often. Like it's about the raw power that the Jet and Raze combo tied together, right? Typically, this is what you see in the metagame. The Jets, they cannot be like holding back on attack. They need to be the first in to create pressure, scout essentially, right? Because they jump into their own smoke. But look left, right. Sometimes you can even dash backwards, so you can see like everything that you passed, right? And give information to your players. And Raze is just a support player, but that can also have the mobility to go with Jet and have to clear all those angles. So when not a single person in that team has any fear of like going with them, that doesn't matter if that Jet and Raze get kills, because they just get traded by the 3 people going behind them. This is like a fundamental thing to know, right? But not many teams are good at it, and Giants are on this map really just scaling very well.
And the thing there is, obviously also the defense side, you talked about the trading thing. A buddy system is so important on the defense. And I remember very much on the back of B, for example, we from time to time saw the Cypher of Vodafone Giants obviously struggle due to the fact that someone was pushing him. But they always had this buddy system where there has been a different angle picked from sides where he just can swing with his mate, for example, have a bit of a surprise moment, and then take out the players coming in. The kind of team chemistry is amazing for Vodafone Giants. I love to see that, really.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome because, you know, you see this coming in an example in NA. The teams that are, let's say, thriving on success lately are the ones that are doing the best when it comes to the fundamentals. In EU, I feel like we regressed a little bit in this area since the previous challenges, but now teams are actually picking up the slack. And I feel like the Turkish scene is forcing people to play better on their fundamentals because they're punishing them in duels. And if you're being punished in duels and there's no trade, well, then essentially you lose every single round.
Sometimes you need somebody coming in from the outside to really refresh your mind and bring you back to those basics like you guys are talking about.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, specifically when we once more open the broader picture, we don't have this very clear discrepancy between EU, Turkey, CIS. Things got smaller. Things that the pool got way tighter. And Vodafone Giants playing like that, when I have to say that they come in as, I think, the biggest underdog of all the European teams, to be frank, even if they play quite surprising throughout Stage 2, Challengers 2, it's just amazing to see how short time, how much it developed. The future is bright for the team. Let's see if they even get that far and prove it on the international stage.
All right. So Giants with a 1-map advantage. Gentlemen, thank you so very much. Once we come back, a very short break, it'll be buying to see who makes it through to play against G2 for a spot at Masters Berlin. See you in a few minutes.
wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Still to see if the Giants will be the ones to progress forward in our lower bracket and face off against G2 for a spot at Masters in Berlin. Milos and two on the desk here are Zesht and Lothar. And Lothar, you specifically, how about we talk very quickly about the macro of our second map, Bind Giants pick?
Yeah, well, this is a map that is going to be completely, let's say, different for Guild. Typically, what they do is pick Raze, Viper, Sova, Phoenix, Brim here. The biggest change is the Phoenix pick because it's such a, let's say, it conditions the team to play around the Phoenix. Phoenix has, first and foremost, the aspect of the utility. The ultimate is so cheap, it only costs 6, and it acts like an initiator for the entire team on the attack, which brings us to Guild playing a lot for showers control, right? So this is very important aspect for Giants to understand that they're going to be going for those battles there very early on. And then we have Giants coming in with Brim, Killjoy, Raze, Sky, Sova, which is double initiator, and we can talk a little bit more about that later.
All right, we are ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what happens in Agent Select. Will we go for the Phoenix like you were mentioning, or will it be something different? Gents?
I mean, who would have not expected that Leo is right now really getting on that goddamn lovely Astra train. I love it. I really, it's somewhat, it feels like, hold on, we're getting back to where we were. But at the same time, this is being behind Brim, Sova, Raze, Phoenix, Viper, as you mentioned. I mean, they pretty much got a brand new composition coming out.
Which is awesome, because that says that they knew that something wasn't working for them on Bind right now, and the Sky is such a game changer. Now we're gonna have most likely similar comps. Here we go. 2 Skies, 2 Viper, two Sovas, right? On the difference. Now we should see a Viper coming from Giants as well here. Sorry, no Viper. Yes, exactly. We should see here either a Killjoy or a Cypher. We go for the Killjoy. Viper is gonna be only on Guild side, which is a huge difference. Now for Giants, the biggest aspect of them on defense, I would say, is that they almost never have first kills on long B because they play very defensively on the B side, which also gives a lot of information for Guild. Now the question is, will they capitalize on that? Because that gives them access to the second orb on long B, which is a huge change.
Exactly. I mean, that's first of all the thing. And, you know, when we talk about Guild, when we talk about the previous kind of composition they've built, I wasn't too much of a fan of that. I still, Phoenix is not the most ideal kind of agent you want to play nowadays in the meta. Let that be. It is what it is. At the same time, you have to see it that way. The last time we saw them play, specifically that map, was in the midst of July. So they had so much time to swap things up, so much time to rework their kind of composition. And I'm very happy they did. This is one of the most exciting matches I could ask for. Both of those teams could be absolutely banging at one. It's going to be amazing.
Well, we expected it to be close. Map 1 definitely was. Will we go to a map 3 is the question. Gents, thank you so much. It is time for us to go to map 2. It's Bind, and Giants are already leading with 1 point. Will they close it? Hey, we're just going to have to dive into the game for it. It's Mitch and Hypok to take us through it. Enjoy.
Well, elimination time, and we might be seeing one of these teams go home right after this one. It could be Guild after this map. That is a scary thought, to be honest. A team that, well, you summed it up best, Hypok, that they always have a good showing. You always believe in them. You think that they're going to be a fantastic team, and then at the last hurdle, they fall.
Yeah, it is. And actually coming ahead of this, I'm glad that Des touched on this. This is a new look here. So initially coming into Bind, big concern, but I'm excited to see this composition change.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, there's going to be a lot on offer for both of these teams, I'm sure. I love Bind. I love casting Bind. I love watching it in between these two teams. I'm sure we're going to have a great time. It is time to jump on in to map number 2. Guild facing elimination as Vodafone Giants move on to a very comfortable map for them. Let's see what awaits as the attacking side of Vodafone Giants have that one map lead. Hypoc, I'm gonna ask you right here. You said you're excited for the comp changes. Which one of these teams is your favorite right now, comp-wise?
I mean, I gotta say, I'm leaning towards Guild. I love seeing the Astra. I love seeing the combination with Raze and with Viper, and then obviously the second layer to that is the Sky and the Sova, right? So I gotta say, composition-wise, I'm giving Guild the edge.
Anyone that picks a Viper will always get the edge from me as well. So that's 2 votes for Guild. But yeah, I think in terms of the comps they're running, I like Guild a lot more. But Vodafone Giants on this map, they are a scary team. Couple of bullets swinging across. Players spotted coming out of Bath, and that causes a mass exodus from the B site. Everybody is rotating over.
This started as a 4-1 stack. It was only Yassine to spot out Showers. He was the only member actually on A. But look at this. Giants think they might have baited out a rotation, but straight away, Guild. They reset back towards B, at least with 3 now. Bonka kind of hesitant on the rotation. We're approaching that 30-second mark, and Giants don't have an awful lot of progress.
No, they really don't. They're going in blind. No idea how many players are here. The flash up close does a decent amount of slowing there for Safe, but another 15 seconds before he has more online. Leo, good for a double before falling, and the sprays through the smoke. The recon, no, shock darts, excuse me, coming in. Fatino's managed to creep up close to spawn. They know that he can be here, but are they ready? Bonker somehow gets him. And now this is very winnable indeed. Guild with a huge man advantage, but everybody's low HP. This is winnable for David P. Look at Bonker's health. 22 on the board. Safe.
We can just stick this.
On 100, watching for it. And yeah, look, they're gonna stick it from where they are. He has to be quick coming around. No, it's only halfway. They're now sticking it for the other half, but David P. luckily doesn't get there in time. They spot him and take him down to put the round in Guild's favor.
That's really unfortunate there, because I think Meadow only had a classic, right? And he's the one to take that first contact as they swing out from spawn, right? Bonkar somehow still manages to get the better of Fatinho. I think, honestly, at that point, it's just a matter of time before Guild are able to make use of numbers. And David P, unfortunately, I mean, he has no choice here but to wrap through all the way through halls and try and find another angle of approach. But Leo, good for 2 initially on the site. Made that very difficult for Giants to at least capitalize it, right? So they get site control, but like I said, unless the spike goes down immediately, right there, it's just so difficult to hold on to.
Let's see if Guild can hold on to their lead here. Because take a look at Vodafone Giants, fully forced up on this one. Spectres, a Stinger, and a Sheriff. So I'm noticing here, Guild are putting down this wall, and Vodafone Giants are giving it no respect. They walked up in the pistol and walked to site. Now they're doing the same. They're even just taking the orb. And that is not the purpose of the wall. It's supposed to do the exact opposite. So I wonder if they've looked into that a little bit. Seems like they've a good idea of how Guild want to play this.
Giants happy to at least sit back. I don't know if this is intent to draw out some utility or what, but Guild initially not biting the Aljo. I'm going to spot out Safe at least, but trade out with a flash here, and actually the hit's going to come through. Mitch Fatinho will open things up.
Yeah, a couple more jumping out of Fuka as we speak. In fact,
slowed back right down.
They've avoided it completely. The brakes have been pushed, and knowing there's a player long, a player on site, they've now spotted one in spawn as well. That's information on 3 players here. They're still looking to commit, and they are being absolutely destroyed. This was a force buy for Vodafone Giants, with the exception of Bonker's Bulldog. Everybody else had pretty much equal weaponry and armor, and yet Vodafone Giants end up with just 1 kill.
It's unfortunate. I'm not sure really, even if it's just a response of 1 kill, but this kind of audible call to stop this execution coming through. I'm not sure if it was the right decision, honestly, Mitch. I felt as if they had what they needed to get onto site there.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, slowing it down.
You look at a round like that where they force it. I mean, ultimately they're looking for that one pick, right? Because obviously trading 1 for 1 on the attack is always going to benefit them. So all they have to do there is just is stack up and get on site.
And the thing is, once Fatino gets out, there was a good 3-second delay where players were not jumping out with him. He was sort of on his own, which is, you know, not great.
Benefit of hindsight, we see the top down, but a little strange.
A little bit of a hiccup. You can see the cost that will potentially apply. Nice deep nade. Looks like the gravity well that was put down had already been activated, so a little bit off timing there. The players easily escaping it. Vodafone Giants, just those pistols. They kind of want to take medium range fights here, go for the headshots, but they don't have a choice. Yassine's up close, tucked in the corner, and they've just used an orbital strike in this round? For one kill? I know it didn't get the kill, but let's say it did. That's a bit ludicrous.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, a little. I mean, even there, it's that they find that kill, they can get the plant down and ultimately use that in the post plant. Again, not here to call it either way, but it's interesting to see that in an attempt to throw that down to open up the round at least. And like you said, forces him out of the position, doesn't get the kill, but I mean, with the pinch coming through from short, Meadow found the kill anyway. All David P needs to do there is swing with him, right?
Yeah, so like the thing is, they get that frag, but it's more like the best case scenario was that player dies, and they achieved that. But what did that really achieve for the cost that they put in? You know, that was an insanely large investment.
And considering as well the value of the orbital strike on this map in particular.
Well, that's it, yeah. They've lost a big bargaining chip for future rounds. I think they're going to be perhaps wishing they had it later on. Let's see if it has any impact, though. Maybe Vodafone Giants will come in here and slap them around anyways. You can see that Guild don't really have the bonus round that we're used to seeing where there's like all Spectres because of that force buy that came through from Vodafone Giants and a couple of kills here and there. They've managed to pretty much fully invest and still have lots of cash left over. This is the risk you take when you second round force buy, and when you only get one kill in that second round force buy, well, yeah, they're gonna have cash.
Go get him.
Here's again, Giants going to set up in a similar default. Again, looking towards the boom bot and the turret outside hooker, but Guild not really even entertaining it, not even contesting hooker right now, and immediately drifting back towards A. Oh no, Coutinho's blocked on the way past.
Oh, look at this. Yassine and Draken able to grab themselves some kills, but then Fatino swings back in, and they've got site control. Planned for free, and a retake for Guild. Cosmic Divide to play with here. Safe. Gonna be putting the Tiger out. Oh, in fact, the Tigers have given each other a little kiss. Did Hoodie intentionally just block that Tiger from safe? If he did, that's insane use of mechanics.
Yeah. Really, it's Coutinho actually.
Use the spike.
Boy, in dark here, he's very tagged up. See it come through, he will actually get found. Look at this, they can shut up there. No way, safe finds the second. Leo will come through, will clean things up. Plenty of time for the defuse. Guild somehow fight back in on that, Mitch. I gotta say, they have no right.
That was crazy. The first kill that he finds means that they don't have the information on whether that spike is being stuck or not, so they have to push through the Cosmic Divide. There was no choice.
1 second.
Let's check this replay out. I think Reddy taps it, takes this fight. No, they saw it. Oh, I'm pretty sure Fatino saw there was no one on the spike, and they still ran through.
Yeah.
So never mind. That actually takes away the excuse I was going to give them. That was a silly mistake.
Concealment.
4-0 for Guild, beginning to run away with this, at least in the first half. Giants will actually muster together a purchase here. Scrappy in terms of utility across the board, though, and only light armors. Now, Coutinho one away from the showstopper, Meadow one away from the lockdown, and he will find an opener. Definitely doable here for the Giants as we look for them to respond. Again, set up in this default. They will drift towards a site. Especially with Ambi being noted on B long here, it might actually draw your scene. You see that on the minimap now, Mitch. Look.
On the way over, rotating to B. Weakens up this A defense nicely. All they have to concern themselves with is Draken for a moment, but Yassine's on the way back over. Utility going to keep them back for a moment. They've got to make a move now or they're going to be running into a stacked up site yet again. It's going to be the showstopper to buy them the space. And they are going to get control, but that showstopper's not going to land any kills. Still worthwhile just to get them on the side and plant it from a pretty awkward position as it was. And now Guild have to posture up for a man disadvantage retake. Those Seekers could be very useful for that.
Seekers and Hunter's Fury as well, potentially to clear something out, but brute force might be the option here for Guild. Damage on the way in, those shock darts though. Look at that though, Ambi still falls.
I don't know how Yassine manages to survive that for the first shot anyways, but it looks like Guild are thinking about leaving this one now. They found a little bit more there. If they found just one extra kill, those shock darts didn't land as they did, maybe we would see a different round, but instead, this is going to be a save from the guys over on Guild and a first round on the board for Vodafone Giants at long last. And of course, they did force buy round 2, as we said. That spirals them into a pretty negative spot. So finally getting on the board here, they have a chance to connect a few more. But the problem is always going to be you don't get an eco out of Guild for quite a while now. Look at the money that they've got. This round is an easy investment, and they have so many ultimates of the Seekers and the Showstopper, as well as Hunter's Fury to work with. And the Hunter's Fury is going to be really important, potentially, in just negating Meadow's lockdown.
You're right, and actually, in terms of that second round force, we always think about that first ultimate cycle, and actually leans heavily in favor of Guild, especially, you know, now if they reset the economy. They put Giants back down on a scrappy purchase if they do decide to force. Look at the knock-on effect. And that's when you come back to those decisions like the orbital strike usage, where you really got to question that. It has a knock-on effect in terms of those rounds where you'd expect some of those ultimates to come online.
Yeah, I mean, David P's got 2 points since then. I had thought maybe that, oh, I have it online already, I'll have it in another minute. But that's not the case, and now you lose such a valuable ulti. Great shot by Draken to open things up. Somewhat questionable ultimate usage right afterwards. He's going to get a tag out of it, though. Just good damage onto Hoodie, left on 53. Nobody can heal him up.
You have to reset and peel away from this. And look at it, the problem being is Guild haven't had to drift away from this setup whatsoever. They still have Astra utility and also safe playing showers here to make sure that A site isn't compromised.
30 seconds
hit.
left.
Enough stall. Going to allow Yassine to rotate across as well. Look at that, Meadow actually found a kill on the other side of the map. That's going to draw the rotate.
Immediate rotation. And here's where you'd really love to have a Hunter's Fury, wouldn't you? That has destroyed it.
No.
Never mind. Actually managed to connect it. 10 seconds left. This has to be quick by Vodafone Giants. And Yassine is harassing them from the side. Shots by Meadow at least landing. But the spike, it's going to go down. It actually gets planted at least. Fatino in a 1 versus 2. And he finds the first. A shock dart dangerously close. And the classic is what finishes him. Great round by Draken overall. The Hunter's Fury being used up early on, I thought was going to come back to bite them, but Yassine really saved the day.
Yeah, calculated showstopper usage there on the outside of Hooker, obviously to remove that threat down. It's a great response as well, though. Great read from Giants to obviously leave Meadow in that position and try and give a couple of bits of information away to maybe make Guild believe that this A site execution is coming through, but
One enemy remaining.
great response. And again, on the flip side of that, fair play to Draken. To stay alive through there, maintain B long control, allows him to keep that sight line with the operator of all weapons.
Draken on the operator is something that, I mean, I feel like he's nowhere near the level of someone like CNET, right? I mean, then again, no one is, so that's an unfair comparison. But when you look at some of the operators that we have in the scene, I don't think Draken necessarily matches up, but that's the reason that he's not coming in here playing a Jet anymore. Those days are long, long gone. Still providing the value to his team and just having a stronger weapon. And I kind of like that. You know, the Guild don't come in saying we have to play operator. to get the value out of their player. And Draken, to me, is not like a scream jet, right? Someone that you can use to open up space and play that hyper-aggressive role. So I like that he's sticking to the Sova and just picking it up as sort of an extra piece of utility to use.
Yeah. Definitely with you on that one. As again here, again, it's not an awful lot behind this purchase in terms of the next round. Giants. And they're now at a 4-round deficit. Which I think is... This kind of slow early round play is a byproduct of that, Mitch. It's almost hesitation, right? Any round they've really found value in the early round is when they've been very aggressive. Really fighting for that showers control, at least, you know, pushing that a couple of steps further forwards. It looks like it might be a full-on site execute towards B here, as Safe actually going to miss that first flash and has to respect it now.
Yeah, the Killjoy util covering everything behind them, making sure no flanks can come through, watching for the faster TP play into hookah. But this is all your eggs in one basket, basically, for the long hold. And Safe somehow manages to dodge it, but a little late popping the flash around. Patino's already on the site, and he's taken Leo down up behind. This is a bit of a whitewash from Vodafone Giants, I have to say. Bunker and Draken, the last two alive, and they're already saving.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
And that's the sort of thing with Giants. It's so fast and furious hits. Again, Safe, the opportunity to dip his toes, maybe find a kill, maybe even just get traded out to slow things down there. But some good utility from Giants forced him off those close angles. The Owl drone backed up by Hoodie's flashes, and ultimately it led to the Hunter's Fury getting invested. I think on the back of that early information. Really, really good clearance there from Giants, and it will be rewarded with a flawless round victory. I've just said that now. Two of them are going to die, aren't they? They're going to hit the TP.
They're right next to it. It looks like it's a possibility, but... and he goes.
That's optimistic.
Yeah, that was... I was going to say...
That's a Yampy Odin lineup right there.
Oh, no. Don't do him like that.
He's lit. Push him.
He's cracked. At this point, you come into such an early lead over on the guild side that the comfort level is definitely going to be sky high. But after that previous round, a full long rush just desolating them. Obviously, the Hunter's Fury did a lot to really push them out of comfort zones. But at the same time, that last back-to-back site taking Leo down shouldn't really happen either. Maybe he was in the middle of putting smokes down.
Yeah, and the other factor to consider here is, we've already talked about Giants sitting in this default so many rounds, right? It's only ever really Ambi to show presence in terms of utility towards B-Long, so nothing given away by Giants in these, you know, opening rounds. But now, yes, the scoreline's 5-2, but they can play things like that to their advantage now. They can stack up behind, you know, 1 point on this default and execute behind it.
The more I watch Vodafone Giants, especially Fatino, the more he gives me those like Guild and Yassine vibes. And just the overall approach from them of much slower early rounds. They'll fight for a little bit of map control and then they'll explode out with no warning. And it's a team that doesn't base themselves often around heavier information. Like, they will run into stacks sometimes because they like to just be explosive and try to catch you off guard. And sometimes that backfires. What could be an example of that is that there's 4 players on this A site right now, and they are running straight towards it, getting torn apart by that operator to start with, and he's got a little bit of support here as well. It is only a classic, unfortunately, but you'll take it if it's going. Draken taken down, and, well, this is looking like it's going to be fairly convincing. Spike plant in, Bunker, the last man alive, and, well, I don't think that's a Jonas lineup, quite.
I have to clip that one, actually.
Yeah, send that on to him. He'll put it on his Discord. And somehow, even with the god tier lineups, it hasn't worked out.
It's crazy they're able to reset, actually, there in the... But no, I'm joking. So, nonetheless, Giants put another on the board. Again, 2 weapons saved through from the previous round for Guild, so no real surprises there, but they will lose the operator. backside of that, and Ambi plays this perfectly. Again, here, especially when you hear the classic as well, the tendency is to just go full force, right? And you can see here, it's another 5-6 seconds or so pass beyond that, where actually Giants are in position to you know, capitalize on the backside of that pressure elsewhere behind default. Now, actually, Safe and Draken going very close actually on B long again. Giants probably going to try and stack up behind, but I would question how many people were spotted by that owl drone for this to work once again, Mitch.
Yeah, there's going to be a drone coming out on the other side. Safe now getting hit up by that orbital strike, but he will survive a couple of early round tags, and out goes the Tiger, confirming they're still here. Good grab, well, keeps them in position and really stops them from getting much off the back of those Seekers. They have spotted Leo in the center of the site, but he repositions and catches Fitino off guard. Not going to be caught by the same old tricks. Meadow eventually takes him down with a nicely placed Nano Swarm, and the arrow out by Draken. Perfect timing from Hoodie. Evened up numbers. Low HP on a couple of these guild players, and all three are coming from spawn and elbow. Good smoke to get them out, actually. That was a good smoke. Vodafone Giants smoke. Why is... All right, well, they've decided to let guild onto the site with a nice little helping hand of the smoke. But it's just so they can get kills. See, that's the big play. They're farming ultimates here. That's what we didn't see. It might not be working out because David P is dead already. But luckily it's cleaned up by the rest.
Had a respond from 2 kills, finally showing his hand from hookup. And a nice round once again from Giants. Yeah, I mean, I questioned the effectiveness once again. I'm not sure what exactly was seen on the owl drone because I didn't see an instant rotation on the back of that. Yes, there was I think 3 players committed in the early round, but I'm not sure if the third was still there at least. Be interested to take a look back at that, but again, Guild in the right place to at least greet that pressure, but Giants win out once again.
Yeah, they do. Starting to take a few steps towards this Guild scoreline, just one away from equalizing. Take a look at what's happening here. David P wanting to make a late play through middle, letting them get a bit of space first, and he finds the initial kill. Knowing he's up against Pistols, got to be that little bit more cautious, and Yassine has a showstopper online, but with 13 HP, it's very unlikely that that's going to be used in this round.
Safe actually creeping down B long here, and Ambi's just giving up that angle. But again, talked about the default, the turret's there for just that reason. The contingency's in place, and Ambi actually going to pick it up once again. Spike not committed anywhere, so Giants, they know how Guild are going to want to try and play this, at least in the first half of this round. Trying to find some value off these lesser weapons. Leo actually has the Spectre here now. He's playing close enough, at least.
Well, he certainly is now.
Yeah.
He's tucked all the way up. Will they check it as they come out? You know, well, they mollied it. So fair enough. They will check it, and he still gets away with a kill. Being revealed through that and eventually taken down by the mid push. You've seen on his 13 HP. Dead to rights. Safe. Well, they know where he's coming from. Little flash popped out. They don't know that he snuck in necessarily, but they are watching it, holding it, and there we go. Yeah, he is not going to have a good time right now. If he can at least get one. No. 5-5. Vodafone Giants have done a spectacular job of equalizing this. I mean,
they really have.
On paper, I was looking at this as a Vodafone Giants map, but after Guild just sped into the lead, I was starting to just completely rethink my perspective on it.
Well, this is the thing that quite often is overlooked, right? Especially if you go, well, four rounds down, right? These early rounds, the only thing you can really take away from those losses is actually, you know, conditioning. And like I said, sitting in that default so many rounds and doing nothing with it has actually kept Guild guessing, right? There's very few tells as to what Giants are going to put together in these rounds, and now they're reaping the rewards of that, right? So yes, their losses early on, but it's keeping Guild kind of in this constant state of second guessing.
Oh, here's the showstopper from Fitino chasing down the long players, and an easy double with Safe and Bonker both falling. A spectacular opening to one of the last rounds that we're going to see in play as well. Guild had fully invested, chucked all their cash at it, and now their credits are so low. I mean, look, they've lost so many rounds. What, 4 in a row? They don't have money. And off the back of a showstopper yet again, and we saw it on Split, right? Fatino's push out onto a site that just completely opened it on A and gave them the round, and the same thing has happened here.
It's just crazy. And again, Fatino's been so good at doing just that. I mean, single-handedly, both opening up and effectively securing around himself. I know you likened him earlier. He's really coming to his own, honestly. It's been one of the most exciting aspects of this roster in recent months.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I don't want to say on their miracle run, on their dream run.
There you go.
Last round in the half.
But I mean, that's always been a thing. Like, Fatino has been an exciting player since he was first around. Obviously, you've got Hoodie coming in, and we all know that Counter-Strike is the best feeder for this game. Players that have backgrounds in other games like Fortnite sometimes succeed. PUBG, not really.
I mean, your boy Dre is our saving grace. We hold on to that one for the rest of time. For eternity.
Yeah, there's not really any
Until he
PUBG.
retires.
Your boy Dre. Your boy Dre. He's here.
He's in there. He's in there. Highest ACS, I'll have you know, actually, in the North American playoffs. So, what's that say?
Well, when we talk about
Sad
the
state
best
of affairs over there in NA, that's what that says.
Yeah. When we talk about the best region, which is obviously EU, then we can see that there's not really any PUBG players up there towards the top.
Oh, Coldamenta. What are you talking about?
Coldamenta was a PUBG player.
Yep.
He was Italian.
No, you just backed yourself into a corner.
I didn't know he was in PUBG.
I just remembered now, so I'm going to use that one as well as your boy Dre. So.
Oh, that's interesting. Very interesting, because I knew he had I know Coldamenta from Battalion. I didn't know he was in PUBG as well. There you go.
Yeah, I know.
I learn something new every day.
A good game.
From Valorant, obviously.
Yeah.
A superior.
That was more of a roast of Battalion, but nice misdirection there, Mitch.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. I'm reporting this. I know. 1 round left to play out. A bunch to work with here for Guild, actually, as they come into it. And those Seekers in particular, man, I love that ultimate. It's just so strong. And both of these teams as well, they play off them really, really well. And we've seen the counters of Astra utility to keep them back. So you got to be quite selective when you're actually popping these Seekers, because just using them to entry side alone won't necessarily work. Yassine's up top, and he hasn't been spotted, but he hasn't seen them run out either. And David P still checks it. Why does he check it? I don't know. But now they've got the site. That I can say for sure. Vodafone Giants overrunning it, popping down the lockdown to guarantee control as they go in for the plant, excuse me. You probably want to give this to Ambi realistically. He's just 2 away from the Hunter's Fury in the last round. And it's unlikely that Hoodie's going to get his online. He would still need 2 kills, but I guess they're not quite at that level. They're more concerned about just getting it planted than, maximizing it.
Recon bolt out will be dealt with immediately, but Guild now at a major disadvantage on this retake. Hoodie holding very close contact. Ambi finds the second Drak, and 51 HP. A 1v4 presents itself. Will he be able to find it? Nope. Hoodie will step ahead, shut him down. Giants close out 7-5, Mitch, in...
Switching sides.
I don't know how deep they've had to dig for that, but what a recovery in that half.
They were 5-1 down, man. Like, they won 6 in a row to get here, which is incredible. That is a strong attack side, and now their defense. I mean, this is their map. They feel comfortable here. They picked it here, right? Didn't they? Yeah, Guild picked the previous and lost. So this is Vodafone Giants map pick too. So they are in every single way the most comfortable, because you have to think about it in terms of how it feels playing this game. We've all had those games. You're 7-5 down if you're Guild. You're 7-5 down, but in reality, you've lost, 6 rounds in a row. So you feel like you're 12-0 down. It starts to feel really bad really quickly.
So Guild actually going to stack up short here. wall cut off lamps, but this nano swarm actually going to slow things down. You've seen actually opts to push on through. The second flash is perfect, but Meadow there to greet him on the other side. David P will find one as well. Giants just in perfect timing on that. That is absolutely beautiful, Mitch.
And they've just ran them over. And Draken, is it going to be flawless? Yes, it is. Wow.
That's such a nice pistol round to just watch back, honestly. And again, the small things, again, just sitting back on that initial contact and Meadow being in position to shut down. You've seen, ultimately, right, he gets that close and the second flash goes through. You have to find something because the clock's ticking, right? As soon as Bonkar's wall falls, Lamps becomes a threat once again. There's a finite amount of time for Yassine to get something done on site there, and the space isn't enough.
I need to quickly just interject here, Hypoc, because we're coming up to an eco from Guild, so I feel like I've got time. I didn't get to finish my point earlier, and I see chatter picking up, and they're like, there's a lot of NA people in chat, learning from the best region. I respect it, but they're missing the point. One lucky result at a LAN event, first international LAN for a lot of the EU players. It was their first LAN ever. There's a lot of things to consider there. All I'll say is surely the best region would have the most slots in Masters, right? And the most important events. So why don't we add up NA and EU slots? Why don't you guys go on, go to Liquipedia or whatever, tot them up and let me know. Let me know who has more slots.
Maths is not my strong point, so I wouldn't dare interject there.
Just don't try to add on stream. Don't never do it.
No.
We've learned those lessons the hard way.
So
but yeah, all I'm saying, EU has more slots than NA, so we're better.
So Yassine has been there for so long, and David P still checks it again. Most diligent player in the lobby right now.
The man has the patience to lurk for like 10 rounds straight and not see anyone. I think, yeah, he's pretty patient. He's got that under control, under lock. And as we said, this was one of those kind of throwaway rounds. Guild have literally full pistols. They're not going ludicrous like Vodafone Giants and force buying it in the second round. So they come out and they just get smashed. We expect it, roll on to the next. 9-5, this is where things get interesting. Bonus round for Vodafone Giants. If they win this, well, that's pretty much a nail in the coffin for Guild. They've got to win a couple of rounds now, really, to get back on that board.
There's a point where actually, especially with the 7-5 scoreline, where it just becomes like I always say it comes down to a matter of time, right? In terms of the economy, you can get locked out so easily with just that 2-round difference at the half switch. But gotta see Guild respond here. Now's the time to do it. Again, Giants actually gonna ride through with 3 Spectres and a Sheriff. Wall once again knocks off Lamps, but not able to get close enough and drift away here. But look at the setup. Look at the setup from Giants. It's just rotating. 1 on A. They're now drifting towards B. As I say that, actually, the pinch from Showers might be keeping Guild interested. This is obviously this is Giants trying to capitalize on these weapons, right? But
absolutely. And it's a good setup. Killjoy can possibly deter some of these guys from pushing on forward. And a lot of the time, you're going to be able to do that with those nano swarms coming down as we speak. Alarm bot up close, but they're already pushing out to the side. They're full committing to it. Guild have made the right call on this gamble. Now they've just got to deal with these weaker weapons. Meadow, I swear he heard those steps. I guess he thought it was a teammate. The timing was so poor for him.
Yeah.
And because everyone dies so quickly, the flank from David P and Fatino, as late as it is completely useless.
And it's a Spectre and a Sheriff, so Guild are just going to play distance here, and I don't even think they're going to retreat down short. Again, they know exactly what's going on here. The recon bolt will go out, but even if it does, I'd be very surprised. I'd be very surprised if Guild give one away here. I'm surprised.
I am now surprised. He's even lobbed in a nade and then died to the spike. He didn't deliver the weapon, did he?
No.
Left that one behind.
I would hope not.
Well, Oh, the other thing about that is with the TP, when you left click it through, right, it goes deceptively far.
It like lands inside Hooker.
Yeah, literally. I mean, that happened to us, right? I didn't play Raze that much. I used to play her in beta before I switched to Sova and then Viper. So I was like, oh, just left click a nade. And I'm thinking like how far the nade goes. I'm like, it's going to land outside Hooker for the fight. We're perfect. And then you're like, yeah, I'm 50 HP. It's just landed at your feet. I don't know what it does. It like accelerates it.
It's a speed boost through the TP.
Yeah, it is. It really is. It's like you get Brimstone's little molly gun and just shoot it through. It was flying. Oh, just like you've seen. Out of there. Using up a little blast pack to stay safe.
This tier, in terms of the economy, Mitch, is the pivotal round. Again, potentially, on the back of this, Guild might be able to muster together a force, but it will be a force buy. I don't think there will be an awful lot in the tank after that, and that will be Giants, then on double digits, a 4-round lead, and that's when it becomes just... I mean, it really starts stacking against you, because look at the ultimate cycle. Again, Fortinho kind of ahead, you could say, but everything else would be coming online then. That's a big kill.
Oh, I could have even seen a second coming out of that one. Guild lucky to pull that one back. Good play by Leo, who once crossed back over to his teammates with that spike. He was just
30 seconds left.
He was seconds away from being caught.
This is bad as well, because the turret's spotting contact. That might make them think they're playing deep.
Oh, the kill as well. They're full baited. They have no idea about this. The lurk from David P. It works so many times on the attack, but on the defense, he's even more dangerous. 10 to 6.
Was absolute perfection. And again, everything works out. The turret set up to catch first contact, like I said. Meadow actually swings on it, which I'm surprised by, but finds a kill. And it's the perfect bait, because all Guild want to do here is trade that kill. They want to throw bodies in. They think that it's only Meadow. They try and close the distance. This is fantastic.
Gunner.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, I love it so much, man. The trigger discipline on that as he takes the kills. Whew. It's a beautiful thing. And Guild now, if they weren't already feeling pretty demotivated, I reckon they are right about now. The dog, the tiger injured there. Just limping in hookah like, oh, there's no one here, guys. But Guild, despite committing some utility towards hookah in the early stages, they are falling back. And I think they understand that because these guys dropped out of hookah, they are currently stacked up on B because they don't have the control. They're expecting there to be a blitz out any second now. And here come the Seekers confirming it's an A hit and giving that information away that Meadow's on the back side. The flash blinds him. Oh, how does he still get a kill? Even deals with the Seeker afterwards, stays alive for even more. There's a player on his left. He's heard him walk up and only a lack of ammo seems to stop him. Safe, luckily able to do a little more and pull out a triple kill to even the numbers up. Guild are right back in it and they are playing a nasty post-plan setup here. We haven't seen this for quite a while.
It has it. It's going to run the clock down as well. So ahead of when the retake comes through, Giants now going to have the information of where both should be. See what they do here. The second snakebite coming through. Actually, one ahead. They will get to half. And Ambi's going to find a kill. This could go horribly wrong here if Bonka doesn't find another kill.
That defuse on its way.
Oh, no,
the spray from Bonker is perfect. Oh, and he gets them both. This was a round that Guild desperately needed. And having connected it now with, I mean, a disadvantage coming into it, really. They are now hot on the heels of Vodafone Giants, just 3 behind. This was looking like Vodafone were going to just run away with it. I really just saw Giants taking this win easily, but the comeback has been mounted.
I mean, this is the one hit. And this, again, Ambi just considers the possibility that it comes from showers and not sure. It's just a moment's lapse in concentration. He's watching it the whole time. And again, as soon as the poison orb comes up, you got to say, Bonkar Swain with a Spectre. Again, it's only really the decay that wins that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, without the decay. If that's a smoke they're inside of, it's GG. Oh, run out of there real quick. I have to say,
launching smoke.
The orbital strikes have had next to no impact in this. Oh, well, that is unfortunate. David P's orbital strikes need a little bit of work, but David P himself doesn't need that much. Pretty on point. Nice shock darts. I love it, but the blast back play yet again. Yassine's able to make it to sight. We saw Fatino do this again and again. He's caught. Oh, it didn't kill him, and he pulled out the nade thinking it was clear up close, but with 8 HP, Meadow had somehow survived a rocket to the kneecaps, and now he's healed all the way up. An aggressive stance by Draken, and a good connection. I don't even think Fatino was being decayed there.
No, again, the recon bolt had long expired as well. I think actually it was from the Owl drone, if I'm not mistaken, but still finds that kill. Guess still lurking on the same angle, or at least trying to hold on to it just in case a push comes through. And now, what a switch up. This is going to be 2 rounds difference and 4 survive from Guild. That's an important factor when we talk about building back into a comeback like this. Guild making all the right moves. I talked about actually on the flip side, the pivotal round being in favor of Giants. Guild making me eat my words, Mitch.
You and I both, man. I mean, this is not the situation I saw unfolding in front of us, but that's even more credit to Guild, their ability to keep themselves in it. It's incredible. Look at Giants. They've got no money. This is 10-9. At least it should be. But a heavier investment could come out of these other players. I mean, like, you look at Meadow. He's got 600 credits remaining. Hoodie on 9 after saving over those weapons. I'm surprised they don't full commit to the force buy. But I guess maybe that second round of the first half has scared them away.
See, actually, Meadow did invest in the util. At least Patino somehow doesn't die, but
I have the spike.
Fortunately comes away from that one, the loser of that engagement. Hoodie's actually going to rotate over, but he didn't purchase anything. He can't even heal him up. Patino's going to be stuck on 30 HP now.
Tagged all the way down. He's towards B, so he might not even be tested in this one. That A-side push takes down Meadow right away. One weapon drop. David P getting caught as well. Good clearance by Safe. Knows there's a player up close. Has to avoid the tags by the recon. And he does that expertly. I don't think anyone needs to re-aggress at this point. Up against these pistols, like, obviously Hoodie has a rifle saved, but you just don't want to go forward and give away a weapon because they will quickly snatch it and run away. Run for the hills. Good nade to clear the corner. No one there. The Sheriff wants some damage, wants some kills. Oh, all right. That's a frag, I guess. A little headshot through the box to take down Draken, but that's going to be all she wrote. Hoodie ideally looking to just save this weapon. They are starting to close in the distance, though.
But the important thing is for him to hold on to the light armor here, because that makes the repurchase even more difficult. So he's staying. Getting here, and I'm not sure which way around it was with Meadow and Hoodie, if I'm not mistaken, but was it 400 and 900? Did you say? I know you called out before that round started, but
4-6 or 6-9, 600,
okay.
900.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Okay, no, he's on 3800. I thought it would be a lot worse off than that. Meadow obviously invested into the utility, and he's actually going to be, well, he has the alarm bot, obviously the turret for free, but no nano swarms this time around. Even so, 3800, it's not comfortable. It's definitely not.
Well, attack timeout called in. This is going to be all the chips on the table for Vodafone Giants. And over on the Guild side, looking remarkably comfortable right now. But I do have to say, when it comes to Giants, having that ultimate, having the showstopper in their back pocket, we've seen Fatino single-handedly win rounds off the back of that. And I think it's going to be a major concern for Guild. This is somewhere that Leo can have a lot of impact, though, and we have already seen it happen. The gravitational wells, in particular, just completely destroying any sort of a faster push off the back of Seekers, which means that you can't really use the Seekers and the Showstopper at the same time. At least it's a risk, because if that gravitational well is baited out, your ultimate's pretty much useless, and you might even end up getting nothing, not even space gained for your Showstopper. It's tough to find the opportunity, and it's not like the way it used to be, you know? Before Astra was in the pool, you pop that ulti, you go wherever the hell you want, you know? You just pick it, hey, let's rush A, and you were in. Not anymore.
Guild will sit back initially here. And Boombot sent out, didn't find anything inside Hooker here, and actually on the back of the recon bolt, Draken, sorry, Ambi, my mistake, actually rotated over towards A here. Going to play outside pipe, so he does have the opportunity, obviously, the ultimate down short, and then to close the distance and use it for B as well. Fortinho actually the shoulder long. Not sure if Guild caught the edge of a player model there, because they're actually going to drift away from this.
Well, they're rotating over, looking for this A site. Recon into back. Reveal up. Oh, it's actually not going to catch all too much. Never mind. Both of them ended up stepping into it, so now they know. A lot of presence in towards Lambs. Hunter's Fury, good for a kill onto safe. Damage is well done, but Yassine's right in here. Blast pack play. He's going to bump him up in the air, but the ammo was too low. Went for the reload, and now Meadow keeps it going. On to Leo he goes, reloading up and looking for more victims, but there's barely anyone left. It's only Draken. Hiding down on mid, they're gonna go for the defuse. Oh, Draken! He's got 3, and he knows they're not gonna go for this. Now the Hunter's Fury has popped the first tag in the second. He's just gonna eat it. Hoodie accepts death, and Guild hit double digits, tie up the scoreline with an utterly ridiculous clutch from Draken.
Oh my god. What an insane turnaround. And again, what is this? It's a 1v4, Mitch.
One enemy remaining.
And it's not even as if the spacing is almost perfect there, but there's no double swing. They go one by one, and Draken lands every single shot he needs to.
I was with you. Yes.
That's a round that's going to haunt them for a long, long time. 3 players peeking, all one by one. And the worst part about it is, a part of me almost wanted to say, like, excellent spray transfer, and then I noticed, like, he didn't spray. He full reset it. In fact, he stood up, stepped a few to the right, stepped a few to the left, sat back down, and started spraying again. And there's still no one coming out in time to kill him. That's pretty ridiculous. And winning it out with the Hunter's Fury as well, that's split-second decision-making, man. It doesn't get much better than that. It really doesn't.
I'm absolutely blown away that we're here. It's 10-10. Giants, financially, in the bin. Quite frankly. They have a showstopper. Meadow 2 away from the lockdown, but nothing else close. And Guild, I would say rolling in it. They have 3 or 4 rounds to spare. In terms of the economy here. So this stage of the game is massive. Giants have to do damage, even if they win this one. Like I said, financially, they can't trade out. It has to be flawless. Or, grand scheme of things, it's not that big a deal.
One up close, not going to be caught by that stun, but he will be caught by a bullet from Yassine. Hoodie on the backside, scout in hand. Fatino's covering up close inside of Hookah. They have to give up the side. Conceding it, but the rotate is made. The teleporter sounded out as Guild make their way onto this A site. There's still a Killjoy close. They know that now. They don't know exactly where Meadow is, and look at the position. Push down on middle, holding it down. And the steps are heard close. Deep flash. Here's the peek and the good kill. Showstopper connects to Draken. Upgrade from Meadow, and all of a sudden, a round that looks pretty much uncontested for Guild is in the hands of Vodafone Giants. It's theirs to lose with 30 seconds on the clock and the spike down in the open. Guild need to make a move here and now. Safe has been so huge for this team.
This crossfire is disgusting.
One enemy
Filthy.
remaining.
I mean, it's not even needed.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Meadow takes him down first. Yassine sneaking up behind, but he's been spotted, and an awkward fight later. He's got himself a triple. If he gets a kill, he could showstopper it, but There's only 5 seconds left, and it would have. Oh,
No
he's got
way.
it! He actually managed to snatch it from underneath
He's got
their
the
nose.
showstopper.
Showstopper's popped. It goes out onto Meadow. He's looking for the ace. Yassine. Oh my God! He's done it. An ace from Yassine to put 11 on the board, and Guild steal the lead.
Oh my word. What are these rounds, Mitch? What an absolute fumble from Giants. In full control. Look at it. There's 12 seconds left. 12 seconds left when he gets that
10
kill.
seconds left.
How? Like they... Just how? And that... I don't know about you, Hypok, but that is genuinely giving me adrenaline. Like, I can feel my heart beating in my chest. I cannot imagine what Yassine is feeling right now. What the entirety of Guild are feeling right now. They have made an incredible comeback. I was ready to count them out of this map. They're 4 out of the series. But the drive they have, it kept them in. And now they have the lead. 2 more rounds needed to close this out. And the way things are going, it's a lot more likely than it seemed a few rounds ago.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, historically, we talk about Guild and particularly Yassine playing with heart, and it just that never give up attitude. And that round right there, I mean, try and find me a better example.
99% of players, I reckon even CNED might have saved in that situation. 12 seconds to cross to triple. Get the spike, plant it, and then 1v2. No one's going for that. They've made a big mistake over on the Vodafone Giants side, and now they pay for it. But that previous round was a weak buy, right? Can't spam that wall, Fatino. Sorry. A lot of players being spotted up close. Shock darts coming in. Damage done. Nade onto Meadow is good, but Ambi returns it. And Fatino is just biding his time. He wants to go through this wall, and he will. A little bit too late to save David P's life, though.
Right, it comes through, though. Yassine will respond onto Ambi, and now Giants in a 2v3 situation. The plant is good for showers, and all 3 players from Guild going to stack up together. Multiple opportunities to come through and contest this defuse coming through. And actually, the wallbang actually line up. Patino traded out, though. Such an awkward plant spot. The first one comes through, though. Look at this hoodie. Still an opportunity to recover this. He's only got a classic lift. Oh, my God. What is this? No way, Leo's not with it. Oh, my God.
I already know what's going to happen, and I want to beg the replay ops not to show us that.
Oh, just
please
throw to the outro.
Any piece of humanity you have remaining in you, draw on it to not show us this replay, please. It was such a good attempt. Right, maybe they'll cut it off.
Oh, we're going with it.
I don't know. Hold on. This kill, and that's it. All right, next round. No, next round.
Cut.
Next round. Okay. Oh, they did it. Okay, cool. Thank you. That was. You spared us all.
Production.
Phew. Well, this has been an interesting second half. One that most people probably did not see coming. But Guild do not want to let go of that spot. They are running and gunning for Masters, and the Vodafone Giants, the David P versus G2 match. I'd have to wait a while if it happens at all. Map 3 is looking likely. This Guild group up on this A side.
Seeing will able to slip through, actually. They're going to leave him posted. This is really interesting. This is to catch that TP rotate. Potentially. I think he has to deal with the recon bolt, though. But it draws the lockdown out. Look at this. Coutinho's the last man standing here over on B.
That is truly fantastic. Baiting out the ultimate, making sure that Vodafone Giants use up a lot of their utility that they would have wanted for the post. So no.
Not like this.
How have they let Fatino do this? They didn't fake A for long enough. for the full rotate to come in, especially Vodafone Giants have been so slow in rotating in the first place. Now coming through the teleported Leo has a golden opportunity, but he's spotted out. And now the duel is tough, but Draken comes in to help out. Tagged from far away, Meadow swings up close and is traded on, and we end up in a 1v1. Fatino, the hero of this team so far. Now, he gets dinked through the box, and he knows now that the defuse isn't coming through. Leo surely has this one in his back pocket, halfway stuck. He's bringing it all the way. Leo needs to peek, and he doesn't. 12 to 11 we go. Fatino, cherry on top, getting the final kill, and he even has Showstopper online to fight for overtime.
What is this game right now, Mitch? Some of these conclusions to these rounds are just out of control. Giants, I gotta say, hanging by a thread right now. Look at the purchase coming back through. Showstopper, yes. 1 away from the orbital strike, 2 off the Hunter's Fury. Some key components, potentially.
Well, I mean, the orbital strike has been about as useful as a water pistol in this fight so far, but maybe this time it can turn things around. That tag in the early stages, maybe it won't even get a chance to be used. David P tagged to 7. He barely, narrowly avoids the second tag.
Leo eat 2 of those. He was down to 45 HP there.
I guess he did.
I didn't see anything else invested unless the molly did that damage. That's the only thing David P's missing.
Well, either way. 50 seconds left on the clock as Vodafone Giants hold down on the A site.
I don't want to see a late hit, Mitch.
Not versus a Showstopper. You can't.
No.
You have to go. Or bait out that util, sure. Viper's Pit. Is this where the Showstopper comes in? Is he baited into using it? Yes, he is. Patino running down the clock, but it's only 35 seconds gone, and that was unlikely to find anyone. Good reaction from Guild, but David P does it again. He gets up beside them. Sure, the Boombot takes him down afterwards, but it's into a 3v3, and the time is so low, Hypok. Fatino in for a double, and Leo needs a god tier clutch. Fakes out the plant. Nade is on him, and it's done. 12 to 12 overtime. Here we go. Wow. I mean, from Guild's comeback to reach 12, Vodafone Giants getting back in with insane clutches. I don't know what to make of this game. I really don't.
This is absolute madness right now. What an absolute gift. David P again just puts himself in a ratty spot. Finds 2, completely shuts this round down before he even gets started, I gotta say it. And great work from everybody on Giants here. Stacking up, playing the numbers advantage, right? Because they know there's one more in showers. Beautiful stuff.
I've had a knot in my chest for about 10 rounds now. This can't take much more of this. We're heading into overtime here. Vodafone Giants somehow clutching their way back into this game. They had the lead. It was in their pocket. Guild managed to just about lift it out, but the last second the hand reaches, and we have a tussle for it yet again. Committing the ult orb towards the Viper's Pit. They didn't contest early for the long orb either on B long, which is kind of interesting. You would have expected like a deep flash into play, or that's what we see from some teams.
Again, presence shown at least, and again, this is no different from what Giants did in regulation, at least on their attack. 2 members stacked up inside showers, and actually the Trailblazer not going to spot that out, I don't think. Or potentially did, because Leo is rotating way ahead of the curve here.
Bonker wasn't quite ready for that. Little wall bang out of David P. Blast pack in. Fatino! Kraken deals with him, but he can't get out of there alive. Man advantage maintains. It sits in Vodafone Giants' favor. Leo trying to buy an opening to get in and do some damage, but his stun does absolutely nothing. It concusses a player on site, but the spike is still planted. And now Giants going out once again for these Not even the post-plan setups. David P doesn't have a molly, but Yassine in there for 2 huge kills. David P on the lurk up through middle, though. He's going to be able to help out as Ambi tucks close with a Hunter's Fury now in play. Making his way into Lamps. Great play by David P, but Ambi goes out, and we're down to a 1v1. David baiting him out, making sure that defuse isn't being stuck just yet. He's got to once again do that little jump peek. The player's still on it, and perfect timing. Well read by Safe, and that time just about works out in his favor. 13-12, and a fraction of 20 HP is the factor by which that round is decided.
That's so tough for David there. Again, I got to say, as soon as the Hunter's Fury comes online and both players show presence on site, sit deep in Lamps. David P's got the cross.
Yep.
A little bit of a misread there, but
the worst part about it, he went out to put a recon.
Yeah.
Like,
doesn't matter.
Bounce, you know?
Doesn't matter.
Like, you can actually get it on the wall without looking at the wall. That's the great thing about it. The damn shame. It's certainly one that's going to haunt them now, but I think they've got enough. They've got nightmare fuel for weeks to come now. That's how some of these rounds have gone. The guild now just one away in the overtime from bringing us to a map 3, and a great opening by Safe to make that outcome look even more likely. A hero is needed from Vodafone Giants. Meadow tucked behind the wall. Fatino again in with a double. He's even looking at Bath and eventually gets overrun by players, but out through the wall goes Meadow in a 1-for-1 trade. We stay even. Vodafone Giants looking to rotate in. The spike down on short can be retrieved. Could even take it through the teleporter if they get the information on time. There's enough players here. Yassine, oh, how is he not looking at heaven? Distracted somehow, leaving Safe to clutch it. A 1 versus 2. A player creeping up close and he catches him off guard. Could this be another clutch? It was looking likely, but Hoodie keeps them alive as we reach into another overtime. Hypok, I saw Tom make the joke.
I don't want to
hear
Twitter. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
If the rounds are all like this, I don't care how many OTs we get. Let's keep it rolling.
Again, and I understand kind of the logic behind this, but Meadow sits behind that wall for so long after his teammate Fatino finds 2 kills. There's not even. I could understand if not peeking after the first, but after the second. I feel like Meadow should make the move there. Like, that could have been way more comfortable. Maybe Meadow's condition there is, you know, Fatino's called, yeah, give me up. Like, leave me on site, wait for the rotation to come through. But when he finds the second... I mean, yeah, thank God Giants recover there.
What a game, man. What a game on our hands. Timeout being called.
Confirms I'm probably the curse, right? I'm the common denominator. I think no one's not even here.
I mean, the very first round that we played out, we had a tech pause. I mean, when I saw that come up, I was like, "Oh, this definitely isn't Tom. This never happens to us. I don't even know what a tech pause is." I'm glad we have this extended pause between OTs. Because I could have used that actually through this whole thing, like a 40-second break every 2 rounds. Yeah, that would have been fine, necessary almost.
This is where you get your money's worth out of timeouts as well. When the
yes.
when the pressure is on.
Now go for a walk. Get yourself relaxed for a moment. This nade could be good actually. Players forced back by that, didn't go deep. Never mind. And we slow it down. Early posturing by Vodafone Giants means they gave up quite a bit of control. It's mainly B long that's the problem for them because obviously their turret is watching mid.
I was going to say, this is the first time actually where Draken's been able to tuck in this corner just next to the TP. And that's on the back of Ambi not being there, which has been the go-to default for Giants on defense. Now, I'd hate to see that have a knock-on effect here if Giants commit to B site.
Well, there's 50 seconds left, and it doesn't look like B is under threat. Once these smokes go down, though, there's going to be an immediate smoke that one way, blocking off a lot of their opportunities from going towards that A site.
I'm so worried that Ambi has the spike and he's solo B long right now. I am... Okay.
No, he's coming back. It's okay.
30 seconds
Oh,
left.
he's just giving it away, and now he's gonna come up. So this is gonna be the battle of the Sovas to determine that long control, which could realistically determine the round. And Ambi's not checking it; he gets dropped. Draken maintaining control out here. He has a recon to play with, but he won't be popping it under too much pressure. 12 seconds remaining. The recon close will cover him as the spike gets planted right inside the site. Nothing they can do to deny that. They'll look to come out on post plants. Yassine just ran out. A safe attempts to battle for elbow and is shut down immediately. It's all onto Leo and Draken to keep this alive for Guild as Draken falls. Leo desperately wants to put 14 on the board. A 1v3 clutch seekers on their way, revealing his position even further. And the time not going to be all too generous as he drops out of hookah. I think that will be the end, and indeed confirmed by Meadows' shot. 14-13 map and series point for Vodafone Giants.
Switching sides. Match point.
This is absolutely terrifying if you're a Guild fan. Again, the journey these guys have been on this year, the highs, the lows. We've talked about falling at the final hurdle. They have to dig deep here. Giants, I gotta say it, feeling absolute control of the overtime rounds. Regardless of the outcome so far. Whew.
I've been a big outspoken critic of the Guild team. Nothing to do with the players themselves, just the performances never quite seem to be there. Yeah, I've never been able to justify kind of picking them to win big matches. And this was the first time where I was tempted, where I came in and said they are the favorites. You know, in my opinion, I think they are in this series. And yet Vodafone Giants are here. A ragtag group of leftovers from rosters. Left them behind. He's blocking it again. Nasty, nasty stuff, but it didn't work this time. Both actually spotted up close. But yeah, you got your kind of the leftovers group, right? Even Meadow said, like, if that's what people are saying about them, great, because it just takes the pressure off them. They don't feel like they need to perform because, well, people think they're just the ragtag group of leftover mixes. So who cares? You know, if we lose, we lose. And that's a powerful thing to have on your back. Whereas Guild, I don't think they have that after being constantly 1 or 2 games away from qualifying to major events and held in high regard.
Is that Molly lucky? Oh, I say lucky. It's gonna do Justice job, stop the pressure coming through onto Meadow, but safe. Slipped through the net. Fatinho not even gonna hear the dropout here. That's a freebie. Guild will open up B's site. Elsewhere, actually, Hoodie finds Draken. 13 seconds left on the clock here. Giants
10 seconds left.
approach closer and closer. 2 through the TP here. So good split angles here on the retake.
They had nobody inside hookah and knew a player TP'd, and they just open planted the left side. That was possibly the bravest thing I've ever seen when Yassine is still alive. Nade could be coming in, a shock dart, anything, but luckily they've managed to get it down. Now Guild. Take down Hoodie. Man advantage is theirs.
Standing ahead.
They're just tucked in. They're playing this one nice and slow. Not going to give it away like Vodafone Giants did a number of rounds ago. Yassine dealt with eventually, but look how many players are left alive. Tucked in the corner. Bunker gets spotted, but it isn't a problem as they reach 14 themselves. And another overtime is won out by Guild. We are going to be going
overtime
yet again. And over on the attack side is where Vodafone Giants will start this one. As I said, Hypok, I don't really care. We can keep going all day. These rounds are delivering. I do think that Guild looked very scared, though. You saw in that attack side, they're like yo-yoing back and forth. I think they switched directions like 4 different times. And it was only eventually when Safe said, like, I think I've got an opening on B to go out, that they decided to shift over.
Yeah. And again, Fatinho's, dare I say, trust in the information coming from elsewhere, or at least, you know, the accuracy of that information. Be careful now, because there's rounds like that cause you to second guess yourself in overtime, at least, where you're not going to be proactive on the defense, and where, you know, Giants, like I said, will sit in a default like this. It's weird plays like that just go against the grain. They're tilters, right?
To make that kind of play in overtime and that kind of gravity, you know, like if Safe dies there, probability of them losing the round goes up massively, and that would knock them out of VCT, you know?
Yeah.
So pretty respectable for him to have the balls to make that kind of play. Oh, nice little flash around the corner. It's not going to grab anything, though. Gets destroyed before it can pop up. You're going to have a recon coming in. Safe is safe from it, actually. That's nice. It tucked up beside the smoke. I was worried about him getting spammed down. And as 3 players come out long, it's Yassine that greets them. The blast pack somehow keeps him alive. And although another one goes down, it can't explode. Vodafone Giants turn that one from a sob story into a victory very quickly. Draken needs to find someone, and he pretty much can't. His teammate Bonker completely split from him, and there's a free kill. It's still a 2v3.
We're here and you can see how close Fadinho and Hoodie are stacked up. Ready to take this contact. I mean, it's dangerous. They're lined up right now for Bonkar and Meadow. Very split. No possibility to trade. They're both revealed on the recon here. Bonkar, gotta be careful about this approach.
Player standing.
Well, that is how it looked like it was going to be going. Vodafone Giants connect 15
Switching sides.
as we step ever closer to an end to this series, to this map, at least. Vodafone Giants, if they win this, they'll move on to face G2. David P will get an opportunity to have revenge against his old teammates. Meanwhile, Guild
teammate
would be out. Oh, teammate, indeed, yeah. The entire roster is gone.
It's the, I mean, it's the name that matters, isn't it? That's the story. That's the story we'll run with.
Alarm bot out.
And they're going to put again. This alarm bot has just got deeper and deeper every time we've seen Meadow switch it up. It actually opened things up. See a trade actually on long here towards Fountain. I don't know if that was a bit of an aggro push there on the defense, but he's going to find some early information. They're going to walk longest too. Safe's got to be careful here.
Oh, he wins those. Oh, he wins those. An easy double spray down for Safe. One away from old Seekers Online. They'll be popped just to guarantee that information is solid as it moves in towards the spawn. Meadow and David P with a very difficult retake on their hands. There's 4 players that they're up against.
Spike planted.
Well, my guess is we're going to another overtime. We'll keep it going. Let's see if that holds true or if Guild are going to slip up. I love it. They're all going long together. 3 players tucked in here. And it's the bait that really catches my eye. Leo is going to take contact. He's going to take a fight, possibly die. There's no way they check the corner.
Okay.
Yassine peeked out and he's left on 16 HP. Luckily, wins the duel. Otherwise, that would have been a disaster. And now he's healed all the way up. No way to win this, surely. And indeed, we are going to another OT.
Who have we upset in a previous life?
Overtime.
I don't know. I think that I'm enjoying this.
Honestly, my tolerance, I've probably only got another 2 rounds of overtime in me. The 4 rounds
gonna pass out.
This is just insane.
Out of stuff.
And again, it's on the back of so many of these overtime rounds are opened up with both teams kind of stepping outside of what we've seen in regulation, what we've seen in the early overtime rounds at least. And really being willing to take the round into their own hands, which is something we just haven't seen. And particularly, I'm talking about Giants on the defensive ones.
Bomb buddy out.
Well, I have to say, after the game that we had the other day, myself and Tom, 40-something rounds, this is nothing. This is like the warm-up. Let's keep it rolling. I want to map 3 out of this one. Especially because Draken is using the Odin. Now, he is using this in a position that is dear to my heart, of playing it inside of lamps to try and spam through and take some kills as they come middle. Really, really powerful, especially when you have that gravity well.
I hate you so much right now.
Dude, I'm serious. Draken, they're going towards A. If they gravity well at the right time, or is that star on top? No, if they gravity well this, he's getting 2 kills.
I don't want to see it. I really don't want to see it. So no, you're going to have the smuggest smile on your face as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Come on, here we go. They're starting to step up. Draken's watching for it, but he's not actually wall banging it. Instead, he's holding out a little further.
30 seconds.
Here comes the Gravwell, and oh baby! Quick double by Draken, making it work. Such a strong position for such a strong weapon. And here comes the plant. Vodafone Giants, despite losing 2 to Draken, they still managed to overrun the site, dealing with Bonkar quickly. And Hoodie and Patino quickly fall to leave David P in a clutch that he cannot win. We go 16 for Guild, as they now step one step closer to hitting a third map.
This is crazy. And again, it's the nature in which these rounds are playing out, which is
Switching sides.
the mind-blowing
Match
thing.
point.
I mean, I rarely say this in overtime, but I'm praying that Guild close out here. Honestly, I want to see the third map. Both teams, I feel like, in terms of map 1, mistakes on both sides of the coin early on in bind as well. Both teams now hitting that final gear. I got to say it. Zesh will appreciate that one.
They're revving it up with the gearbox maxed.
We've had a full service. Oil changes in. Filters are good.
They've actually just done their whatever test. We call it the NCT. They've just got their car signed off for the road. Then they tinted the windows. Oof. Looking good. Maybe they put a spoiler on it too. Who knows? No spoilers here, though. We don't know who's going to be winning out this map, but just one round away, Guild are looking to take us to map 3 and keep their dream of Masters Berlin, Masters 3, online. Bonker planting it in as we speak. Meadow taking quite a lot of damage to the snake bite. But he's still tucked in the corner. Safe clears it even after the snake bite's been down quite a while. Another hero needed for Vodafone Giants. The recon revealing... Actually, not revealing them at all. I don't know where that's gone. Deep into Bath. Little flank play by Yassine, and it's all done. 17-15. Guild just about winning out in OT, and map 3 is now a reality.
Wow. I mean, again, this is a fantastic opportunity now to be the ones to force the third map. Reset the mental, because that has got to be exhausting. And we talk about this every time. But with the stakes so high in this matchup, in this series right there, you want to be in Guild's position now to be able to sit back, write that map off completely.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be hoping that they can do that. And I mean, after such a lengthy map, the stress that they must have been under, and Vodafone Giants have got to be almost kicking themselves because they were up, was it 10-4? At one point, they had a significant lead anyways. And things really just spiraled out of control afterwards. So here's hoping that we see a good third map. I'm expecting a couple of OTs out of this one. For now, we're going to throw things over to a break. When we come back, the analyst desk will be breaking that down, setting up map 3. And I cannot wait for it. We'll see you soon.
'Cause the road's calling over again, right till the morning, right till the end. Oh, when you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. You and me, history. I'm running from the rest of my life. Through the darkness, I see your eyes and realize that when you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. Do what makes you feel alive. You can drive all night, drive all night. 'Cause the road's calling over again, right till the morning, right till the end. When you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night, drive all night.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Not only do we have bangers music-wise here at VCT, but we also have it in a game. We go to map 3 here. And the Giants, they failed to close it out on our second. Welcome back to the analyst desk. Zesht, we talked about momentum before we started this game between these two teams, and it looked like at some point it ran out for the Giants.
I mean, you start really questioning if you're right now in a simulation or if this is real. Like, are you running are you running around like Glowfar and suddenly realize that the entire world is not real? No, on a serious note, it has been a game which obviously showed how momentum swings are relevant. We're starting with a 5-1 for Guild. Giants bring it back and win 8 in a row, taking it over to the next half. And this is crucial because you at this point think, all right, they might just have it in the back. But suddenly it strikes. Boom. It hits you like a grenade, like a mortar shell. It doesn't matter. It is out of nowhere. Once more, 6 in a row from Guild, which are looking in trouble. One after another must be put in a frag movie. Put some drum and bass under this thing or our hottest tracks. It doesn't matter. Still, Vodafone Giants, they survive. But the way they have lost those rounds, you must be shaking your head. I mean, there were so many questions, so many question marks. Why?
In general, this entire map felt like, my first impression was Giants are playing really well on this map typically, right? They have good attack, they do very well on executes, and they started out 0-4. And I was like, well, there were some fundamental mistakes in round 4 when they get outplayed by the ultimate from the Astra, but then they started making a comeback, right? And it seems like they have it in the bag. They're feeling confident. They're doing very well.
And the thing is, I really have to point out one thing at that point in time. Mitch predicted it, and from the 6 kills that Draken got in the last 90 days with the Odin, 2 were one of the most impactful ones we could have asked for. Mitch was saying, oh, he's going to put a little gravity well there. He's saying it with his little Irish voice, or gravity well there. He's going to come out, and he's absolutely right. I don't know how he's done that, what kind of crystal ball this lad has, but nevertheless, those kind of impact rounds towards the end, this was it. And it felt so much like it was an absolute broken Vodafone Giants at one point, who was still fighting, who were still keeping up the track, but still, it didn't work at the end.
I'll give it to Mitch. He also predicted the showstopper ace that we got at the end from Yassine. So, a good day, I guess, for Guild.
Well, when we talk about like why the map was won, I think in this case we should just highlight why the map was lost.
Fair.
Because Giants had it in the bag. They literally were already packing for the next match, but little do they know, fundamentals can matter the most when you're in those points, in those crucial points, in the pivotal points of the map. If someone knows me, you guys know that I'm holding on some things right now inside, because we have if I'm not mistaken, a replay on few situations where fundamental skills when it comes to trading matters so much when it comes to winning and securing rounds. Like the clutch from Draken, that was, if I'm not mistaken, 1v4, is absolutely insane to pull off on its own. Yes. But for that to happen, this needs to be 3 mistakes in a row by your opponents. Peeking one by one when you know exactly where your opponent is, when you have one of your players on the defuse, you don't have to peek. You wait for your opponent to get your first contact. You're not contacting first. And this, again, the same thing. Yasin didn't have to fight that player. This guy could have just tried not to even engage after the first contact because the time was running out. And then this gives Yasin the opportunity to even get the showstopper, right? Then they cannot trade because it separates them because of the showstopper. So it's literally a domino effect because your opponent does a mistake, you capitalize on it, right? And it's only done because your opponents are giving you the opportunity. So it's literally a case of, oh no, we made a mistake, we gave the weapon an example against an eco. This is like, here we don't trade for the kills and we essentially lose the entire map because of that. 2 rounds. That's what it was.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's very easy for us to say that, to really put that one in context. So it's really easy for us to say you shouldn't have peaked, right?
Yeah, fair.
The thing is, though, Loafer's absolutely right. Those are fundamentals you do not want to see because you obviously don't want to have free 1v1s when you have a free versus 1. That's the thing. It sounds so simple. It's so easy to say. And you have to have those mindset in your head. For example, the Draken situation, no reason to peek, diffuse, and just guard him. That could have been it. It's easy for us to say, of course, but at the end of the day, this is not only game losing, this could be neck breaking at the end of the day.
You talk about Guild coming back. It's plays like we saw there with Draken and with Yasin that brought in, and it gave them that control, that momentum that they needed.
I mean, think about it this way as well. Your team makes a huge mistake that gives your opponents an opportunity to go back into the game. Now think about the other team. They do something that was unthinkable. They do a comeback in a 1v4 and they do a comeback in a 1v5. Yeah. That brings their morale so high, they're gonna be going into the next map like completely confident.
This is the thing. They're 2 total extremes. One is absolutely broken down mentally, and the other ones are like, oh my god, we've pulled off this insane thing. And that is just, you hate to see it to some degree, and you love to see it to some degree.
All right, that was only map 2. There's still Ascent. Let's not forget that Ascent is ready in just a bit. We're going to take a quick commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. We're back for our final map. No, not just yet.
It's not ready.
Not yet.
Not ready. I mean,
third map is sent directly on here.
Well, we can speak about the third map then.
Let's talk about it.
Ascent.
Let's go for Ascent.
Ascent is one of those weirder maps, especially for Guild. We're gonna see some swaps when it comes to responsibilities. Yasin, he's no. He's not gonna showstopper anymore unless they change something. But he's not gonna showstopper anymore. He's gonna be on the killjoy duty. That means he's gonna be the more defensive player. That means he's not gonna be so free to roam around the map and do those insane clutches because he will not have the arsenal to bug him up. That's one of the biggest things.
And another thing that I really have to point out, on paper, we're taking a look that Vodafone Giants has an advantage. But we got to put this in context right here. The last 5 games, we've seen overall 3 overtimes, 1 double-digit win, and 1 double-digit loss. So 13-11 against Oxygen, they lost. 13-10 was the victory against Liquid. The other games, Vitality, Fnatic, all of them went into multiple overtimes. And this is speaking for maybe a victory at the end. On the paper it is, but that is not a safe map. This is not their playground necessarily.
Yeah, and Giants, another thing for them, let's say a signature move for Giants on this map is a lurking David P through a short towards mid, hiding in Sabrosa's location, if you know the call out. So in general, this is something that they do for info, and this was never punished by any teams that they were playing against. I'm 100% certain, and if I'm wrong, well then you
Reddit's gonna
nothing.
get you.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm 100% certain that they will come, their opponents will come, Guild will gonna come with this mindset in their head. David P is the guy that on defense is so aggressive that he's gonna try to get map control and give the info because of his, let's say, drone ability to like guard the entire mid. And if they punish him, the entire plan for Giants will fall like crumbles, you know, on the defense.
You talk about shutting down David P, who is constantly lurking. How is that even going to be done in this case? Because the man seemed to be unstoppable. You could barely tell that he's on the map lurking all the time.
Well, I can tell you here, defaults and lane pushing in my notes, you know, this is something that Guild is trying to achieve. Generally, they try to be a little bit slower on the attack, try to get default positioning, which can catch people doing mistakes like pushing through a lane, right? Which is something that David is doing a lot. But the thing is, even with this in mind, this is not a good map for Guild. They have, at the moment when I was writing those notes, they had 30% win rate on Ascent. And this on attack, of course. This is a defense-based map, right? But you still have like your win condition has to be winning rounds on defense, but you need to make it up on the attack to close it out.
So, gentlemen, hold on to your thoughts. When we come back, it's Ascent. We're going to see which agents will be picked and then go directly into game. See you in a few minutes after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Map 3 of our second and final best of 3 series is about to begin. It's Ascent, and starting off on defense, it's Guild. Lothar, what expectation on there?
When it comes to defense from Guild on this map, they are playing a little bit differently. Safe is going to be playing most likely on Jet on this map, which is also a big change for how they play typically, right? And he is a very defensive Jet player. The entire team actually is very defensive on defense. They don't push anywhere. You know, they try to just stand their ground. The Opper will just try to, which is safe, will try to get a kill and then dash away, but there's no one like supporting him to push, to be aggressively taking control anywhere.
All right, so you talk about the Jet. Let's see what other agents would be joining the fray here on map 3. It's Ascent, and we are in directly for Agent Select. Gents, anything standing out so far? Nah, it doesn't look like it.
Well, but kind of a different thing is obviously that we now see the Sage swap. Booty is usually not playing the Sage. It is him actually picking... no, pardon, wrong line. I'm taking that one back. Sorry, my bad.
No worries, man.
But either way, no, it actually looks pretty much viable.
So far, yeah, Yasina on that Killjoy duty, so he's gonna be, kind of stuck to the utility. Bonkar typically playing on B side on defense. He's like a anchor player for that location. Save on that Jet as well. Draken here typically playing as an anchor on A. He is very often playing on Haven A for a quick rotation if needed for B, which is another thing.
And now I'm just asking myself if they pull something out of their sleeve with Ambi, because usually he would, he would do his Sova duties, as he has done that quite well throughout pretty much every map, obviously except Split. But yeah, okay, no big surprises, nothing crazy, no rabbit pull out ahead. I'm sort of glad that we stayed to the very conservative approach from both parties.
And the only thing that he could have taken instead of Sova would be Sky, right? Because you need some info gathering on attack, which is more, let's say, efficient than just a Cypher cam and then it's destroyed. It's like literally almost no info. So very conservative approach, as you said, which makes it for us easy to analyze because of those are the games that we typically were watching before. The VODs are there, so the teams can actually counter-strat a lot.
So you talked about basics. Maybe this is it. Strip things down to basics, to your standard play, to the meta game. Maybe this is the perfect way to equalize these two squads. So gentlemen, we are good to go for our game. Thank you so very much for breaking things down. It's Ascent, ladies and gentlemen. I can't wait to see how this goes. Remember, you snooze, you lose, you're out of the tournament. And one of these two teams will progress to play G2 for a spot at Masters Berlin. Who will it be? We're going to have Hypoc and Mitchman to take us through it. Enjoy, boys.
Well, Hypoc, I'm not really sure what to expect out of this one. I mean, we've seen Agent Select go down, but after that previous map, I'm not sure what to believe anymore.
No, I just completely flipped the script on this again. I thought Giants were good to close this out in 2. Forcing it to Ascent, it's awkward territory. I'll leave it at that. We could talk about Guild's previous performance, but this is worrying for me.
Yeah, it most certainly is. This is the map that decides which of these two teams will be going on to face G2 and which will sadly be out of the running for Berlin and possibly ending their chances at making it to champions or even last chance qualifiers.
Yeah,
this is Ascent, the final map of the series, an epic brawl between Vodafone Giants and Guild about to kick off here. And it's anyone's guess as to who's going to be the victor. The pistol sees Vodafone Giants start on the attacking side and a lot of movement towards that B side.
Indeed, yes. All 5 stacking up, and again, this might actually be a perfect counterplay from Guild here, because we know how often Giants on these early rounds have looked to explore mid on Ascent, at least in the previous appearances. Bonkar didn't actually catch this close player here. We'll find the headshot though, traded out by Fatinho. So, guys, potentially going to be able to get inside at least.
Oh, that's not nice at all. Fatinho got up close and took Draken down. The recon revealed absolutely nothing as they pushed out onto the site. So many cages, cloudburst smokes absolutely everywhere. With low HP on David P and Ambi. Well, I mean, Meadow ain't looking too healthy either.
No.
That man advantage is a little bit deceptive.
Yeah, it might even be an opportunity to try and take an aggressive kill, but you see actually swing down the back of the turret. Coutinho actually going to find 2 there. Luckily, Meadow in position to secure that final kill onto Leo, because damn, Guild nearly turned that one around on the back of those low HP players, like you said, Mitch.
Yeah, some of the problems you see there in playing up against a Jet that's as confident as Fatinho is. That man is not afraid to just dash into the site and die for his teammates to trade. But in this situation, it ends up with them getting 4 kills and saving the pistol round, most definitely. With 1-0 on the board, they'll be buying up comfortably. Hoodie even taking a Vandal. Now, in this round, we really don't want to see them lose any players. I mean, they're not even up against a single Sheriff.
You see, actually, fault line going to slow things down, give Guild a little bit of time at least to push out on A. No early information on A main though. See, the priority is short. And again, Giants just going to walk into B. Bonka, the only one here, tries to get out. We'll find a headshot actually, but Tino shuts that down. Giants, once again, full site control here on B.
Yeah, big. Well, big change from the defensive side. The exact same thing from the attack. And going into the B side up against pistols is brave, especially with how quickly they move in. But it works out perfectly for them this time around. Getting the site for free and a flawless round, possibly. Let's see what damage Draken can do with that shorty. Oh, he's gonna get one.
He's gonna get
he's gonna get one. No! He peeked it wide! Why would you peek it wide, High Buck? It's a shorty!
I think maybe just misreading the audio cues a little bit there, but comfortable start here from Giants and a good opportunity to roll through on this bonus, especially with that Vandal being a factor. Now, let's to see here really if again, because Guild have got nothing so far. Obviously, again, 2 throwaway rounds in terms of how they've played out. And this time, look at this. Giants going to flip all the way to the other side of the map now. Lots of Astra utility and Killjoy utility from Yassine. See how quickly they can get out here.
Yeah, that pace definitely slowed down by the Killjoy util, but Fatino picks it up right afterwards into the face of Yassine, taking the freest kill that he could find. Fatino's going to look for a little bit more. In fact, those left clicks, he's so dangerous. We've seen what this man can do already. He's looking around for someone, but all 4 are up in heaven. Fatino's going to play down below. How do they even deal with him here? I mean, surely he's getting a kill. The flash doesn't actually manage to, or they don't manage to follow up on it. Draken from afar, grabbing it onto Hoodie. But they're just slowing it now, waiting, letting these guys come out. Great position by Bonker. The big brain Bonker catching the feet of Fatino and pretty much winning this round for the team then. Whoa.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought he nearly got that adjustment down to the second. Nice try nonetheless. A little damage done. The spike plant constellation, but Guild survived with 3. A successful retake here. Now Giants have kind of shown something on both sides of the map here. This is, at least previously when we've seen them play here, this is where there's been a real focus on mid, especially in the early round. And really it's been David P and Meadow to lead the charge there. It hasn't been Fatino previously. So that's something I'm going to have my eye on, at least in these buy rounds here on the side of Giants. It's when they resort back to some sort of default here, which is looking like it.
Shadows traveling. Yeah, all things considered, you know, David P on this map in particular, his lurk ability is absolutely massive.
Here he is.
World safe though. Down to 38 health right away. Good recon that manages to get that information for the follow-up. Now, look at Guild. There are 3 players towards the B side and plenty of util to hold off A. This feels like it has to be a kind of slow posturing round for Vodafone Giants to bait out some of the utility that Guild are using. And in fact, they've even managed to get an alarm bot down deep on A long. If Meadow doesn't spot that and deal with it, they have free information for the entire round.
The smoke and the owl drone has literally just pulled safe up here. And actually, Bonka has to give this up. Catch a lot in that fault line, but no follow-up here. And Draken elsewhere has got himself all the way into B main. So a good setup. See what Giants decide to do here. Again, Giants' willingness to just run the clock down and invest utility to try and sell fakes elsewhere. It's so crazy to watch.
It really is. Let's see if there's a reward for it, though. We've seen it a couple of times. They run in blind, and that's kind of what's happening here. So many players ready and waiting, and they know where Meadow is. He broke the alarm bot, giving it away. And with 15 seconds remaining, this is Guild just dominating.
Didn't even break a sweat. Again, after Giants throwing so many different just bits of information, different tells out throughout that round. Guild holds strong. Really good stuff there. But I mean, here's the thing. Like I said, I'm looking towards David P to find that space, and not necessarily, you know, push forward and find the kill, but even that space in mid that he's able to get, especially if he gets, you know, beyond pizza towards market, that's when it becomes problematic for Guild, right? But again, the investment there, it makes that late, you know, kind of audible, that switch up to then go back towards A when no rotations come through. So difficult because, you know, you're off the Omen smokes, you're relying solely on basically Jet smokes, right? There's nothing else really that you can rely on, and that's part of the problem really with calling audibles like that.
Yeah, I think one of the things, though, the fact that they now have spotted how that Killjoy setup was working, and granted, it's not likely to be the exact same again.
Yeah,
but this will prompt them to play more default, to spread out more so, and try to deal with that utility, because right there, when they come through short, there's 3 players looking at them, and that never happens unless it's like a 5-man A stack.
Yeah, exactly,
because that alarm bot's down deep, those 3 players only have one place to worry about. And that's a big problem for Vodafone Giants, who like to go in blind. I actually think that's going to push them out of their comfort zone massively. The question is whether they can actually still field a good performance when they're not quite playing the brand of Valorant that they enjoy playing.
I think you're absolutely right. And really that leans back towards kind of either Meadow or Ambi to be in a position to kind of, you know, be on the other side of that. Be in a position to make sure that no push is coming through from A main. But speaking of pushes, did he just spot? Not sure he did, but we'll spot a head or a pixel out of place there. We'll find Ambi. Second on the round now. One off the Blade Storm as well. Again, David P and Meadow. Creep up will find a way into market, but
One enemy remaining.
Seen there to greet them. All but a formality at this point here. Hoodie with a sheriff in hand. Not an awful lot to do at this range. Land some insane shots to get something done, and Draken, well, he's got a headshot of his own.
Nice and clean. Easy does it. Now, at 3-2, the game is still in the very early days, but Fatino is already showing up a little bit, and that can be worrying, because I really think that Vodafone Giants in buy rounds, they probably need one more, potentially, to really feel out how this skilled side is playing. Like, I mean, look at the Killjoy, right? We complimented the setup they had on the A side, and now it's an entirely separate setup with 2-man B hold in the early round, using the alarm bot to cover mid so they can focus more on B main together. Now, this is really smart for early aggression on A long, allows them to get this control, fight for that side of the map, and not really worry about any gaps in their defense. That said, there is a giant gap in their defense on short that they'll have to keep an eye on. But gambling that Vodafone Giants won't just run down short in the early round. And considering the team that is Vodafone Giants, well, you know that's not likely to happen. They're not running up short till 30 seconds left on the clock. But this time they are accelerating it a tiny bit. And I think this is just down to playing the default to try and remove some of that utility.
Yeah, I totally agree. Ambi gonna spot out Bonkar on the other side of that in tree. You were back all the way off, and actually I'm not sure if it was dealt with. I'm just seeing doesn't have his alarm bot, whether or not they've removed that or he's recalled it for use elsewhere. We'll have to see if it does pop back up on the UI. David P again posted up in mid. It looks like A is the end goal here. With Bonkar drifting away,
30 seconds left.
Only the Astra utility to slow this down.
Jet hyper aggressive as well. Not going to be able to make use of that one-way. Spotted up on the fade back out. Fatino needs to be careful. The Jet is on site. Leo's the one to take him down. Ambi pursuing up and taken out as well. Cosmic Divide allows a little bit of a push to come in from Hoodie, but for the most part, they're just being shut out right now. And there's no time left anymore. The round is done. Vodafone Giants looking to save the weaponry. Well, at least Meadow was. David P is tucked up close, waiting for someone to push on in and take that weapon out of his hands.
That's just insane to me that Safe and Leo are able to survive that long. I think actually initially Leo spotted, right? He's noted on site.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Fatino ultimately tries desperately to close the gap there and at least get on and pressure that, but on the back of just 2 players, are able to shut that down. And like you said, when the clocks run down and, you know, one mistake like that, 1 kill can effectively just conclude the round. If it's, for example, the spike player or you know, that second player in through the door, it makes it so difficult to recover that. You basically have to, you're then offbeat in terms of the utility. You know, you're a couple of seconds behind it. There's nothing to really help you out. It comes down to a couple of aim duels, and right there, Safe and Leo win them.
I see you wanted to finish that off by speaking the NA language. Aim duels. They're like, hey, I get it now. I know what that is. What's a setup? What's an execute? They'll get there someday, Hypoc. Don't worry. That's what you've got EU
We can
VODs
hope,
for.
right?
We can hope. Yeah, exactly. Well, unlike Ninja, I'm seeing a lot of movement right now, and it's all towards that A site. Looks like Vodafone Giants want to turn a new leaf in this book and start moving towards a much faster playstyle in the early round with these weaker weapons. They'll try to make a blitz strat work. The problem is the Killjoy utility is this time set up on the A site, and the swarm grenades are going to slow it down, but Meadow is quick to react, rushing into the site and taking the kill to Yassine, barely catching an angle onto that head as they now manage to overrun it and pop that plant down.
Yassine actually getting caught out by the I'm not sure, again, if there's a miscomm there or what, but Safe straight away. Look at this, he's willing to just jump out. No way. David P finally puts an end to it.
Well, that was ridiculous. I don't know what he's doing diving in like that, but it works. Bonker and Draken left alive. Rolling Thunder to go in. Player down below. They want to isolate after that little Rolling Thunder pushes Meadow out of position, but he's not even stunned up by it. Expertly dispatches Bonker, leaving Draken all alone. Time is low. He needs to bait these players into a fight now. There's the first and the turn around. It comes so close, but Meadow surviving with 44 HP will close out the round for Vodafone Giants and keep the scoreline tight.
That's keeping them honest for the time being. All around though, again, Safe. This is insane. To go ahead of kind of the anticipation of the enemy team here. Get the first, gets the second, almost readjustifying that one as well. David P luckily deals with him before he can wreak any more havoc on site. Some damage done here, and Safe actually now operator on the board here. See what he can get done, because like I said, mid got to be a okay.
Yep.
Well,
that works.
Yep, that'll do it.
Your duty is
Popping out the res early on. Safe is going back out. Oh, he almost gets him. The dash to evade the Hunter's Fury. Safely making it away. Fatina will be healed up to 100 HP. That man has taken 200 damage so far in this round. And it doesn't look to be stopping anytime soon. Oh,
the way
no!
they're walking it.
Right up close. Knives out for Safe. Needs one to connect to take Fatino down, and that's nice and easy. Runs past a player and ends up getting shot through it. Somehow, Vodafone Giants are in a 3 versus 2. This round started horrendously for them.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we've ended up here, but here we are. Yassine and Leo face now the 2v3 retake. Hunter's Fury available, but the Ambi playing backside. Doubtful we'll see it invested here. The Trapwire actually already invested on Spawn. Might even catch Yassine off guard here. Close enough, and it will. There's a smoke there as well. Oh, David P was... I think he was inside his smoke animation there. Wasn't able to capitalize.
Paranoia enough. Oh, no! He's got 3 HP in the corner, and he is done for. Yassine just snuck his way on the side. I really felt it working out, and the recon ruins it, putting it 4-4. Well handled by Giants. I mean this genuinely. Like, sometimes we say it as a joke, but I seriously don't know how they won that. Like, I feel like everything was going Guild's way, and then I looked, and it was a 2v3 against them.
Yeah. And this is after Safe doing, I gotta say, so much in mid.
Yeah.
And after what felt like, I mean, with that opening, I'm still mind blown that even after recovering, Giants try and walk mid. Like,
so they were walking mid. This is the strangest thing. They walked mid at the same time David P and Meadow rushed B site. This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. And then they killed the site and market player. That's how they got ahead. I was wondering, I missed it. Oh, wow. The Tino Ambi. A couple of kills up here and Bonker and Yassine. Keep in mind, Guild have weapons. This isn't an eco run over. They've just wrecked them, leaving Yassine and Bonker to just save this. I mean, I feel like we barely got that round started.
Well, this is the thing. It's when you play slow the way that Giants do, if you can comfortably execute like that as 5, right, and just play trades and just brute force your way on, Guild are kind of left wandering, right? If they're not going to be proactive and look for this information early on, and again, you can lean back towards considering those other rounds where Giants will sit in a default until 25 seconds left, right? It's so difficult for Guild to counter this. It really is, especially with, you know, just the precision of the utility investment there, and knowing exactly where Guild are going to have to play to counter that. That's the worry, because what we saw with Guild were kind of building back in previously. It was in rounds where, you know, like individuals were popping off, right? Giants just stick to the script. And every so often we get a round like that.
What's the dangerous thing, though, and you talked about it earlier, the conditioning. When you play that super slow, you play your defaults, you get them comfortable, and then you just run it down on a full buy round like that. They don't know what to do. They feel like they're playing a different game. All of a sudden, different opponent at the very least. Recon up. Oh, it's dangerous. Draken, you know I love you, man, with that Odin. He's not going to find a result this time. Oh, it's the spam. He's marked it up. I love it. There's the first 4 and the second. There's even a third on offer, but he's not able to claim it. Still, you'll take that as a good start.
I'm very upset.
I have a big smile on my face right now,
I know
Hypok.
you do. I can hear it.
You mark that left side, you spray it down. Ooh! It's a beautiful thing. It really is. Oh, you nasty, nasty boy. He's spraying away, not finding the results. They're just a little bit too far in. That's just perfect. Safe is happy to wait for... Oh, he's going to be revealed. Has to hide it up a little bit. They've destroyed it now, though. All that utility back and forth. It's like
buying so much time.
Yeah, it's just...
Oh my god,
Draken. Do it, Draken! No, don't take the kill. Yeah, I'm glad Safe died. Let's go, Draken! Ace it with the Odin.
I really don't want him to get this kill. I really
If anyone else shoots, I don't want them in the player of the match vote later if they win. Come on, Draken. Do it to him. 35 total bullets left in an Odin. You don't often see that. With 10 seconds left, 1 HP on Ambi. Just 1 bullet will take him down.
10 seconds
No! No! Don't take the fight. Let Draken do it. Here we go. It's the ace with the Odin, baby. Let's go. I love Draken. What a beast.
You're going to be tweeting that clip later.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what.
Thank God that happened off screen, honestly. The kills 3 and 4. Thank you. Thank you for not catching those ones, honestly.
If here's the thing, like when it comes to Odin play, because I know someone's going to be like, oh, bias caster, because I was rooting for him. But when it comes to Odin play, it could genuinely be anyone. Like if I was still on Alliance and the other team brought out an Odin, I'm probably cheering for him in that round. Like, such a damn good gun. Love to see the representation.
Yeah, you really do.
And you really hate it, which makes me love it even more.
See here, David Pete. Up to no good once again. I find something in mid. Guild will give nothing away. Actually, they've been leaning further and further away from mid the last few rounds. See, actually, you're seeing position with the lockdown, ready to counteract that very push there. And actually, as I say that, he's going to invest it.
Enemy tag.
Oh, this is where you're really wishing you just had that those shock dart lineups, right? from good old Jonas. But they don't mind, man. They're not committing towards that side of the map. In fact, the very quick rotate, and now Draken's in trouble. He's been Hunter's Furied. He's been sprayed at, but Bonker comes in and saves the day, stopping the site push in its tracks. Yassine even chips in for one. This is looking tough for Vodafone Giants. Draken still going on the Odin, 6 kills in a row. He's fragging right now. And that teleport across the shrouded step ain't gonna do too much for David P. He hasn't got the spike with him.
Yeah, it's actually, if he was able to, this would have been the perfect play. He had himself direct access to
10
A, but
seconds left.
unfortunately, I'm not even sure Guild are aware, because stacked up here, or at least, I mean, Safe is backed up to just check the possibility. Guild, 6-5 here, an opportunity to close out 7-5 on the half. We'll have to take a look and see what's on the cards in terms of the purchase here for Giants coming into the last round.
It looks like we got another tech timeout coming in, just temporarily. Shouldn't take too long. Some of the players, I think, are having some net issues. We had it last time. Shockingly, we didn't decide to just go to camera when the players just DC'd, so I guess it's probably the same thing here, and they'll be back in a sec. I don't blame them, though. You know, if Draken does that to me, I probably DC as well, in all fairness.
Just
pull
the plug.
Yeah. Oh, no, my PC's not working anymore.
Yeah, I'd know a thing or two about technical pauses.
I presume these players are Control-Shift-R, and it'll all be good.
Hopefully. I mean, that's the first port of call, right? Have you tried refreshing it?
Of course. If you turn it off, I'm back on again. You gotta go with that.
It's a good one. A classic.
I'll always remember my cousin telling me he's just started working for a console company, let's say that. And someone rang up. He spent an hour on the phone with them, or half an hour on the phone with them. And it turned out in the end, as the guy was packing up the console to bring it back, that he hadn't plugged it in.
Nice.
He plugged it into the TV, but didn't think, you know, of power. Yeah. Smart guy. Well, hi, Puck. We're kicking off here. Last round of the half. Draken coming in with his ulti. No one else gonna have one online right now. Leo close, but not really that impactful. Well, they're failing to shoot a drone, or a little alarm bot. It's not very promising. Oh, I love it. In with the Hunter's Fury, reacting to the Killjoy util. A little bit of damage done. It slows them down. Vodafone Giants now want to overtake the site, and you have to go right through that. Oh, Draken's been killed. Somehow they've beaten the Odin. Bonker on the back site's overrun as well, and Vodafone Giants might just have gotten their foot in the door here.
No, indeed. Can they stabilize, though? Leo over in spawn, Safe actually on this flank through. It's only the spy cam there, but no real opportunity to check that. It means that Safe actually gets close enough. This could cause problems here for Giants. And it will do. Look at that. Leo finds a kill as well. It's just Fatinho left to try and recover this. Oh my God,
wow.
Mitch.
Well, I'll be honest, I was kind of leaning towards Giants when that retake started, but fair enough. 7-5, we roll. Guild definitely going to be in high spirits coming into this pistol round. And things could get scary if they win it. I mean, where are our expectations at when it comes to Vodafone Giants on the defensive side now? I mean, the question really that I'm asking, will Ambi be buying an Odin? That's all we want to know. That's what the people want to know.
I could hear your smile again as you were saying it. Threw up a little bit in my mouth.
Well, you know, the thing is, and I don't know how much of a litmus test it really is, but starting on the defensive side versus Fireflux, they won 12 rounds in a row. That was the only 13-0 so far of this section of VCT. 7 rounds versus Gambit, 5 versus G2. I mean,
Taken out.
certainly no issue there. Oh, we're even getting a replay of it, High Puck. Don't you just love to see it?
I think my internet might be going down.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, I've lost my feed.
My name is Hypog. I'm a caster. Fake tech issue to go bed faster. Lovely little ace. Lovely stuff.
Who else do you have?
That's one he's got to be tweeting out later.
Oh yeah, yeah. The shadow play on that one.
Oh.
I'm
really
just
wanna
looking
go
at that. You just said sorry. You started talking about Natsy. The only time, looking through previous results, the only time Giants have really dropped the ball here on their defense, at least, has been against Team Liquid, and that was back in the grand finals of the main event.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
They know what's up.
But the other side of the coin, really, for Guild. They haven't had a great time attacking. I'll leave it at that, Mitch.
They had a great time defending against Oxygen.
They did, yeah. I mean, they managed
everyone had a great time.
They managed a measly 1 round on attack versus Fireflux.
Well, they did win 100% of their attack rounds as well. Like, it was 13. So, I mean, I don't want to keep beating on Fireflux here, but that was yeah, that happened. But when it comes to Giants' defensive side, they can put up the numbers. We know that Guild ain't too shabby on the defense, but their attack has lacked in the past. Let's see if they drop the ball here. Now is the time they need to improve it. And that is an interesting fight. Ambi just swinging on them up close, getting domed, but he does the same to them up above.
Deep safe tried to go. Have to recover here. At least it's a 4v4 for the time being. Fatinho very tagged up. Woody and David P actually going to explore short just to clear out the possibility. Make sure there's no lurk coming through. Fatinho will fall to a well-placed shock dart. A man advantage here for Guild.
Oh, the retake slowed down a little bit more by that gravity well up close. At this point, it's all about winning fights. It's not about information. Yassine goes down right away. Ghost recovered. David P going to be looking for those headies, but the rest of his team's falling all around him. There's the first of 4. There's just nothing he can do here. No time. It's all done.
Player standing.
He's got his couple of kills, but unfortunately, he will be going down. And the round will swing in favor of Guild. Now 8-5 on the scoreboard. That pistol win could actually be huge. I mean, if you don't see Vodafone Giants come in with the first buy round, again, Guild will just run away with this one.
Yeah.
Have such a substantial lead.
Yeah, this is the one really. And we've seen Giants force up a few times here. Like I said, in terms of just expected timelines, this one here, it's such a tough decision. It's like actually it's only going to be 3 sheriffs thrown into this one. No up to try and ride this out, but this is effectively giving up Guild going on to 9.
Placing swamp grenade.
Oh, here we go. Safe's already up top. The classic almost actually deals with him. Ends up dodging a couple of those bullets, luckily.
Shooting blanks.
Yeah. Forgot to load the shells.
Here.
And I mean, it's a desperation play at the moment. Guild are just looking to save these weapons. Vodafone Giants want to drop 1 or 2 rifles or 1 or 2 Spectres. And, you know, in a round where you see Guild buy everything, like every single player is bought up, 1 kill even is so valuable. And there it is. That was one hell of a shot.
Valuable too. He retrieve it. Can he find another actually? He's going to try and swing behind the turret there, but Leo's still in position to greet him. Guild ride that through for survive as well, so a good opportunity here at the bonus. Now the pressure's on. Can Guild convert this? Can Giants prevent them reaching double digits? There's going to be double digits and another, I gotta say it, terrible financial position to come back into this, and you got to lean towards Guild, then potentially going towards 11.
Well, let's see what Guild can do with this bonus round. As you said, it could be a huge step towards qualification for Masters if they can get this. They're going to be just the 1 series away. For a team that narrowly missed out on it, and in the nature that they missed out on first strike. This is all they want. It's all that's driven them for months and months on end. Now closer than ever to achieving their goal. This time around, things aren't really going their way. Of course, they only have the weaker weapons, so we don't really want to critique too much. See what Draken can get done with this Vandal in hand. Damage is the name of the game. It's just not letting them away with it cleanly, and that second kill that he got onto Fatino made it the bare minimum.
Yeah, because again, Fatino's, what, 3 away from his ultimate as well? So it will force the repurchase at least. 9-6 the scoreline now. Interesting. Look at the ultimate progress as well on the side of Guild.
Pretty stacked.
Yeah, one off the Rolling Thunder, one away from the Hunter's Fury. A couple of big ultimates. See on Ascent here. Ambi actually going to come into this one with a Spectre. Again, you can see the knock-on effect of that damage done. Fatino, no armor as well. He's just running Vandal, so expect to see him stacked up, and we do actually see that over on A. Hoodie, as he goes hunting here, we'll find safe. Now actually able to reset behind the wall as well. That's a big kill, Mitch.
That it is. Oh, the shock dart down. That did quite a little chunk of damage. 56 left on Bonker. But the difference between, you know, that kind of 30 to 40 damage and him dying is a few centimeters. He's a little bit later walking back if the shock dart came in sooner, but no time for what ifs. Guild. A man down. Attempt to take some control over Garden. Don't get it. Pushed back by the smoke. They start to rotate to B. This is where the weaker weapon is. Oh, their timing could be really nice here. That drone is not going to spot them outside, and now they start to move up. And look at what this has done. Hoodie has rotated towards the A site, playing in spawn.
30 seconds left.
And Ambi only has a Spectre. There's no way. I mean, if he gets 1 kill here, that's probably good enough considering what he's working with. And there is the possibility for a res later. Great positioning, and he gets the 1. The trade is there from Hoodie. Fantastic work. 12 seconds left. They have to cross now. They have to sprint for it. Time is incredibly low. And they'll just about get there in time, but the problem is now they can just be rushed down on a Fatino dashes. It's done. Free kill.
That's a big round. Again, massive opportunity for Giants to close the distance here. This puts them on 7. Again, ultimates available, yes, but I'm not sure what the purchase looks like, if there is anything from Guild. Did have a good shot at the bonus, so there might be something left for them to scrape together here.
Here. 10 seconds left.
It just runs so late. I mean, Draken does well to find this kill, but he's so low at this point where he can't stay in challenge for the second. Even though it is actually, ironically, Fatino with no armor, so it's the best of any of those 1v1s he's going to find.
Just 2 rounds separating them as Guild have to take a pretty weak bye.
Get out of my way.
You seen on the Guardian. And I still believe in him with this weapon. That's the thing. The scary thing. That's the one thing that kind of made me sad when they buffed the when they reduced cost of the Marshal. Is the Guardian is so good, and even though it got reduced a little bit, no one has picked it up.
Place of what? An Odin?
God, no. Only when you don't have enough money for an Odin. Oh, look at this aggressive play by Yassine, and that's exactly why. He would have won it with an Odin, but he won it with a Guardian instead. As they move towards the site, plant can be found. Yeah, look at that as well. Rolling. Oh, that shock dart. That removes the best weapon that they have. But they still have Rolling Thunder to work with. Cosmic Divide. Hunter's Fury. But it's on site. Oh, man. If Leo and Draken had swapped positions, this would be so good. Oh, but maybe it's going to be good anyways. Leo has an opportunity, gets the kill. Now they're really worried about behind them. They've got to pick a direction and move, and the Rolling Thunder is going to force their hand.
Oh my god.
Last player standing.
Why we don't buy frenzies. Time is low. Defuse on the way. It's halfway, but it's an easy kill for Leo.
Huge there, though, to turn that one back. Ooh. Look, I think he got stuck on something there coming back through the spawn, but luckily the round will reset. And Guild now, 10 rounds. And a timeout. I love that. So, you know, the stakes are higher and higher, the game progresses, and timeout.
It's tactical at least.
Oh yeah, yeah, no, very tactical at this point. You see, I don't know if you saw Jonas's tweet the other day.
I saw the one today. I didn't. I'm not sure which one.
The frequency of technical timeouts in, you know, when the scoreline's like 22-23 or something.
Yeah.
I hate it when my mouse just disconnects. An hour and 20 minutes into a match.
In all fairness, I did forget to charge my mouse one night, and I had to play with it. Like, literally, I played around and then put it on charge, because mine charges from the bottom, so I can't plug it in while I play. That was a disaster.
I'm the last person that can talk about any timeouts or technical issues.
Oh, yeah.
Of the entire broadcast team.
What? The tactical timeout from Guild. I respect it being called at this point. Super tight round that they shouldn't have won. They managed to come out on top. This is where you make sure, like, you know, those kind of rounds don't happen often. And so you have to really take advantage of that. You want to use it to slingshot yourself forward, not to get a 13-10 loss instead of a 13-9.
Blade Storm popped off the rip. See, actually, look at this preemptive rotation here, Mitch. This is really interesting. With Hoodie and Fatinho coming across here, and it's a full-on stack from Giants, and it's 5 members of Guild here.
They haven't cleared the corner. Oh, now he gets tagged up, of course. A little bit of trouble there for David P. Hoodie, though, with a Spectre, and he's doing mass amounts of damage. Fatinho pulls out the knives, and that will close the round. Blink, and you miss it. Vodafone Giants, after Guild's tactical pause, completely ruined them. Wow.
That was actually insane. Again, the fact that I gotta say, the two worst people to be there is the person with the Blade Storm. I think that is kind of prompted with dealing with that recon bolt because of Hoodie's position, right? But Fatinho comes through, even with David P falling there. Giants hold on to A site. They weather the storm. And look at it, Guild back down on nothing. They scrape together Frenzy, 2 sheriffs, 1 hero rifle. To the back of Leo. See if they can get anything done whatsoever here in this round, Mitch.
Well, let's find out. We said before, you know, you're often looking at Yassine or Leo to have those hero rifles. They've both been performing really well today. And a much... I mean, it's a slower pace, but at the same time, they're still committing to the A side fully. They're giving up all map control. Their options to fall back are pretty much null and void. Not the most ideal fight. Back out even while Flash Meadow is shot from 7 different angles, but the spike is down. And that's problematic, as Ambi shows, by just doming the guys going for it.
They will avoid recon bolt, but just a matter of time here. The spike in the open by the door. Safe will have to try and challenge at least, and
30 seconds.
I don't know exactly what's going on.
Oh, no.
It comes through, actually. Tino going to give one away. I'm hoping they can recover that weapon. Yeah, they got time, yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah, that's the worst one you want to see go in and be lost out in the last few seconds there, but this is it now. Again, cast your mind back to Bind. I think we had this exact scoreline in the other way and an opportunity here for Guild to be the ones to be reset. This potentially is the turning point. Giants here, they win this one. The 11th, almost guaranteed. There's 1,000 credits across the board left for Guild after this purchase.
Lockdown in play for Yassine, but the problem is going to be Ambi's got that Hunter's Fury to counter it out. Well, anyone but Hoodie can take these early fights. He has the res online, but he's not going to have a choice. Coming up towards him. First player taking the fight from the switch room, and Hoodie is waiting to go out. This is where having someone like a Breach would have been huge, because they could have flashed out and went for that fight.
Yeah.
Whereas you can't really do that with the Omen from that position. But now he's starting to close up the distance. Oh, the operator!
Oops.
Oh, I mean, you can't really expect that, but with Yassine falling, that's going to be lockdown out of the game as well.
A little bit of space, actually. This Aljo going to spot out, though. Look at this on the back of that information. It's going to pull Hoodie. It's going to pull David P. Guild have got to be fast here. They have to capitalize. Find a kill at least.
Headshot.
Oh, Hoodie. I mean, the kill that he got, he's hearing steps. He's giving the information over. The rotate's coming in, and it's Fatino in a great position, but not with a great weapon forward. The operator, and he hits it. Draken is down. And now a 1v4 commences.
What a round. What a round from Fatino. Amazing stuff. Giants tie things up here. 10-10, Mitch. And the pressure's on now. I mean, Guild faced with a very tough decision. I think with loss bonus, they might be able to scrape... No, it's not even... It's pistols. I thought they might even be able to scrape together a half purchase, at least with some SMGs. Looks like they're considering actually Leo hovering back and forth.
It would actually be very strange to see Guild force buy here, because they've lost the last 3 rounds, all of which they've had a decent amount of money in. In fact, the round that they won was with the poorer weapons, right? So I would be surprised if they had went for any more of an investment than they've currently gone for.
Concealment.
It looks like A is definitely their favorite site, but Vodafone Giants have an idea of that. What? That is so smart. The fault line, the dash, and they're already on the meadow, pressured and taken down. And again, the weak weapons just seem to be so strong over on this Guild side.
Because we're actually saving Patino's life. They have a res. Are they considering this? It looks like they're going to. Hoodie's already coming back towards getting David P back on his feet. Gives them, I mean, no paranoia though. It's only the smoke's back online, and Draken immediately finds Patino on the back of it. Pretty much negating that. Now, you got to be considering the save here, especially with the operator being a burden. I think that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, there really is no other choice. I'm surprised David P is even sticking around as he is, maybe hoping that they get the opportunity to take down one player. But now look who's closing in the distance. Draken pursuing him all the way into the spawn, and he spotted him going to the right side. Draken is ready for this fight. The operator shot. He's trying to bait it out, but he couldn't. Well played by David P, and all the weapons going to be saved over by Vodafone Giants. Remember, Guild were having money troubles. They played that one as a light buy, but they lose all of their players, so they're still in a little bit of shaky ground.
I don't actually think so. I think with the restraint they showed on their purchase, yeah, look at this. Full armors this time as well.
Sorry. I mean, like, they'll buy this round. Obviously, they just won a round, so they're going to buy up. But if they lose this, you're looking at 12-11. Like, it's an eco directly afterwards, and they're in hot water. So it's definitely still an avenue for Vodafone Giants to hit that, at least guarantee the overtime.
And you're stunned off that close angle. Actually, Guild looking to go straight in on this.
Wow, okay, the dash out of Fatino keeps him alive. Random sprays to connect onto Bonker. He's not having a good time. And that's the spike down. We're going to have to go and retrieve that. And although there's not really much the Vodafone Giants can do immediately to stop that, it's more so a harassing quality. Now, the Hunter's Fury was already used in a peculiar position for that ulti to go down. So it's unlikely they have shock darts.
So actually, Ambi will actually have full information on mid here. With nothing else for Guild. Know that they can force all the way in here. Hunter's Fury actually now from Draken pulled out. Ambi will find Yassine on the way in though. Look at this now. The trade's going all in favor of Guild.
Oh, the right click didn't land.
Oh my god.
I mean... I don't even know if I'd call that caster's curse, Hypoc. This is like the second. How many times have we seen that between these two teams? You're like, oh, Guild, yeah, everything's going their way. They've won. Wait, why are Giants defusing? Why is everyone dead? How it happens so quickly.
David P just find 3 kills there. Like
at least
screen, when we're seeing Guild find, like literally stop Giants from getting back inside this.
Now we need a replay of this one. So David P comes in from above and just mows them down on that double kill backside. Guild have got to be so upset. I mean, it was within their grasp. If they win that round, they're facing 12-10. They got 2 chances to close it. And Vodafone Giants don't have great money. Everything would have been there for Guild. And instead, they're tied up, but they don't have cash. They pretty much have to concede this round to Vodafone Giants. With that said, their ecos have been insane. The value they found on A pushes has been massive, and that's why we see Vodafone Giants make this switch up. In playing David P in towards Wine, he'll have his Paranoia to stop them if they actually push up. Fatina would probably get a shot off first, then Paranoia, then peeks from both of them, and they destroy this push. And in fact, the spike is sat outside long, so even if they find success on short, that spike on Bonker and on Draken, they need to be able to push through successfully. And versus that kind of setup, I'm not sure they would, but they've waited long enough now that Vodafone Giants are repositioning things.
As safe as Fatinho again, just did a dirty off angle, probably not even expected here. The Aldrin going to come through A main here. It's going to pull Fatinho away from short, actually, yeah. It still hits down to safe. What?
But David P put out the Paranoia.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's all okay. He's sorted that. I do love that from Fatino, right? He's just dancing around. Oh no, I'm here with an op. Don't kill
Push me, please.
Whatever will I do? And then that's when David P just strikes. Like, what's up, guys? Just hiding there the whole time. The trap was sprung. I love that little setup. It didn't, you know, it could have worked out cleaner, I'll say that, but it worked out.
This is it. Giants on the brink of converting here and eliminating Guild. Guild have to answer back here to keep their lower bracket hopes alive. David P forced off the angle, short and safe. Actually swings out here, we'll find one. What can Fatinho do? Nothing. Guild, 2 massive openers in this round.
These guys are fired up. You can see it. Guild don't want to let this one go. They know that this should have already been theirs. They should be on 12 at this point. They let it slip on that A site retake. And now they're out for revenge. Double openings. And then everyone just hits the brakes. They wait. Stalling in middle. Waiting for a B push. Turret watching A push. Like at this stage, with so little information, Vodafone Giants, normally you'll see a team on the defensive side go for aggression, but they're opting to move towards a B stack with 3 players. The Guild have finished on A a lot and found a lot of success there. They're gambling that this time things would be different, and they still might be.
This is really interesting. Well, actually, that makes it even worse.
That's told them.
That's told them exactly what Giants are up to here. Nothing but the spy cam to give this away. It's a wide open site. Guild have got it.
Oh yeah, it's about as clean as can be. For Giants, after losing those 2 opening duels, they didn't really have a choice but to stack up.
Yeah.
But that ultimate from David P from the shadows at just the wrong moment. No way to know though. Now they look for a retake, and Vodafone have been incredibly successful when it came to retakes. They started out well, taking down Draken. The sprays through the wood. Not really finding anything. A little bit of a heal up for Hoodie as he gets tagged even further. The turret dealing with him safe. Wall banging. David P's on 26 HP. This is looking like it's Guild's. David P last man alive. Quick kill. And it's down to a 1v1 time. It's so low. And Leo deals with him. Another round that looks clear cut for Guild. But it ends up like a little bit more of a bumpy road than they'd like.
I can't believe we're here again. But it's so fitting. It's so fitting, Mitch. for a series like this.
Absolutely. I'll be honest, if we didn't get an overtime out of this, we'd be robbed. We really would be. It's been such an incredible series. So many ups and downs. You know, sometimes you get these OT games and they're kind of boring, right? There's a lot of... I mean, even though some of these rounds have been slow, it's like it makes up for it when the tempo increases the way it does. These have been some of the more exciting games I've got to cast. My heart does not appreciate it, though.
Now, do we see the pace change from the Giants, similar to what we saw in the previous map, particularly here? And I look towards their attacking rounds in overtime. And not sat in that wide default here, so maybe we're going to try and find something. That's the Aldron going to get all the way into market. Only one noted on the other side from Drakens, but the split's coming through very quickly here, Mitch.
That's going to have to be Draken with a big performance on that Odin. The big boy gun. In comes Hoodie for one. But now he's facing off against the GOAT. Draken, Odin in hand. He de-scopes at the right moment because he is taking them down. And although the shock dart deals with him, David P is the last man alive in a 1 versus 3 to try and put Vodafone Giants ahead. Caught with a smoke out. That round is done. And Guild take the advantage here. Map and series point. What an incredible comeback this has been. I don't know how they managed to make it to here, Hypok. The previous map looked done multiple times. Vodafone Giants could have closed it out and came within inches of it. And now we come here where yet again it looked like Guild had choked at the last moment. But they picked themselves back up and now they're just one away from taking on G2.
This is just crazy. And you're right, both teams plenty of chances to close this series out. I mean, it's going to be a painful one for whoever to watch back. Have to see here, Giants and respond. Dino actually going to throw the operator in the mix here. Actually safe. Considering a dash updraft once again onto Generator, but didn't like what he saw on the other side there, and Spike actually now drifting away from B. The operator noted. First shot he's taken with that one. At least now, the possibility to clear some of these other angles. Guild potentially could catch timing on this wall short, which I think is coming down now. Yet just disappeared. Nobody in position for this A split. Everybody going to funnel through main. Draken's up to no good, though. Look at him in B main. He's potentially there to at least sell a one-man fake.
Draken P. Over there lurking on the other side of the map. Making a lot of noise, trying to pull these players out of position, but here's the push coming in, and Meadow. Hoodie still tucked on the site. Hoodie for the first, looking for more, not going to connect. Here's where Meadow pounces. A couple of whiffed shots, though, buys enough time for them to react. Guild get the site. This lurk is heard, though. David P thinks, you think you can flank David P? You think you can lurk this guy? Not a chance. He knows what's going on. He plays this game all day long. Fatino at the off, moves at the wrong moment, but still connects. And now we look to Leo. If he can manage to win this clutch, they'll be knocking Vodafone Giants out. If not, their position is going to be once again in question in this lower bracket. And we go, and we go. OT number 2.
It's actually crazy. No matter how late a player is in a round versus Giants, David P's behind him. It's actual insanity.
It's true. It's true, man.
Like, Draken has absolutely no business being in B main that late when they're that committed to A, right? And it's to sell the fake, but he's there. He sends out the owl drone. And then even after the hit comes through on A, he's still walking. He's walking through mid, through link, towards short. And David P's just like, yeah, cool. I've heard 2 steps. That's all I need to know.
Yeah. He's just sat there. You know, that's the thing, man, because he lurks all the time. He's just sat there all the time like, there might be someone lurking.
Yeah.
There could be someone behind us.
I might have a kill. I might have a kill.
The whole round, just I might have timing. I think I have timing. Like, Dave, the walls haven't even come up yet. The rounds just start. I might have timing. I have timing. You go A, I'll go B. Here we go. OT number 2 underway. No operators to feature this time around. He was watching the spawn here. They've left such a big gap, but they're aware of it. That's the key.
Yeah, I was about to say, Guild this time giving up mid fully, and actually seen something like this.
What are you doing, Leo?
I don't know. I have no idea.
He heard, he saw both the wall, and he... why?
Destroyed.
Why? This guy's been such a good Astra. And of all the times to make a mistake like that, Safe is gone as well.
Absolute perfection from Giants, this execution.
Well, I mean, they caught an Astra in astral form. I don't know how much credit I'll give them for that, but the rest of it, sure. Wow.
And you're right. I mean, the setup was so good. Draken here going to try and David P. actually nearly caught the second as well there, but a 2v4 presents itself, and Bonko up in heaven got to get something done. Enable Draken to come through and find something else. Otherwise, Giants will put themselves one round ahead.
It's all left on the bunker and taken off quickly. Vodafone Giants 14-13 in what could be some of the most unfortunate timing I've ever seen. If there's no pause here for Guild.
I'm with you, though. It's not unfortunate timing. The information was there, right?
See,
and knowingly giving up mid and market, anticipating exactly what Giants like to do on their attacking rounds with these slow, progressive hits, right? They get all of this kind of, dare I say it, territory control, but it's dead space, right? Especially with that crossfire set up from Bonkar and Leo. That's painful. That's painful to watch.
Even if he didn't see or hear the wall, to actually go into astral form in that position instead of taking 2 steps to the left, that's really the problem. Because I'm doubting maybe the timing, he wouldn't have heard the wall or something, but it doesn't matter. Why are you doing that there when no one's covering your mid push? It's ludicrous. But at 14-13, imagine the scenes for Guild. They were about to win. They were so close to claiming their spot and moving on in the lower bracket, eliminating Vodafone Giants, and instead they're now having to clutch back into these OTs yet again. It has been a long and strenuous series for this team, and they are now tested once more. Vodafone Giants pulling out the operator on Fatino, who's holding up in B main, while the rest of the team looks at control elsewhere, fighting a little bit for mid, or holding it as Guild walk on through, but it is yet again the A site that Guild look to with favor.
Look how deep. Giants are happy to play this. One in hell, one in heaven. This spy cam going to give away nice and early information. It doesn't require a peek. Look at this, David P. He slipped through. Did you? Yassine didn't spot him. Oh, this is terrible. He's going to get all the way back behind them. Mitch, not like this. Not in overtime.
It's what this guy does best. It's what we talked about it for days after he did it last time. And now coming up behind the enemy team, David P might just have this one locked in. The team delaying as much as they can on the site. And emerging from the smoke is the hero! He's whiffed! Completely whiffed! At just the wrong moment, Meadow trapped underneath, but there's only one player to deal with. It's Yassine who gets the first and tries to keep Guild alive, but Meadow is having none of it. The defuse for 15-13, and once again, Guild will not make the main event. They are knocked out of the lower bracket and out of the running for VCT Masters 3.
The dream run continues. Giants win out in, I gotta say, a bloody battle, a war of attrition here, but they topple Guild. I'm absolutely mind blown. Again, just this journey that Giants have been on, obviously with David P and Ambi now, obviously today officially joining the ranks, but wow, it continues. I want to see more. Heartbreak for Guild, but I'm so happy to see Giants continue on this.
It really is, especially when you look at some of this stuff. Like, to summarize Guild, these guys are not necessarily the kind of team that will even worry that much about like qualifying. That's not the first thing in their mind when they're playing that game. They genuinely just want to win. Yeah. And we saw it when it came to the final matches of the Challengers qualifiers they were in initially, where they were still trying when placement was already guaranteed, when it was only for cash. They were coming in and they want to be the best. These guys have put in so much work for so long and always fall that little bit short. As we said, we know how they missed out on first strike, on the Masters runnings as well. Yeah. And now for the 4th time, they will fail to make it. And really, I feel like you look at some of these personalities on the team, and they are one of, I think it's them and FPX, right, who have been around since the start, basically, as a full team or close to. Really, really heartbreaking stuff for them, but a fantastic story for Vodafone Giants. The ragtag group of leftovers managed to come in here and beat one of the oldest teams that we have in the scene. A fantastic story for them moving forward. And of course, we have to paint that story of David P versus G2, taking on the team that he was with for so long, that they won every single Ignition series. They were undefeated in BO3s for a long time. And now he gets a chance to potentially knock them out and qualify for Masters over them. That's absolutely spectacular. Hypoc, any closing words for the series before we throw things to a break?
No, I mean, honestly, like I said, Guild have been in fantastic form, and that's the reason I say it's heartbreaking, because, yes, as one of their biggest critics, I've always wanted to see them make it over that final hurdle. So to see them fall short here, yes, I'm upset, but like I said, this dream run from Giants will continue, and we get that matchup that you've alluded to, right? It's David P versus G2. Yes, rosters are different, but that's the storyline right there.
Oh, it absolutely is, and one that we'll be talking about extensively in the coming days. But for now, we are done and dusted with the games today, but your participation at home is not. You still have a job to do. Head on over to @ValEsports_EU and make sure to get your vote in for which player you think deserves the PaySafe card player of the match. You have 3 options you're seeing down below on the screen. They are David P, Patino, and Meadow. So which one of those 3 do you think deserves it? Head on over to @ValEsports_EU and get your vote in before it's too late. For now, though, we're going to throw things over to a break, and when we come back, the analyst desk will be breaking down that incredible series for you, and I'm sure previewing what's coming up tomorrow. We'll see you soon.
Never
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and there it is. We have it locked on in. The Giants are able to take it and push through to play against G2 for a spot at Masters Berlin next month. But our post-match interview is ready, so let's have a chat with Meadow.
Hello?
Here he is. Chenare, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So, gentlemen, start off with our questions.
Yeah, I have to start off with a super generic, super basic question, which is still super relevant. You guys came in at Vodafone Giants and were like, you know what? We are somewhat of a mercenary troop where David P and Ambi has been added. Nobody knew how far you can go, how much you can do. And at the end of the day, you have surprised everybody in challengers and now also here. How's that feeling being, just randomly getting an IGL and a Sova in and now being here and winning game one after another?
I mean, it feels amazing. Words can't even describe it. Like, this feeling is insane.
Well, and is it for you personally that you would say that you have expected that you can... Are you a little bit surprised by yourself is the kind of thing, right? Because many don't necessarily expect that you can go that far necessarily, but are you feeling it that like there's so much more to come, that Berlin is pretty much something you can definitely grab and that you tomorrow will surprise everybody once more?
Yeah, 100%. Like, our individual skill is super good. I feel like our teamwork, for the most part, is super good. So, 100%.
All right.
Hey, Meadow, I have a question because there was let's say, an emotional match between you and Guild, and there were two pivotal moments on Bind when it looked like you have everything under control. Your team was on the path to victory, right? And then the round happened when Draken got the clutch against you guys, and then Yasin. Like, can you explain us what was happening from the team's perspective? What happened that you made those mistakes during the retakes, right? And what was the reaction of the team to fix that?
I mean, for me, we were pussies. Like, we didn't go as a group. We didn't take the initiative. It was like, we were too afraid to act. So basically, we were just holding, not doing anything. So basically, we just fell apart because lack of communication and initiative, I think.
Okay, and was there anything like you guys tried to fix that, like during that moment, or how you approached the map 3 to not have the same issues?
I mean, we just talked that we have to have more balls, basically, and play the way we usually play, with confidence. And that's all, basically. We just had to mentally reset and go again.
Okay.
Right. You talk about confidence then. You go up against G2 tomorrow. That's going to be a really tough game. Quickly, expectations for you in that match?
I mean, I think we will win. 100%.
Okay.
We are in the role right now.
The Giants to Masters. There we go. One game left, though. Thank you so very much for the interview, Meadow, again. And congratulations on your victory. Can't wait to see you with the Giants playing up against G2. That is tomorrow. Make sure you tune in, ladies and gentlemen. Until then, thanks so much. That is our interview done, though. We're going to take a quick break and then break things down for Map 3 Ascent. Stick around.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody.